This man was a domineering emperor in his previous life. He has a pure, extremely beautiful wife, but only because of the fate of picking up a sword and being demonized by it. He turned into a demon who massacred the entire sect. Fate gave him life again. He was determined to return to the right path. Brothers and sisters, please follow this interesting series. Today's series begins with a very tragic scene. A peaceful small village full of children's laughter suddenly became desolate. The entire village was enveloped by an evil fire that was swallowing everything inside it. The ones who caused the catastrophic event in this village were wolf demons with bloodthirsty red eyes who wanted to tear everyone in the village apart. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fairy with a dazzling aura appeared, attracting all the attention of these monsters. Realizing there was a new enemy, the demon wolves immediately rushed towards the female fairy. Seeing the monsters rushing towards her, the female fairy just gently glanced at them with sharp eyes. Then, with just a gentle wave of her hand, the female fairy unleashed a large stream of power that spread around, sending those oncoming demon wolves flying. The demon wolves were immediately and quickly destroyed. Their bodies were thrown into the forest and fell right in front of a lucky resident. This person saw the savior in front of him and cried out, "Fairy is a fairy." The female fairy looked at the village covered in fire and softly said, "I didn't expect such a normal village to be attacked by wolves." She looked at the bodies of the murdered people and exclaimed, "Pitiful mortals." Suddenly her eyes collided with a man who was also our main character. Tu Fong suddenly sat up and exclaimed in surprise, "I'm not dead yet?" He looked around and wondered where he was. Tu Fong's eyes fell on the female fairy floating next to him. He called out in surprise, "Tu Fong?" Maine immediately happily stood up, grabbed the fairy's hand and asked, "Han Yen, why are you here? Was it you who saved me?" Han Yen was startled and tried to let go of Tu Fong's hand and wondered, "How do you know my name?" "You let go first. I don't forget you." Hearing Han Yen say that, the main character didn't bother to let go. On the contrary, he even rushed forward and hugged Han Yen and said, "Han Yen, I know she is very angry, but I didn't mean to leave her behind and join someone else indefinitely." He hugged Han Yen tightly and whispered, "Don't worry. From now on, we will definitely not be arbitrary anymore. We peacefully live each day together." Suddenly feeling that Han Yen's body was trembling, Tu Fong wondered, why was she trembling? Han Yen responded to Tu Fong with a wave of his hand, causing him to be pushed away. Tu Fong's body was immediately thrown away. He shouted incomprehensibly, "Willow Han Yen. Did she plot to kill her husband?" Tu Fong flew far away and hit his back hard on the rock. The people who were lucky enough to escape the accident just now rushed over and shouted, "Tu Fong, how are you? Are you okay?" This person worriedly shook Tu Fong awake and said, "Tu Dat Fong, you talk. Please apologize to the fairy." Tu Fong is feeling dizzy, about to faint. The last images he saw before completely losing consciousness were Deep Q2, that lucky young man, bowing his head and apologizing to Han Yen. "Don't blame him, fairy." Tu Fong, just because he saw Tu's village being destroyed, he was mentally attacked and suddenly spoke nonsense. Tu Fong was extremely surprised. Before Tu Fong fell into a coma, there were countless questions in Tu Fong's mind. Deep Q Tuesday. Why is he here? Tu family village? Didn't it disappear many years ago? Perhaps we have returned to the past? Before being pushed back to the past, Tu Fong was a handsome young man. He seemed to be preparing to leave somewhere. Suddenly, behind him, a soft and gentle voice said, "Husband." That is Han Yen's voice. She shyly told him, "Agree with me, you must return safely." Then Han Yen hugged Tu Fong tightly. Tu Fong smiled and raised his hand to caress Han Yen's cheek and reassured her, "I agree with you. I will definitely not leave her behind." However, Tu Fong's promise was not fulfilled. After he left, he fell into a life-and-death battle. Tu Fong's body was now bruised with countless wounds as he sat down next to his sword. A sarcastic voice rang out, "This is the same 7-kill demon army that also exists today. Ha!" Tu Fong immediately replied, "I will definitely not be controlled by others anymore." Then he committed suicide, determined to unite endlessly with his enemy. Returning to reality, Tu Fong, after a long dream, suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "Han Yen." After looking around, Tu Fong saw that he was lying on a very large and beautiful bed. Tu Fong looked down at his hands and reassured himself, it wasn't a dream. I'm really not dead. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You are finally awake." It was the voice of a woman. The girl said to Tu Fong, "Follow me." Our palace master wants to see you. Tu Fong stood up and asked, Fairy, please tell me where is this? The female fairy led Tu Fong and introduced, this is the boat going towards Van Tien Tong. Quickly follow me. The palace master has been waiting for you for a long time. Tu Fong immediately replied, okay, I'm coming. Then he followed the fairy. Tu Fong looked at the surrounding female fairies as he walked and thought to himself, that's true. We have truly returned to the past. This is when Willow Hanyan saved me that year. As he entered the room, he thought to himself, although she later became my wife. But right now she still doesn't know me. Suddenly the door slammed shut just as Tu Fong entered the room, surprising him. Hey! Why are you closed? Suddenly a loud voice said, are you Tu Dat Fong? That was the voice of Han Yan sitting on a large chair, frowning and staring at Tu Fong. She is the Quang Han fairy of Van Tien Palace, the Mahayana period. Briefly introduce the Quang Han fairy of Van Tien Sect. Han Yan is a stunning beauty with a cold and arrogant appearance like snow, ice and pure jade. She is one of the most prominent nuns in the fairy cultivating world. I don't know how many men in this world have fallen in love with her, but due to her extremely cold personality, coupled with her reputation as a fairy of the Quang Han Palace, countless men have had their souls and bodies frozen by her. Because of her cold personality, no one has known her real name for so many years, yet Tu Fong knew her real name. That's why she brought him up here and asked, where did you know my name? Tu Fong hesitantly explained, Han Yan. I know it's a bit hard to believe. But you must believe me. I traveled from the future back here. As for the reason why I know your name, it's because I'm your husband. Hearing this absurd story, Han Yan frowned angrily and said, I give you another chance to tell the truth. Seeing Han Yan's face like that, Tu Fong felt fear in his heart. He was dead. Before, every time she ruffled her feathers she would react like this. Tu Fong mustered all his courage and continued, Lady, I really didn't lie to her. Seeing that Han Yan didn't believe it, and was still getting angrier and angrier, Tu Fong tried to continue. Her favorite fruit to eat is bananas. Her biggest fear is snakes. Before, when she was still a mortal, she was bitten by a dog. Tu Fong tried to explain further. Her mother's name is Yan Yan, which her father found a fortune teller to give her. Han Yan was extremely angry at this time. She stood up and shouted loudly, Shut up. Then, from Han Yan's body, a stream of icy air emitted. Tu Fong's throat was choked by the icy air and he could no longer speak. Han Yan seems to want to take Tu Fong's life. She shouted, If you investigate in such detail, it must be a demonic Sect spy. Then she turned serious and said, Who sent you here? Tu Fong tried his best to utter interrupted words. What I said is true. She is born with cold ice and snow. Cultivate the ice mind technique, not the question of the 9 volumes of the question of the sky. Hearing Tu Fong say that, Han Yan angrily thought, My main cultivation method is only known to me and my master. Why was it exposed? Maybe master. Thinking of that, Han Yan shouted with murderous intent, I really didn't expect that you could probe into such a secret thing. Looks like I can only kill you first and find information from your head later. Tu Fong is about to have his life taken by his wife. He tried to save the situation with a final sentence. On her thigh there was a red birthmark that looked like a teardrop. Hearing that, Han Yan immediately stopped. Tu Fong turned pale and looked at Han Yan's finger as if it was about to pierce his eye. He immediately sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a breath, Tu Fong said to Han Yan, In general, it cannot be intelligence that spies can see, right? But Tu Fong did not pay attention to Han Yan's shy face that was burning with anger. She blushed and asked him, You? How do you know? Tu Fong stood up, brushed the stains on his clothes and continued, I also know that on your right chest there are traces of an ice lotus flower, formed from the ice determination that you cultivated. This exercise was something her master told her to practice. In fact, it is a lotus method. Han Yan's face turned pale when he heard Tu Fong say, Once you practice martial arts, once you lose your body, all your martial arts power will be transferred to the other person. Seeing Han Yan's stunned expression, Tu Fong felt proud that he seemed to have made her believe. He continued, Fortunately she later discovered her master's plot. So he planned to secretly kill him, hide this unexpected incident, and hide it from everyone. Tu Fong slowly approached the panicked Han Yan and concluded with the last sentence. That's why there is Fairy Quang Han, the current owner of Phi Tuet Palace, is also my wife, Willow Han Yan. Needless to say, Han Yen's expression became extremely frightened. After a minute of calming down, Han Yen began to whisper, "These things unless we say it ourselves. Otherwise no one would know." Han Yen seemed to believe Tu Feng's words. She said, "You said you came from the future?" Then she worriedly asked Tu Feng, "What happened to us in the future?" Tu Feng pondered for a moment, then sighed and began to tell. The future is a great chaos that has never happened in 1,000 years. Starting from the year 50, the great war between good and evil began once again. The smoke and fire of the divine pearl continued. The 4 halls of the Van Tian sect were destroyed, and the Chi Tu sect betrayed and joined the demon sect. Black Thursday Man only exists in name. 2 great monks of no similar passed away. As for me, I was falsely accused by the Wentian sect's traitor, carrying the crime of killing my master on my back and fleeing all over the world, but unexpectedly got to know her and became a religious partner. Tu Feng sighed and continued, "Later on, we decided to retire together and not care about worldly affairs, but the enemy came to our door. In the end, we converged endlessly with the other person. I thought I would never have the chance to meet her again in this life." Then Tu Feng placed his hand on Han Yen's hand and continued, "Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, he was back when she saved him that year." He lowered his head and buried himself in Han Yen's leg and whispered, "Han Yen, it's great to see you again." Outside at this time, 2 subordinate fairies asked each other, "They are about to reach the sect. The other guy hasn't come out yet? I don't know why the palace master was looking for him. Probably just asking a few questions. No need to care." As they walked, they talked to each other. "Do you still not know our palace master's attitude towards men?" "That's true, let alone a mortal." At the same time inside, Tu Feng was struggling to write something. Han Yen looked at Tu Feng, crossed his arms and asked, "Is this the improved technique you talked about?" Tu Feng smiled and replied, "Yes. This is the improved version of the ice resolve that took me and you 3 years to research." Han Yen bent down and leaned against Tu Feng and pressed her chest against him. She looked at the exercises that Tu Feng was writing and said, "There are many paths of this meridian. These are all meridians that are unique to cold ice and absolute meridians, not something ordinary people can practice." Tu Feng felt Han Yen's big soul leaning on his hand. He hesitantly replied, "Yes. Her ladyship is so smart. This technique was created just for you." Tu Feng continued to explain without paying attention to Han Yen's embarrassed expression. Not only was the power stronger, but there was no longer a furnace method. With it, that year when we lived together as husband and wife will not cause her to be destroyed. Han Yen couldn't stand it any more and shouted, "What are you talking about? Who is your lady? Even if in the future you really are my husband, who said your Han Yen will definitely be me?" Han Yen turned away and stammered and said, "Maybe it's just that I'm in another world, another universe, like the multiverse and Spider-Man." Tu Feng was speechless when he heard Han Yen's clarification. He thought to himself, even the parallel world theory has been said. This girl has probably watched too many Marvel movies. Then he put down his pen and replied, "What she said makes sense. Maybe she really isn't my wife." Before Han Yen's surprised eyes, Tu Feng lay down and said coldly, "I prepared this improved technique for my wife. Can't let others take advantage of it." Looking at Han Yen, who was angry but speechless and unable to object, Tu Feng sarcastically said, "What's wrong, Miss Willow? Do you want to steal the token of love from me and my wife?" Han Yen angrily turned around and left and said, "Who cares? I think for myself." Tu Feng laughed at Han Yen's angry attitude. He sat up, brought out the exercises and said to her, "Just kidding. Actually, it's not impossible for her. I will give you the practice." After giving the exercise book to Han Yen, Tu Feng proudly proposed, "You recognize me as a true disciple, how about that?" Han Yen heard that and waved his hand in panic. "How is that possible? We Phi Tuet are all women. How can I let you into my sect?" Tu Feng glanced away and replied, "Then we can't negotiate anymore." He stretched his arms and yawned. Then slowly Tu Feng stood up, scratched his head and left and said, "Then I won't bother the master of the palace anymore." Han Yen turned pale and worried when he heard Tu Feng say, "Now I will leave here. After that we have nothing to do with each other anymore." Han Yen had no choice but to cry out, "Stop." Hearing that, Tu Feng immediately stopped. He looked pleased when he heard Han Yen say, "I can let you join my subordinates." But Han Yen also issued a condition, "You must not do anything that violates the righteous path. Otherwise I will not forgive you." Han Yen looked confused and continued to suggest, Besides our relationship, you must not tell others. Hearing that, Tu Fong grinned and replied, no problem. Han Yen gritted her teeth and asked seriously, so what should you do now? Tu Fong immediately ran away and happily said loudly, I will immediately go write the exercises. A moment later the boat arrived at Van Tien Tong dock. Those who were chosen as disciples, when they saw Van Tien Tong, all expressed admiration. Is that where the immortals live? Han Yen then introduced himself. That is Van Tien's sect, my sect. You are all suitable disciples to join my sect in this selection round. Then she gave a condition. Before entering the sect, you must also take a spiritual test to determine your spiritual roots. In the future, which hall of Wenshenzong you can enter depends on your fate. Hearing that, everyone below was talking loudly. Among those people was Deep Q2, Tu Fong's friend. He looked around and wondered where Tu Fong had gone. Suddenly, Tu Fong appeared behind him and slapped his hand on his shoulder, startling Deep Q2. Deep Q2 turned around and shouted, Where have you gone? I looked for you all the time but couldn't find you. Tu Fong grinned and replied, Oh, I'm just going to say sorry to the fairy. Calming down, Deep Q2 immediately leaned into Tu Fong's ear and whispered, Just now I heard that aside from the two of us halfway up here, the mortals here are all the disciples accepted in this batch of immortals, with very high cultivation qualifications. Deep Q2 scratched his head, looking worried. If the spiritual roots don't work, we'll probably be kicked out of here, right? Tu Fong laughed loudly and patted his friend's shoulder, and encouraged him. What are you afraid of? This kind of cultivating an immortal requires, in addition to natural talent, also a chance. Perhaps your fate is very good. Encouraged, Deep Q2 is also somewhat confident. What you say makes a lot of sense. I will try. Seeing his friend so confident, Tu Fong smiled and thought, Of course you have a chance, kid. Because he returned from the future, Tu Fong learned that Deep Q2 was the strongest person among the disciples, even stronger than Tu Fong. But Tu Fong is determined that this time will be different, and will not let Deep Q2 surpass him again. He grabbed Deep Q2's hand and pulled him away and shouted, Go! Let's go take part in the spiritual energy test. Tu Fong led Deep Q2 inside. Looking ahead, Deep Q2 shouted, Tu Fong, look at that. All around are fairies. Furthermore, why is there an empty position in front of them? Tu Fong immediately explained, that is the location of the main halls of the 9 representative Van Tien pavilions. After speaking, a bright light suddenly appeared on the 9 chairs, shooting into the air. The masters appeared from above. Immediately everyone at the bottom bowed down to pay their respects. The disciples greeted the sect master and the hall masters. Seeing that Tu Fong did not bow his head, Deep Q2 immediately reminded him, Tu Fong should perform the ceremony. Don't be so disrespectful. Tu Fong bowed his head and bowed, then looked up at Han Yen and said, I know. After the hall masters sat down in their chairs, the true men of Quang Lang, the sect leader of Van Tien sect, said, No ceremony? Welcome to our Qin Tien sect. I am Quang Lang, the head of Van Tien sect. He looked around at the group of people below and announced the rules. All the young friends are children from different places, qualified to join our sect. But before entering, you still need to take a spiritual test. After that, the true people of the temples will choose to enter the sect. Do you understand? Everyone below heard it, and said in unison, Okay. Seeing Deep Q2 looking worried, Tu Fong patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't be afraid. You are very sure. Immediately after that the spiritual energy test officially began. A stream of blue light flew from nowhere and landed straight in the middle of the field. The blue light began to turn into a blue ball like Naruto's Rasengan. The examiner began to explain, This object is a test of spiritual power. Depending on your spiritual roots, you can be divided into 4 types: armor, pin, and nail. The judge takes out a large roll of paper and announces, The person whose name is read must step forward. Place both hands on the test object. The first person to be named is the monk. The monk immediately stepped forward. He placed his hand on the ball. Immediately the examiner announced, Mok Lin Kan is not in the middle. Temporarily okay. The next person to be called is Truong Lin Hang. Only a few people left to reach Tu Fong. Looking at him sitting comfortably below like that, Han Yen thought to himself, I wonder what that kid's spiritual roots are? She thought to herself, if his spiritual roots are poor, I can easily find a reason to let him join my sect. Suddenly a voice interrupted her thoughts. Senior sister Quang Han. That was her senior brother, an old man with blue hair. He asked Han Yen, Looking at your appearance, do you already have a disciple in your sight? Han Yen replied, I haven't seen it yet. Below is now Deep Q2's turn. As soon as he touched the sphere, the examiner immediately announced, Deep Q2, with spirit root is on the top. Hearing that, he couldn't believe his ears. The examiner patted Deep Q2 on the shoulder and congratulated him. Junior brother Deep, congratulations. And he still couldn't believe that his spiritual roots had reached the upper limit. Above, Han Yen's blue-haired senior brother stroked his beard happily. Haha, not bad. I didn't expect to meet a disciple with such good qualities this time. Senior sister Kwang Han. I heard that this disciple was one of the two sisters who brought me up halfway. What if I don't know the other person? Below, Tu Fong's name was called for inspection. He looked at the sphere in front of him and sighed. Sigh. Unexpectedly, I still had to experience it again. Tu Fong smiled and slowly placed his hand on the sphere. A moment later, the examiner announced the news that surprised everyone. Spiritual roots belong to the lower class, the lowest level, at the bottom of society. Tu Fong was calm because he already knew. The examiner was surprised and asked again, Ding Ha? Below, the crowd is whispering, is it real or fake? I'm not mistaken, right? Nailed down? Everyone was talking amongst themselves with great excitement. Isn't it said that these are all geniuses from all over? Why do you have such qualifications? Din Ha is basically no different from normal people, right? I heard that at the most. I only work as a handyman. Above, the examiner asked Tu Fong again. Do you want to try again? Perhaps the test item was wrong. Tu Fong calmly replied, No need, no need. Don't you know how useless I am? Hearing Tu Fong's words, the judge was speechless. After receiving the test results, Tu Fong went to Deep Q2 and said, What a great genius. Is it true that you stand out more than me? Deep Q2 replied shyly, Tu Fong. Sorry, I don't know. Tu Fong patted Deep Q2's shoulder to reassure him. Don't think too much. If it's your natural talent, please cherish it. Besides, am I the type of person who needs qualifications? Deep Q2 immediately replied, I know. Suddenly Tu Fong felt like someone was looking at him. He immediately realized it was Han Yen. It seemed like she was quite angry. Han Yen is feeling helpless right now. She thought to herself, this kid. Why this kind of mentality? Next to her, her junior brother to Tien Dike, the temple master, shouted loudly, Who the hell was the person who accepted the money for this kind of talented kid to be placed in our sect? Just stop accepting money. At least don't be so excessive. Han Yen coldly turned and replied, I let this person in. What is your opinion, Tien Dike? To Tien Dike immediately asked in confusion. Even if it was senior sister Kwang Han, she shouldn't have brought back a disciple with such qualifications. Have you never checked before? Han Yen confusedly replied, Sorry. We forgot. Next time I will definitely remember. Hearing her sister answer like that, Tien Dike said angrily, I forgot. Can this also be forgotten? Sister. How many times has this happened? Why do you keep forgetting these important things? Seeing that Tien Dike was so angry, his senior brother was a real person. The master of Dan Din smiled and said, Junior brother Su looks very angry. Another person is Kwang Vi Taoist, the master of the temple also added. He is not hot. Who is hot? All halls select disciples according to the order of the annual martial arts competition. He looked at Tu Fong who was greeting other disciples and smiled and said, The electricity is last, that is to say, unless we have the guts to chase people away. Otherwise, that disciple will definitely be his. Meanwhile, Tu Fong is still busy greeting his fellow students. It's an honor. Honor. From now on, everyone will be one family. Please teach me more. The examiner of the examination then stepped forward and bowed his head to announce, Sect Master. The Hall Masters. The spiritual power testing of the disciples has been completed. This time there were a total of 78 disciples. The sect leader of Van Tian's sect immediately announced, Then, let's follow the order of the previous martial arts competition. Dian Qianqun chooses the disciples first. He then turned to his younger brother and said, Senior brother, please. The true man Kwang immediately said to his disciple, Min Hai. Go. You know how to choose. Upon receiving the order, the disciple immediately flew down to choose a new disciple. Next, it was the blue-haired old man's turn. He told his disciples, Next is the Tai Chi Palace. Suspension. The matter of choosing junior brothers and sisters has been left to you. The disciple also quickly accepted the order. Then it was the turn of the flying snow electric. The blue-haired old man turned to Han Yen and said, "Junior sister Kwang Han, it's your turn." After listening, Han Yen immediately ordered Manhwa. Old rules. The disciple named Manhwa immediately accepted the order. Hearing about the flying snow palace, Tu Fong turned to see Miss Manhwa flying towards him. He smiled and thought, here it is. Tu Fong stood straight and waited for Miss Manhwa to approach him. But contrary to Tu Fong's thoughts, Miss Manhwa likes Sun Tung MVP, so we don't belong together. Miss Manhwa passed Tu Fong and chose a girl behind him. Tu Fong began to feel worried in his heart. Next, other disciples were also chosen one by one. After everyone was selected, only Tu Fong was left standing there alone. Tu Fong stood there absent-mindedly thinking, exactly like his previous life. But maybe she wants to go back on her word. Incorrect. She is not that kind of person. The nobleman of the Qiankun Palace now turned to Titian Dike and said, "Junior brother Su. Finally it's my turn. But there's only one left. No need to choose any more, right?" Titian Dike clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "I don't choose. You guys intentionally." Suddenly Han Yen stood up to Titian Dike's surprise and said, "Junior brother Su. If you really don't want to choose, then let him join my subordinates." Seeing everyone's surprise, Han Yen continued, "If it was me who let him in, then I should be responsible for him." Question the heavenly sect, keep your word when you say what you say. The Van Tien Tong sect leader heard his junior sister say that and looked puzzled. Senior sister Kwang Han. I said I want to accept him into Kwang Han Palace. But isn't your place just for women? Han Yen immediately replied, Senior brother. Our Wentian sect is the leading sect of the righteous path. It is not only about using martial arts to subdue others, but more importantly, using trust to subdue others. Then she continued to affirm, what about low spiritual roots? After so many years in the practice world, it's not like there aren't people who don't have good spiritual roots, but have practiced successfully. Just a disciple. Our Kwang Han electricity can support it. Then Han Yen prepared to fly to Tu Fong to receive him. She said, if we chase away the disciples who have agreed to be accepted into the sect, then won't the sect's credibility become a joke? What face will we have to look at the world in the future? After hearing this, the other senior brothers of Han Yen all admired her and exclaimed, she is truly a senior sister. This is the style that our sect master should have. Compared to someone else, there is absolutely no appearance of a major sect at all. Being told that he was heartbroken, Titian Dike was extremely angry. Even though he was blushing with anger, the other brothers still continued to sarcastically say, although Kwang Han dying is full of women, this heart is truly our example. Looking back now, it's no wonder that electricity has gone downhill in recent years. Unable to stand such insults anymore, Titian Dike shouted, enough. Then he stood up, pointed at Tu Fong and said loudly, I am also the master of the Wentian sect. Do you still need someone else to take care of your disciples? Isn't his spiritual root not good? The old man will make him a true disciple. I don't believe I can't teach him. Hearing what his junior brother said, Sect Master Van Tien Tong was surprised and thought, what's going on? True tradition? After hearing this, Han Yen also looked panicked. Wait. Junior brother Tu Dat Fong is clearly me. But without letting his sister finish speaking, Titian Dike interrupted, Sister Kwang Han. Your Kwang Han Palace has already chosen a disciple, isn't that right? Having said that, Titian Dike stomped his foot and announced, everyone. Although my temple is at the bottom of the temples. But we also have dignity. Even if there is only one remaining disciple, now is the time to enter my temple of choice. Then he shouted loudly and announced, Tu Dat Fong. I choose you. The people below were deafened by Titian Dike's screams. The sect master of Van Tien's sect heard that and was also satisfied. He gently said, okay. It seems that the 9 halls of Wenshenzong all had a harvest today. Then we can rest assured. As for Han Yen, she looked at her junior brother and whispered to Tu Fong, I didn't expect it to be too much. Don't blame me. I have tried. As for Tu Fong, he is confused because he did not expect that he could not enter with Han Yen. He was confused and didn't understand what the situation was. A moment later, at the main mountain of the temple, a senior brother is introducing Tu Fong, junior brother Tu. Here is the main mountain of our temple. The master's electricity is right in front. The person introducing Tu Fong is the eldest disciple of Vo Nai Dain named Hung Tien Xie. He patted Tu Fong's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry. When you come to the palace to meet us, I won't let anyone bully you." Who would have thought that Hung Tien's shoulder blow would cause Tu Fong pain? He exclaimed, causing Hung Tien to apologize confusedly, "Sorry, little brother. Your body is too weak. I cannot control my power." Then Hung Tien stared at Tu Fong's shoulder and asked, "It seemed like it was dislocated. Let me correct it for you." Hearing that, Tu Fong immediately refused, "Don't. I'm okay. We should still quickly go inside the temple." Tu Fong looked at his senior brother in front of him, and thought to himself, looking towards his senior brother is still the same look. Exactly like in memory. Completely unaware of how strong my strength is, Tu Fong began to recall the memories of his previous life. In my previous life, I also joined the temple. It's just that at that time I was only a handyman disciple. It took 20 years to gradually become an official disciple. At that time, the person in charge of teaching me the exercises was senior brother. At that time, I suffered a lot. After reminiscing, Tu Fong smiled and thought to himself, this time thanks to the blessing of his wife, he did not know how to play nonsense but became a true disciple of the temple. On the contrary, it's not bad. At the same time, he entered the hall. A woman named Tu Tin, the daughter of Tu Tien Dike, was extremely excited and asked, "Father, did Dad really find me a little junior brother? When will he come?" Tu Tien Dike sighed and replied, "At that time, my blood was just rushing to my brain." Speak casually. Tu Tin immediately expressed discomfort, and corrected his father, "That's not right. Father said he would accept him as his disciple in front of so many people." Hearing the conversation between father and son from behind, Tu Tien Dike's wife, Lam Tu Van, also added, "I think accepting a disciple is also very good. Isn't that what he said? Although this child's spiritual roots are low, his mind is very mature. If it's too difficult, I'll teach him to help you." Tu Tien Dike was forced to listen to the roof. The lady was right. From outside came Hung Tien's announcement, Master Chu have arrived." Outside, Hung Tien instructed Tu Fong before entering, "Junior brother Chu. Just do what I just said." Tu Fong nodded to thank his senior brother, and prepared to step inside. Tu Fong gently pushed the door open and entered the palace. In front of him were his master, and his sister. Tu Fong clasped his hands and bowed loudly. Tu Dat Fong's disciples paid their respects to their master, and sister. After completing the ceremony and being officially accepted as a true disciple, Tu Fong returned to his private room. A little introduction. In Van Tien's sect, disciples are often divided into miscellaneous disciples, hereditary disciples, and true disciples. In which, miscellaneous disciples have almost no possibility of receiving formal teachings, and can only work tirelessly in exchange for the opportunity to become official disciples. The next disciples will truly enter the great door of practice. Although it is impossible to learn those supreme and truly exquisite exercises, if you try to practice, you will still have a chance to become successful. True disciples passed down are extremely few. They enjoy the best resources of the sect. Their only goal is to become the pillar of the sect in the future. Tu Fong sat in his room, full of excitement, thinking, I really didn't expect that I would actually become a true disciple of the temple and have my own institute. I don't know what she did at that time. It's just my natural ability. Even if I have experienced the mind dharma of my previous life, I still cultivate very slowly. Must think of another way. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Tu Fong was surprised and wondered who else was coming at this time. The sound of knocking on the door became more and more urgent, causing Tu Fong to quickly open it. When Tu Fong opened the door, what caught his eye was a large white tiger with carefully combed fur. Tu Fong did not show any fear but calmly asked, Sister, what's wrong with you looking for me? Tu Tin stuck his head down and blamed, Why don't you react at all? The others were all scared out of their wits by the little white man. Hearing that, Tu Fong immediately closed the door and said, I understand. Sister, wait a moment. Immediately after that, he opened the door and pretended to be scared and exclaimed, There are lions. After pretending, he glanced at Tu Tin and asked, Sister, do you see that yet? Tu Tin thoughtfully replied, Okay. But then she shook her head vigorously and said, That's not true. Incorrect. Stop it. I came to see you for an important matter. Tu Fong looked surprised. The main story? The two then went to the elder brother's place. After both of them sat down, senior brother Hung Tian immediately said, "Senior sister. Surely junior brother Chu still can't be in the same cultivation class as me right now, right? Why bring him here?" To Diu Tin immediately replied, "It's okay. No problem. You can just teach both of us. Don't worry, as a senior sister, if there's anything you don't know, I'll teach you. Isn't that right, junior brother?" Tu Fong immediately nodded in agreement. "It's okay. Brother, just teach." Hearing Tu Fong say that, Diu Tin proudly chuckled. "In the past, these people all thought I was the youngest, and they all forced me to go to school. Now I finally have a junior brother who is worse than me." Then she turned to look at Tu Fong and said to herself, "Junior brother Chu. Sorry. Senior sister needs me to share some firepower." Hung Tian had no other choice but to agree. "Okay. So today we will teach the simplest things." Although his junior brother's talent is low, it must be believed that his diligence compensates his intelligence. Then Hung Tian began to explain from the beginning. "Then I will start talking about the division of realms. The realm of our cultivators is divided into 9 major realms: Qi refining, bamboo structure, golden Dan, primordial element, exiting whole, integrating body, dynamic void, Mahayana, and transcending tribulation. The breaking heart of our Wentian sect is the 9 punch of Wentian. Each punch corresponds to a great realm." Listening to Hung Tian explain things he had heard many times, Diu Tin yawned and thought, "These are all things he has learned before. This time I can finally be lazy." Then she dreamily decided to take a nap and wait for Tu Fong to finish studying. But before he could sleep long, Hung Tian's call woke Diu Tin up. She was startled and looked around and asked, "Huh? What?" Ignoring Diu Tin's bewildered expression, Hung Tian told her, "Next, you should check the sword technique I taught you yesterday." Hearing that, Diu Tin looked surprised. "Huh? But don't you still have to teach junior brother Tu the things from before?" Hung Tian pointed at Tu Fong, who was practicing the Kulpa method, and said, "He has finished studying. Besides, I finished all my lessons today." Seeing that, Diu Tin was surprised and asked, "How long have I been sleeping?" Hung Tian coldly replied, "Only half an hour." Although junior brother Chu's aptitude is not good, his understanding is extremely high. "The things I taught you, you can basically remember at just one look. Look at others and then look at yourself." Diu Tin looked at Tu Fong and opened his mouth in surprise. In Diu Tin's heart, he was thinking, could it be that he is a prostitute? It was said that everyone worked together, but you secretly studied well? So in the end, only I am the real chicken? At this rate, won't he start teaching me along with the other brothers and sisters? Impossible. If so, wouldn't the hard-earned position of senior sister be completely lost? Seeing Diu Tin's expression darken, Tu Fong approached and asked, "Senior sister? What's wrong?" Immediately Diu Tin stood up and said to Tu Fong, "Junior brother, let's go to the second senior brother's place to learn spell formations." Ignoring Tu Fong, who was stunned and didn't understand anything, Diu Tin invited Tu Bok to go with him. Tu Fong was forced to follow. Seeing Diu Tin's appearance like that, Hung Tian smiled and thought, it seems that the junior sister's sense of danger has been triggered. That's not bad either. Diu Tin and Tu Fong then went to the second brother's place to learn spells. Here, the second senior brother taught them. The so-called talisman and the magic array are essentially of the same origin. Is spiritual energy that uses special operating methods to produce effects far beyond normal. Today we start teaching from the most basic eightfold formation. The second senior brother looked at the 2 junior brothers below and explained, Gan Kwa La Tien refers to the cyclical operation of heaven. A gentleman should follow the will of heaven. Listening to the second senior brother's teaching, although he was very sleepy, because he did not want Tu Fong to surpass him, Diu Tin tried to beat himself, not letting himself fall asleep. The second senior brother looked at the 2 junior brothers below and asked, Diu Tin tried very hard today. But on the contrary, it is junior brother Chu. It seems like you have a lot of questions? Hearing that, Diu Tin proudly said, with such deep knowledge, it's normal for junior brother not to understand it now. She looked up at Tu Fong and said, if you have any questions, ask me. But contrary to Diu Tin's thoughts, Tu Fong stood up and said to his second senior brother, I do have a few questions I want to discuss with you. The second senior brother happily replied, discussion? Okay, let me tell you, Tu Fong gently asked, Just now you said that the devil is the symbol of the 6 young lions. But I think it also means losing everything. Hearing Tu Fong say that, the second senior brother laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that junior brother Chu, at such a young age, would already have such talent in the field of formation. What you said is right, this is the future high-level content. It's just that I thought it was a bit early to say these things now. Then he pulled Tu Fong into the discussion, not forgetting to instruct Diu Tin, who was absent-mindedly behind. Diu Tin. In the future, if you don't understand anything on the path of formation, you can ask your junior brother. Hearing that, Diu Tin was speechless. After finishing the formation lesson with his second senior brother, Diu Tin wondered aloud to Tu Fong, how could you understand what that old man said? Tu Fong coldly replied, actually, there was something I didn't understand, so I discussed it with him a bit. Having said that, in Tu Fong's heart he was thinking, good or bad, I am still a demon. This kind of elementary lesson is very useless to me. If we don't hurry, we won't know what year or month it will take to have something we can use. In Diu Tin's heart, there is a plot, hateful. Yet he was deceived. The younger brother has sublime enlightenment. It seems that the only way is to use that method. Thinking so, Diu Tin proposed to Tu Fong, junior brother. Now follow me to the next lesson. Diu Tin pulled Tu Fong to the third senior sister's place. She is the person in charge of the combat class. Hearing that, Tu Fong looked surprised. Real combat class? Diu Tin smiled and replied, yes. But rest assured. The third sister's personality is very gentle. Moreover, she is a book lover and a very good person. Having said that, Diu Tin had another thought in her heart. This time she could definitely get her face back. Anyway, here we don't need enlightenment, we need actual cultivation. But contrary to Diu Tin's thoughts, the third senior sister, whose name is Siuo-san, is a girl who is so engrossed in reading that she doesn't care about anything. She said to her 2 junior brothers and sisters, sorry. I'm busy. For next time. Hearing that, Tu Fong also intended to excuse himself and make an appointment next time. In his heart, he thought, what are you kidding? A chicken like me who hasn't even started the weapon refining stage yet, fights in real combat with third senior sister Nguyen Kai. Have you criticized living too long? Seeing Tu Fong about to leave, Diu Tin called after him, wait, junior brother Chu, don't go. While chasing Tu Fong, Diu Tin unfortunately tripped. She just fell straight into Tu Fong, causing his back to hit the wall hard. And just like that, with the strength of 2 people, the thin wall was destroyed, creating a mess. Diu Tin worriedly asked, junior brother, are you okay? Luckily Tu Fong is okay. However, even though both of them were confused in the position of the woman pressing on the man, they still felt the murderous intent approaching. Because she had destroyed Siuo-san's house, she approached the 2 of them and spoke sternly, you guys want to take a real combat class, right? Seeing the third senior sister's dangerous attitude, both of them turned pale and replied, actually, they might not learn. Right, or should we go first? It's not so easy to destroy someone else's house and leave. Siuo-san waved his hand and closed the door tightly. Then the girl with a murderous aura said to her 2 junior brothers and sisters, it's okay. After all, my sister is not a demon. This time, both Diu Tin and Tu Fong were completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile at Quang Han Palace, Han Yen is currently bathing in a fragrant hot bath. A female servant came in and reported, Master. The next thing is to work with the true man Bak Van. Without letting the female servant tell her everything, Han Yen gave the order, refuse. We have another matter. Han Yen's heart is currently worried about Tu Fong. She wondered, how is that guy doing in the temple? At this time, Lam Tu Van was carrying food for her. She said to her daughter in a very gentle voice, Diu Tin, don't play anymore. Come here and taste the soup I cooked for you. But when she saw the scene before her eyes, she was extremely shocked. Before Lam Tu Van's surprised eyes, Diu Tin was attentively reading a book. Diu Tin told her mother, I like to study. Lam Tu Van then went to the room and told her husband this. After hearing this, Tian Dike was equally surprised. She said that now Diu Tin is not only not secretly lazy anymore but also diligently reads books at midnight? Lam Tu Van nodded to confirm. That's right. The girl studied with Tu Fong for 1 day and returned as if she had become a different person. Lam Tu Van continued to tell her husband, I heard Hung Tian say, Tu Fong's understanding is very high. Maybe that's why Diu Tin felt pressured. Tian Dike agrees, It should have been like that from early on. She's been lazy for so many years, and now she finally feels a bit of danger. He finally smiled when thinking about Tu Feng. He didn't expect that kid to still have some use. Then to Tian Dike turned to his wife. Ma'am, surely the pharmacy still has a lot of herbs, right? His wife asked again in surprise. There was still a little left. What do you mean? Tu Tian Dike crossed his arms and said that kid's spiritual roots are too poor, he needs to use more herbs. At least he can be a sharpening stone for Du Tin for a while. Hearing her husband say that, she smiled and replied, he really has a dagger mouth but a tofu heart. Let me go make arrangements, and also arrange for him a maid to do some errands for him. Tu Tian Dike waved his hand and went back to his room and told his wife, you should arrange these things yourself. At this time, at Tu Feng's residence, a woman was slowly walking towards. Inside, Tu Feng was holding his shoulder and crying out in pain. Third sister's attack was really heavy. I feel like all my bones are falling out. Suddenly a knock on the door rang out. Tu Feng opened the door and saw a purple-haired woman standing in front of the door. He asked in surprise, who are you? The woman immediately introduced herself, young master. The slave family is sent by the master and mother to serve you. Don't hesitate to call me Tu Noyet. Tu Feng was surprised. Serve me? Come for what? He was extremely stunned that this had never happened in his previous life. Confused, Tu Feng stammered and said, This is not very good. That woman immediately crawled into Tu Feng's heart and seduced him. So do you think this is good or bad? Tu Feng was suddenly attacked and stood still, his face turning red. He felt so strange. Regaining his composure, he pushed the other woman away and said, Of course it's not good. Tu Feng acted like a gentleman and affirmed, I am a cultivator. Of course my heart is only focused on cultivating. Lady, please go home. Then he quickly pushed the other woman out and said, I will make the bath medicine myself. You can go out and do some errands. Being pushed outside, the woman immediately thought to herself, this guy is really straightforward and quick. Then a smile appeared from the woman's mouth and said, But that's not in vain. I came here specially to prepare a bath medicine for you. A white aura suddenly emitted from the woman's body. It escaped from her and soared into the sky. That is Han Yen's spiritual energy. After escaping Han Yen's aura, the woman regained control and wondered, What's wrong with me? Aren't we on our way to your residence? As for Tu Feng, he asked himself as he walked to the bathroom, his eyes just now. Surely I've seen it somewhere before. Then he panicked when he suddenly realized that those were the eyes of Willow Han Yen. Knowing he had escaped danger, Tu Feng lay down and soaked in the water tank and thought to himself, Luckily I reacted quickly. Having a wife who is a Mahayana is very dangerous. But why did you come to me? Suddenly, a strange icy aura emitted from the bathtub. Tu Feng stood up and asked himself, What is this bath water? The spirit is so abundant. Tu Feng was happy when she realized it was Han Yen's doing. She had him in her heart. Tu Feng did not want to waste the opportunity, so he sat down to practice. Meanwhile, Han Yen returned to the room. The two female servants outside were confused and asked each other, What's going on? Is the hall master still angry? That's right, I don't know why, but since the palace master returned, I've been in a very bad mood. In general, don't go in now. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in Han Yen's room, startling the two female servants. Han Yen in the room was extremely angry because Tu Feng, despite her support, had only just reached the first floor of the Qi refinement stage. She got angry and shot a series of eyes throughout the room. Han Yen frowned and thought to himself, I put a top-quality medicinal pill in his bath water. If I change to someone else, I'm about to die now. How bad is this quality? Regaining her composure, Han Yen asked herself, But why do I have to use such a precious thing for that guy? It originally had nothing to do with me at all. Han Yen walked back and forth, thinking for a while and then reassured himself. It was definitely to repay him for giving me improved techniques. That's definitely true. On this side, after a night of practicing, Tu Feng reached the first level of Qi refining. He immediately went to report to his master, causing them to cry out in surprise. What? Just one night, and already reached level 1 of Qi refinement? Tu Feng bowed his head and thanked him. Fortunately, it was thanks to the herbs that his master and his wife had provided. After hearing this, Tu Tian Dike felt confused. Even those herbs could not have such good effects. His wife spoke up and advised Tu Feng, in general, being able to break through is a good thing. But we must remember clearly that we cannot be arrogant. Outside, Tu Fong met Hung Tian again. He said to Tu Fong, "Junior brother Chu. Very good. I heard you've broken through to level 1. Tu Fong smiled and replied, "It's just luck." Hung Tian happily hugged Tu Fong and said, "Luck is also a part of strength. In my opinion, your natural talent is not bad." Being hugged tightly made Tu Fong feel pain. He shouted, "Be gentle with the senior brother." Hung Tian saw that he could not control his power again, so he immediately apologized to Tu Fong. Tu Fong, for his part, pondered and wondered, "But this time I will use the unified practice of the 3 teachings. Although my strength will be very strong, my practice should be much slower than in the previous life. At that time, what else did the lady give me? Could it really be that my cultivation talent is better?" A long time passed. In a blink of an eye, Tu Fong has been in the prison for 2 years. Tu Tian Dike and his wife were extremely happy when their daughter, Tu Diu Tin, had broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Tu Tian Dike turned to his wife and said, "Her talent is very good. Although we constantly suppress her realm to strengthen the foundation, it is still very easy for her to break through her realm." His wife immediately replied, "But compared to the other guy, it doesn't make people less worried." Tu Tian Dike frowned and said, "When it comes to him, I get angry again." Talking about Tu Diu Tin again. After breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, she happily opened the door and shouted, "I have broken through. Junior brother. Where are you?" Tu Fong has now spent 2 years cultivating to the 4th level of Qi refining. He congratulated Tu Diu Tin on leaving the customs. Tu Diu Tin was extremely surprised and wondered, "Why are you still in level 4 of refining weapons?" Tu Fong smiled shyly, "My talent is poor." Seeing the two of them so happy, Tu Tian Dike angrily shouted, 2 years. Do you know how my 2 years have passed? With so many geniuses and earthly treasures, even pigs can practice much faster." His wife was next to him, and had to reassure him, "Calm down. Calm." Regaining his composure following the roof's words, Tu Tian Dike turned to his wife and said, "I will return first. I'm afraid that if I look at that kid any longer, I won't be able to hold back and I'll hit him." His wife later also returned. Seeing the two disappear in an instant, Tu Fong looked puzzled. Why were the master and the master gone? Tu Diu Tin happily replied, "Who knows what they are doing? Ignore them. Let's go play, junior brother." Tu Fong immediately refused. "But I still have to practice." Tu Diu Tin did not care about Tu Fong's words. She immediately tied him up. Immediately afterwards, Tu Diu Tin pulled Tu Fong up into the sky and said, "Stop practicing. Anyway, I cultivate very slowly. It's okay to not practice for a day or 2. I'll take you to a place." Tu Fong had no other choice but to follow. He told himself, "Okay. I often go to relieve my mood. I didn't expect that the cultivation when combined with the previous generation's techniques would be so slow. After all, Han Yen gave me something to eat before that could make me break through overnight." In front, Tu Diu Tin was still very excited and accelerated faster, startling Tu Fong. He shouted a warning, "Break the tent, sister, a little slower." Tu Diu Tin laughed loudly and replied, "What are you afraid of? I'm here." Suddenly she saw something very large below. She wondered what that was. Both then landed on that object to check. In front of the two people was a giant skeleton of a huge beast. Blood was still scattered on its bones, proving that it had been eaten not long ago. Tu Fong sat down to examine the wound on the animal's body and judged, looking at this bite mark, it was a fatal wound. Tu Diu Tin also added, "This is the demon beast that we raise here. Who dares to attack our demon beast?" Saying that, she took out a blue pearl, then summoned, "Little White, it's up to you to decide." Little White immediately appeared. Tu Bok immediately obeyed the order to smell the monster's body. Tu Fong raised his head to warn, "Sister. This wind wolf has at least level 5 Qi refining power. It is very likely that the murderer is some more powerful monster." Tu Diu Tin smiled reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. This is the back of the mountain. The strong demon beasts have all been dealt with by my father. We can handle the rest." Suddenly the little white cried out and ran away. Seeing that, Tu Diu Tin immediately pulled Tu Fong away and said quickly, "Follow. Looks like Little White has discovered something." After following the Little White for a while, Tu Diu Tin discovered that the beast had transformed back into its original form. She asked her pet what it discovered that suddenly returned to its giant form. Before the surprised eyes of both people were countless corpses of other animals lying scattered on the ground. This made Tidiotin feel a bit scared. Her face turned pale. Suddenly, behind both of them, a giant tail appeared. It immediately swung strongly towards the two people. Luckily, Tu Fong discovered it in time and quickly pulled Tidiotin to jump aside to avoid the attack. He hugged his sister's shoulders and asked her, "Are you okay, sister?" In front, even though the little white had transformed into a giant, he was still thrown into the tree by that monster. Seeing such a situation, Tidiotin felt extremely scared. To prevent your pet from being more seriously injured, Tidiotin immediately called it back to the pearl. She then turned pale as she looked up, in the direction Tu Fong was pointing towards. Above their heads was a giant snake opening its wide mouth, preparing to shoot out a deadly blue light. After a moment of fear, Tidiotin summoned the illusory sword. A series of red swords were summoned. Tidiotin swung the illusory sword straight into the stream of light that the snake monster shot out to defend. When the two moves collided, a huge explosion immediately erupted, causing smoke to fill the entire forest. Tu Fong immediately felt that there was poison in this smoke. Tidiotin was poisoned and gradually lost consciousness, collapsed on Tu Fong and said, "Tu Fong, I'm not okay." Tu Fong worriedly reminded her that this was not the time to sleep. Suddenly the snake rushed towards the two of them. Seeing this, Tu Fong immediately told Tidiotin to take action immediately. She immediately regained consciousness and launched a move towards the giant snake monster. A series of swords carrying the lightning element descended and surrounded the snake, making it unable to move. The trapped snake struggled continuously in the lightning formation created by Tidiotin. A moment later, the giant snake monster was swallowed whole by lightning, could no longer move and lay motionless. After Tidiotin defeated the snake, he landed next to Tu Fong. She seemed to have used a lot of strength at this point, so her body had suffered quite a few injuries. She staggered towards Tu Fong. Tu Fong quickly supported his senior sister. Tidiotin immediately reassured, "It's okay. It's just that I was accidentally poisoned by snake poison just now." Then she told Tu Fong to quickly return and inform her parents about this. But before the two could leave, a loud noise came from behind. The snake's body, which was motionless in the lightning chain, immediately began to move again. Seeing this, Tidiotin was extremely worried and said, "How is this possible? My parents once said that a monster with a weapon training stage certainly cannot escape this trick." Tu Fong immediately recognized that this snake was at a different level. It belongs to the basic bamboo class. Immediately afterwards, the snake rose up and escaped from Tidiotin's lightning chain. It let out a loud scream. The snake immediately rushed towards the two people and opened its big mouth to swallow them both. Tidiotin quickly warned Tu Fong to step back and swung his sword in a defensive stance. With her quick movements, she dodged one of the snake's moves. Taking the opportunity, she slashed a sharp sword into the snake's body. However, the slash did not cause any damage because the snake monster's flesh was quite hard. Tidiotin planned to slash its eyes and only succeeded. Thinking about it, Tidiotin rushed after the snake's head to attack its eyes. However, when nearing the destination, the snake immediately straightened its body. From its eyes emitted a blue wave. This wave caused the toxins in Tidiotin's body to spread faster, causing her to slow down. Even so, she still tried to deploy a defensive shield to block the snake monster's blow. However, because he was heavily poisoned, his spiritual energy was not enough. The shield quickly broke and Tidiotin was thrown far away. After the shield was completely shattered, she collapsed and coughed violently from exhaustion. Looking at the snake's mouth full of fangs rushing towards her, Tidiotin wondered if she was about to die. Suddenly the snake stopped right before swallowing her whole body. It turned out to be Tu Fong. He no longer acted as a front but joined the battle, grabbing the snake's tail. Tu Fong loudly asked, "Do you think I don't exist?" Tu Fong pulled hard on the snake's tail, making its body unable to move. Then he used all his strength to throw its body far away. The snake was thrown away by Tu Fong and then hit the ground hard. Tu Fong then slowly approached Tidiotin. He raised his hand to help her up amid her pleading, "Junior brother, go away quickly." Tu Fong gently picked up Tidiotin and told her to quickly send a signal for help. Immediately she used her remaining spiritual energy to send a signal for help into the sky. Then she cried and apologized to Tu Fong, "Sorry. It's all because I invited you out." Tu Fong gently put her down and told her to rest and leave everything to him. After ensuring his sister's safety, Tu Fong turned around with a very serious expression. He looked straight at the snake who had now returned to the battle and shouted, "Now use you to practice my hand." Saying that, Tu Fong punched the snake's body hard, receiving damage from Tu Fong, but the snake was unharmed. It calmly looked at him as if showing contempt. As for Tu Fong, he hugged his arm and thought to himself, "It's not over. The arm seems to be broken. The difference in realm is too far. Even though I could avoid this beast, I couldn't persevere for long." Then suddenly Tu Fong frowned. It turned out that the snake was opening its mouth, preparing to launch another move at him. Realizing that if he let it attack, the story would be over, Tu Fong quickly ran straight towards it. Then he swung his leg and kicked the snake in the middle of its muzzle, causing it to bite its tongue and draw blood. Tu Fong was relieved because thanks to that, the snake was no longer able to use destructive moves. However, the battle is not over yet. The snake swung its giant tail. Then it aimed straight at Tu Fong and slammed its tail down, causing dirt and rocks to splash. The snake looked down at the broken ground but could not see Tu Fong. It turned out that he had been clinging to the snake's body all along. The snake realized that someone was hitchhiking and immediately struggled to crawl away to chase the other hitchhiker down. It crawled from side to side, causing trees to fall and rocks to break, but still could not push Tu Fong down. Even so, Tu Fong was still bruised when he was tortured like that by the beast. Knowing that it wouldn't be good to leave it like that, Tu Fong poured spiritual energy into his fingers, then hit the snake's body hard, causing it to roar in pain. The snake collapsed to the ground, causing Tu Fong to also be pushed away. According to inertia, Tu Fong flew quite far and finally hit his body hard against a tree trunk. His body was also quite seriously injured at this time. However, unfortunately his attack only seriously injured the snake but did not kill it. Tu Fong looked at the snake, opening its mouth and rushing towards him, and thought to himself that this time he was going to sell salt. Suddenly a voice from somewhere shouted, "Die, animals." Following that was a stream of blue light shooting out from somewhere. The blue light quickly cut off the snake monster's head, completely ending it. In Tu Fong's demise, he saw his teacher come and rescue them both. She worriedly called out, "Lovely Tu Fong." Before completely losing consciousness, Tu Fong saw his teacher extremely worried, calling him to wake up. At the same time, at electro-optical welding, Han Yen is sitting quietly cultivating. Suddenly feeling something strange, Han Yen wondered, strange. Originally, the eye's determination was cultivating until the critical moment. Why do I suddenly feel worried? The hidden disaster should have disappeared by now. Then Han Yen pondered about Tu Fong. Maybe go visit that guy. Haven't seen each other for several years. I don't know how much progress he has made over these years. Having said that, she walked out the door and said to herself, just a little look. Now I don't know him anymore. Thinking so, Han Yen immediately flew into the air to reach the temple. Suddenly seeing a familiar figure ahead, Han Yen wondered, is that Taoist Kwang Sin? She quickly called out, "Brother Kwang, please stop." Taoist Kwang Sin heard Han Yen calling and stopped. Han Yen approached the senior brother and asked him, "Looking at your direction, do you think you are going to the temple?" "What's up?" Taoist Kwang Sin immediately replied, "Do you still remember the disciple that junior brother Dike took in a few years ago? Just now, junior brother he sent me a message saying that the disciple was seriously injured and in extremely critical condition. He told me to come help. I said I'm just a disciple with poor spiritual roots." As soon as he heard that, Han Yen rushed forward at lightning speed, leaving a surprised Kwang Sin man who didn't understand what was going on. At this time, at the temple, Dieu Tin was lying down and resting. Cuo-san worriedly asked the second senior brother who was taking care of Dieu Tin, "How is Dieu Tin?" The second senior brother checked and replied, "There were several broken bones. In addition, he was also hit by some snake poison, but we have eliminated it. Just 2 more days to recover. The problem now is the younger brother's side." At this moment, his eldest disciple Hung Tien walked in. Both immediately asked, "Senior brother, how is the master's side? Is little junior brother still okay?" Hung Tien frowned and replied worriedly, "The situation is too heavy. Master and teacher together could only barely hold on for a moment." Cuo-san immediately spoke up to reassure him, "Don't worry. Master has called Senior Kwang Sin to come. He is very good at medicine." Hung Tien was a little angry and turned around to go behind the mountain. Suddenly a talisman was launched to stop his intention. His second brother immediately wondered, behind such a large mountain, what could he find by going alone? Cuo-san also added, "That's right, brother. Please calm down a bit." Hung Tien shouted angrily, Why don't you just stay here and wait for anything? Suddenly the second brother felt that a powerful force had arrived. Immediately outside the temple, 2 beams of light landed. That person is Han Yen. Following behind was Taoist Kwang Sin, who was tired and groaning because he was too exhausted to chase. Junior sister Han Yen. We can't. So tired, take a break. Hung Tien appeared with 2 junior brothers and sisters to welcome him and asked, Senior Kwang Sin and Senior Kwang Han. Why did you come here? Han Yen immediately asked, Where is Tu Dat Fong? Hung Tien was quite confused but still replied, Little junior brother. Master's wife is treating him in the main hall. Immediately, both the cold and the prosperous disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hung Tien, confused, turned to ask his second junior brother, Did you still invite Senior Uncle Kwang Han? At this time in the main hall, Lam Tu Van was trying his best to treat Chu Fong. Next to him, Tu Tien Dike was nervously saying, Ma'am. Change me. She rested a bit. Lam Tu Van replied, I still have a little strength left. But Tu Fong's pulse is getting weaker and weaker. When will the new birth come? Immediately, both Kwang Sin and Han Yen arrived. Tu Tien Dike saw both of them and was extremely surprised. Is it finally here? Sister Kwang Han? Why do people come like that? Han Yen coldly pushed his senior brother Kwang Sin forward and ordered, Quickly go, and see how to fix it. Taoist Kwang Sin replied uncomfortably, Does anyone give orders to others like you? Taoist Kwang Sin looked at Tu Fong's condition for a moment. His face began to sweat profusely. Seeing his brother still standing still without saying anything, Han Yen worriedly asked, How is the situation? The Taoist Kwang Sin sighed and replied, Not hiding anything. This person's injuries are very serious, his meridians are damaged, but treatment is possible. Having said that, he glanced at Tu Fong with disdain and then finished, To be honest, trying to cure a disciple with average talent is not a smart move. Han Yen immediately suggested, How many medicinal herbs do you need? I'll give them. Tu Tien Dike immediately objected, How could that be? I am his master. I have as many geniuses and treasures as I want. Han Yen angrily frowned and asked his master, If you knew you were his master, why did you let him get hurt like this? Seeing the tense situation, Lam Tu Van loudly said, Enough? She turned to Kwang Sin and said, Treat him first, brother Kwang Sin, try to save him. Taoist Kwang Sin immediately replied, If you have said so, then I will not say anything more. He recommended that everyone start treatment. 3 hours later, the treatment has progressed quite well. Taoist Kwang Sin announced, In general, it is scary but not dangerous. Han Yen is also somewhat less worried. She turned to thank her brother. Kwang Sin compassionately replied, Nothing. But even so, in his heart, he was thinking differently. Was this a matter of luck? Lucky monkey. Does anyone spend money like trash like you? Again, only choose the precious ones to use. You guys are all palace masters, you are indeed rich. This is how you force them to use spiritual medicine to achieve this. Then, not wanting to stay here anymore, Taoist Kwang Sin said goodbye and left. For his part, Han Yen also quickly said goodbye and returned. Tu Tien Dike felt confused and asked, Senior sister Kwang Han. I don't know why you helped this little disciple of mine. Han Yen coldly replied, He used to help with a few things before, so this time I will keep him safe. At this time, Tu Fong is still in a deep coma. In a trance, Tu Fong saw himself in a very desolate place with countless bodies and fire everywhere. Tu Fong wondered where he was. Suddenly a voice rang out from far away, Help me! Tu Fong ran back and saw a familiar face stabbing a sword straight through another person's chest. The person who was killed was clutching the blade and crying out his last words, Tu Dat Fong. This villain is Tu Fong, but at this time he has turned black. He laughed very cunningly. Then he swung his sword to finish off the enemy in front. Seeing this scene, Tu Fong realized that this was the time when he had escaped into the devil in his previous life. Suddenly a voice rang out from above, Harsh beast. Don't want to stop yet. Those are the masters of the Wentian sect. They are landing from the air and warning the dark version of Tu Fong, Tu Dat Fong. Are you crazy? Killed his fellow sect, and also killed his junior brother Su. You are an animal killer. The dark Tu Fong had now regained a bit of control and quickly explained, Kill the monk. That's not true, we don't have it. The angry voices of the palace masters rang out, causing a large sword to rush down, and they still dared to make excuses. There is such a huge demon energy in your body. Today I have to kill you and clear the gate for junior brother Tu. The dark Tu Fong held his head in fear and begged, Save me? Then he turned black again. He swung his sword and slashed that giant sword. Then Tu Fong darkly pointed his finger at the palace masters and laughed loudly. If I kill him, so what? Today you all must die. Immediately, the hall masters from above simultaneously unleashed moves that fell on the head of the dark Tu Fong. Immediately a huge explosion was created right in front of the real Tu Fong. The real Tu Fong saw this scene and thought to himself, in my previous life, I was devoured by a demonic soul of a tribulation period and was forced to coexist with him. The dark Tu Fong in front is running away. He smiled sinisterly and sarcastically mocked the palace masters. When Tian Tong only had a little bit of ability, that's all. Ha! Immediately the palace masters quickly chased after him and finished him off. The real Tu Fong continued to explain. After all these coincidences, I was confused by him, fell into a crazy state, and was also charged with killing a monk. Then Tu Fong shouted, Mac Tian Tan. You have been entangled with me for half your life. I will definitely not forgive you for the rest of my life. After screaming, Tu Fong suddenly woke up from his coma. Next to him right now is Tu Tin. She heard Tu Fong scream like that and cried, Do you really not agree to forgive me? She cried and begged Tu Fong, Junior brother. I was wrong. Or you should beat me up. I certainly won't fight back. Tu Fong quickly reassured, No. Not. I was just dreaming just now. Hearing such a noise outside, the woman serving Tu Fong wondered what the noise was. She entered the room and saw Tu Fong awake and shouted, Young master. Then she quickly ran to the main hall to announce, Young master Tu is awake. In Tu Fong's room at this time, he was asking Tu Tin, How long have I been sleeping? Tu Tin immediately announced that he had been sleeping for 10 days. Hearing that, Tu Fong's face suddenly turned stupid. He asked himself, 10 days? Tu Tian Dike and Lam Tu Ven also came outside the door and asked, Chu Dat Fong is awake? What is his condition? Seeing his master and none coming, Tu Fong tried to sit up. Tu Tian Dike saw this and immediately said, No need to get up. I just came to see what's going on. Lam Tu Ven bent down to thank Tu Fong. Tu Fong. Thank you for saving Du Tin. If I don't have children, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Tu Fong immediately replied, There is no need for this, my teacher. I'm just trying to do my best as a disciple. In his heart, he was thinking, in the previous dream, because of killing the monk, I was chased by the sect. I didn't expect that when I woke up, it was indeed such a scene. Tu Tian Dike suddenly turned serious, and said to his wife, Ma'am? She took Du Tin out first. I want to talk to Tu Dat Fong. Hearing that, Du Tin was not convinced. She pleaded, Why? I also want to stay. Dad, don't make things difficult for him. Lam Tu Van pulled his daughter out of the room and reassured her. Good girl. Father and son just wanted to thank Tu Fong. It's not like you don't know, your father is very proud. If we're here, he won't feel comfortable. After the two left the room, Tu Fong wondered, Master, do you have something to say? Tu Tian Dike immediately asked his question. What is your relationship with Kwang Han Chan Nan? Tu Fong was surprised by his master's question, so he wondered, why did master ask like that? Tu Tian Dike immediately explained, when he learned that his son was seriously injured, he intentionally came here. What do you mean when you say I helped you? After hearing this, Tu Fong was quite surprised because Han Yen intentionally came here to find him. Tu Fong had to find a story to cover up. It was actually just a very small thing. I didn't expect her to remember. Then he started telling me, I told you before. The day before Senior Kwang Han met me, my village was destroyed by wolves. But at that time, the real Kwang Han disguised himself as a normal person. At the time when Han Yen was surrounded by wolves, Tu Fong stood up to protect her, dealing with the monsters alone. After that, Han Yen also stayed to help Tu Fong destroy the wolf demons. After telling the story, Tu Fong scratched his head in confusion. At that time I did not know that my senior was a great power. As a result, he was later saved by his seniors. After listening to Tu Fong's story, Tu Tian Dike thoughtfully said, So that's it. Although he has a human body, he has a heart to save the world. You did very well. When Tu Fong was praised by his master, he humbly replied, Master has praised him too much. In his heart, he thought to himself, fortunately, he had a history of meeting his wife in his previous life, so he could explain a bit. Tu Tian Dike then told his disciples, But this time she spent a lot. If you meet her again in the future, you must thank her. Tu Fong immediately obeyed. Master, rest assured. I will engrave this kindness in my heart. Having finished speaking, Tian Dike left, not forgetting to advise, you should take good care of your wound. I won't bother you anymore. Before leaving the door, Tian Dike did not forget to add, about Diu Tin, thank you. Seeing his master like that, Tu Fong smiled and thought, this old master is truly a snake with a Buddha's heart. After the master left, Tu Fong immediately took off the blanket and sat down to practice. He told himself, this time he received a great favor from Willow Han Yen. It seemed like he had to quickly improve his fighting strength. Even though you can be a freeloader, you also have to be strong. When looking down at his spiritual energy, Tu Fong suddenly realized that his cultivation level had reached the 5th level of Qi refining. Immediately he smiled and thought, just good. Level 5 of Qi refinement is the threshold for performing the art of martial arts. There's one last place I can go, think and do. That night the night was quiet. Tu Fong put on a tight-fitting shirt and snuck out. He quickly flew over the treetops and reached a canyon. Tu Fong was sure that this was the position he was looking for, so he smiled proudly. He took a deep breath to gain momentum. Then Tu Fong suddenly jumped down, intending to commit suicide. But no, Tu Fong's destination was in a cave halfway up the mountain. There was a tree growing horizontally there. Tu Fong immediately used the martial arts technique. He gently landed at the cave entrance without making a sound. Looking inside the cave, Tu Fong sighed and said, it's so good. This place is still there / Tu Fong then created a fire in his hand and went deep into the cave. As he went deeper inside, Tu Fong thought to himself, if he didn't get to the 5th level of Qi refining, he really wouldn't be able to get here. Tu Fong kept going deep inside. Finally before him appeared a dead skeleton. Besides, there is also a sword stuck in the ground. In front of the skeleton is some strange writing. Looking at these words, Tu Fong thought to himself, this is the inheritance left by a monk of the Mahayana period. Perhaps this is the place before the death of some enemy of the Van Tien sect in the past. As long as there is someone who inherits this method of his, it will definitely be a step up to the sky. Tu Fong then turned serious. He looked straight at the skeleton and asked, you definitely think so, right, Mak Tien Tan? Mak Tien Tan is the person who possessed Tu Fong in the previous life. After asking, Tu Fong immediately shot a fireball straight at the dry skeleton in front of him. The skeleton caught and the attack immediately caught fire. However, still nothing happened. Tu Fong continued to create a bigger fire and warned, can you endure that well? Okay. Then I'll just burn your bones until there's nothing left. Hearing that, suddenly a voice came from behind the skeleton. Little friend, slow down. From inside the skeleton, a white-haired evil spirit emerged. He is Mak Tien Tan. He said to Tu Fong, is it possible that the little friend is a disciple of the holy religion? Why do you know the seat's name? Or my fellow students? Tu Fong did not answer but continued to launch a fireball straight towards him. After making the move, Tu Fong began to sarcasm, Tien Tan Tum, Tien Tan Tum. Look at your appearance now. There's really nothing shy about it. Good or bad, he was once a monk to save lives. Yet, he stooped and bowed his head in front of a practitioner, without shame at all. Then Tu Fong flashed a devilish smile and said, let me free you as soon as possible. How? Having finished speaking, Tu Fong immediately launched a series of yellow spells towards Mak Tien Tan. Seeing them, Mak Tien Tan cried out in fear, soul-destroying charm, specifically used to attack the soul. You came here to target this seat. Mak Tien Tan then had to work quite hard to avoid all of these soul-destroying talismans. However, he couldn't dodge them all and was hit by a leaf. Mak Tien Tan shouted, friend. You and I have no enmity or resentment. Why do you treat me like this? Tu Fong replied with a serious face, you don't remember me anymore? We used to be very familiar people. Having finished speaking, Tu Fong continued to cast another series of soul-destroying charms. Seeing that, Mak Tien Tan thought to himself, hateful. At this rate, I will completely perish here. You have to run away. Immediately he kicked his feet into the wall. Then Mak Tien Tan gained momentum and jumped away. He bounced through the incoming soul-destroying charm and rushed forward. Mak Tien Tan passed Tu Fong and warned him, I remember today's debt. No matter who you are, this king will make you pay dearly in the future. He intended to rush out the cave entrance to escape. However, when he reached the cave entrance, he was stopped by a blue 8 trigram formation. Because he was driving too fast and not having the right crew, he crashed face first into this 8-trigram formation. Mak Tian-tan cried out in extreme pain. Tu Fong glanced at him and smiled. He said to Mak Tian-tan, "What is the taste of this soul-locking 8 trigrams? These are things I specially prepared for you." In his heart, Tu Fong is still holding a grudge against Mak Tian-tan. In his previous life, he almost succeeded in having his body snatched away by this guy, causing him to be confused for the next half of his life, leaving the devil at any time. That's why he spoke up to threaten him, Mak Tian-tan. "I will definitely not forgive you today. Mak Tian-tan cannot run away," he shouted, "worthy of death. You brat of the alchemy stage. If you don't drink the wine, you want to drink the wine as punishment." Then he raised his hand and rushed forward to devour Tu Fong's soul. Tu Fong did not avoid it but just calmly smiled. Then he shouted loudly, 10,000 souls behead the sword, and raised his hand towards the sword that was stuck in the ground. The sword immediately flew into the air. Immediately it slashed, cutting Mak Tian-tan's soul in half. Before he was cut in half, he was extremely surprised. How could you control the immortal slaying sword? Not only that, Tu Fong also performed the soul lock. A large golden chain slowly appeared. The chain tightly wrapped around Mak Tian-tan's soul in his screams, the heart of the Wentian Sect's equator. "Are you a member of Wentianzong?" Tu Fong smiled and said, "You guessed right. The name Mak Tian-tan has no other choice. He intends to reunite endlessly with Tu Fong." His soul began to emit a dazzling blue light. He shouted, "Disgusting. Even if this seed turns into ashes, I will still have to drag you along." But his intention did not succeed. A blue needle was shot from Tu Fong and went straight through his head. Mak Tian-tan shouted in panic, "This is the soul hammer of our holy religion." Without delay, Tu Fong immediately shouted loudly, "Dang!" From his hand a kind of yellow letter appeared. The name Mak Tian-tan was even more surprising. He shouted, "This is the Heart Sutra of Non-Similarity." Tu Fong continued to read, "Self-nature is haphazard, self-nature is pure. With self-fulfillment, oneself is eternally born. The original is unmoved, capable of giving birth to all dharmas." Wherever he read, Mak Tian-tan's soul was sucked up. Mak Tian-tan helplessly begged Tu Fong, "Wait, friend. Hear me say a word first." Tu Fong smiled disdainfully and asked, "What else do you have to say?" The name Mak Tian-tan tried to make a suggestion, "Friend. Surely you are the next generation of a famous family. So you probably know. How many treasures does a Mahayana monk have? I can tell you their location in exchange for my life." After hearing this attractive proposal, Tu Fong also looked confused. Mak Tian-tan continued to suggest, "As long as you show mercy, those treasures will all be yours in the future. Friends, hundreds of rivers flow into the sea. Learning strengths from others probably requires a lot of resources to cultivate." Having said that, he was planning in his heart, "Just give me a little more time, and I can escape this damned equator." But Tu Fong is not easily fooled. He frowned and said to him, "What you say makes a lot of sense. After I destroy you, I will find an opportunity to take away your other resources." Having finished speaking, Tu Fong shouted loudly, "Destroy." Immediately, a huge explosion occurred, destroying Mak Tian-tan's entire soul. At the same time, it also eliminates the threat of running away and becoming a demon in the future for Tu Fong. From that explosion, a series of fragments of Mak Tian-tan's soul were shattered. They slowly fell and were absorbed by Tu Fong's hands. He wondered, something inside him was devouring Mak Tian-tan's soul power. From Tu Fong's hand, a flower bloomed, shining brightly. The flower, after swallowing all the power of Mak Tian-tan's soul, immediately turned into a blue lotus in Tu Fong's hand. Then it suddenly dispersed in his hand. Looking at this lotus flower, Tu Fong wondered, "What exactly is this lotus flower? In my previous life, I was almost robbed by Mak Tian-tan. It was thanks to him that I was able to retain my consciousness. But at that time it was just a flower bud. But anyway, Tu Fong has already eliminated the future danger, so he doesn't care too much." He held his hand and told himself, "In general, we will know later. I can travel back to the past, maybe it has something to do with this." Then he gave a perverted smile and said, "Now the most important thing is emptying the bag." Tu Fong looked at the book that the skeleton was holding and wondered, "I don't know what material this book is made of, yet it didn't burn." He quickly took it and thought to himself, "In recent years, everyone has been using jade slips. Those who still use books to take notes are only from ancient sections. This type of precious artifact is of course for me to keep. Tu Fong continued to pick up a cloak and said, "This thing is also a good thing. Just look at it, and you'll know it's a top-grade defensive magic weapon." Tu Fong continued to look around, then happily picked up a ring and shouted, "There was also a storage ring. We have made a fortune." Suddenly the heavenly beheading sword flew from nowhere. It stopped right in front of Tu Fong and emitted a dark red aura. Looking at this sword, Tu Fong thought to himself, "Behead the sword. This sword is not easy to get." Tian's sword is a sword that carries bad omen. It is an air vessel born from endless death. The power of this sword is very strong. There are many people who have broken their heads and foreheads fighting over it. But people who cannot easily get it have their soul power drained by it. Not even a drop remains. Mac Tian turned into this ghostly appearance because of this sword. Looking at the sword that was calling to him, Tu Fong smiled and said to it, "Maybe we will meet again later." Having said that, he quickly gained momentum and ran to the cave entrance. This immortal sword is not average. It immediately ran after him, blocking his path at an even faster speed. Seeing this, Tu Fong exclaimed, "Damn! Why is it so fast?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from inside the sword, "You smell so good." This startled Tu Fong. Immediately after that, the sword turned into a human form, a woman with red hair and red clothes. It said to Tu Fong, "Your soul is very fragrant. Can I take a bite of you?" Tu Fong heard that and thought to himself, "Dangerous. If I were sucked in by this product, I'd probably be sucked dry." Thinking so, he said to Tian's sword, "I don't have enough for you to eat now. You see, it's like this. You just follow me, wait until I get a little fatter and then eat." "How?" Tian's sword immediately replied, "Follow you? Are you saying that you accept me as your master? But you are so weak, why should I follow you? Wouldn't it be better to eat you?" Tu Fong immediately explained, "Of course there is a reason for this. You see, at least I'm more handsome than that skeleton, right?" Hearing that, a smile appeared from the sword's mouth. "It makes sense." Then he yawned and said, "Then it's decided. I will follow you first. I'm so sleepy. Get some sleep first." Then it transformed back into sword form and did not forget to tell Tu Fong, "Make it clear. Next time you wake up, you have to let me smoke." Tu Fong immediately put the sword inside the storage ring. He smiled and thought, "Still have to rely on the next handsome man." This trip was not in vain. Tu Fong checked the ring and was excited to learn that inside it had hundreds of top-quality spirit stones. Having finished scavenging, Tu Fong quickly slipped out of the cave. This amount of stuff is enough for you to practice for a long time. At the same time, at the extreme ice source, the Northern Emperor City became. An auction is taking place here. The host brought out a jade pendant and introduced, "This is the Ban-Long jade pendant to protect the body. This jade pendant is a predecessor who passed the tribulation period and refined it for the next generation. No need for spiritual energy to activate, can also promote the protective power of the original element 3 times. The starting price is 500 premium spirit stones." The participants below heard this and whispered, "It was just something for the juniors, they didn't expect it to be so expensive. This thing is useless for experts, but for juniors, it's too expensive. I also don't know who will buy this item for my disciples to use." Hearing what the people below said, the host immediately felt concerned. "The starting price is 500. Does anyone really want it? This item is actually very cheap." Suddenly a voice shouted the price 600, making the host's eyes light up. Seeing that the person bidding was Han Yan, the host announced, "Fairy Quang Han of Van Tien Tong bids 600 spirit stones. Anyone else offer a higher price?" Everyone below was startled and looked up at Han Yan and looked puzzled. And Han Yan. She smiled, thinking that this jade pendant would be very useful to Tu Fong. After successfully auctioning the jade pendant, Han Yan held it in his hand and thought, "By the time I return, that guy will probably be participating in law enforcement training. Surely there's still time." The 2 female fairies following Han Yan felt confused about their decision to buy this piece of jade. They asked each other, "To whom do you say this jade pendant from the master will be given? Is it you?" "Don't say that. I thought it was for you." Suddenly a voice from far away said, "Fairies, please stop." Han Yan immediately recognized the voice of the city lord of the Northern Emperor City. She told him, "I don't know what's wrong." "Lord of the Northern Emperor City," Lam Tian No immediately replied, Fairy Kwang Han just participated in the auction and left in a hurry? We still have a lot of precious treasures that haven't been released yet. If Fairy. Before he could finish speaking, Han Yan glanced at his face and said, No need. I have no interest in other treasures. City Lord, please go home. Lam Tian No was stunned as he watched Han Yan leave. He continued to follow her and asked, The jade pendant that the fairy bought before must have been for some lover, right? I just found a bottle of enlightenment pills at my place. I don't hesitate to give it to you. But before he could approach Han Yan, the two female fairies accompanying him raised their swords and pointed them at him, warning, City Lord, please stop. Please don't make things difficult for us. Lam Tian No looked at the three people leaving and thought, even the disciples have such a strong demeanor. Suddenly a hand placed on his shoulder and said, What are you looking at? People have gone very far. Lam Tian No turned around and saw that it was the old ghost. He shouted loudly, Old devil! Why did you come here without participating in the auction? The black old ghost sarcastically replied, There are no beautiful fairies at auction, right? Being said to hurt his heart, Lam Tian No blushed and faltered, Don't say nonsense. I just came to see you off. Old Man Black hasn't stopped yet. He looked sarcastic. Okay. Everyone is familiar. I still don't know you. You've been looking at Kwang Han Fairy for a long time, right? Lam Tian No quickly clarified, I just admired him. Old Man Hack looked at Han Yan's silhouette as he walked away and reminded him, What a pity. I heard that she is not interested in any men. If not, I'll try it anyway. Then he turned around and left, not forgetting to remind Lam Tian No, Let's go. Let's go back and watch the auction. You are also dead-hearted. Hearing Old Man Hack say that, Lam Tian No thoughtfully thought, Is she not interested in men? Some time later, at the temple, Nai asked Tian Tong, Hung Tian is currently visiting Tu Fong. Tu Fong's female servant quickly came out to greet him and said hello to senior brother. Hung Tian immediately asked, Has little junior brother Tu Fong left the customs yet? The female servant immediately replied, Not yet. The young master has been in seclusion for more than a month. Hearing that, Hung Tian turned and left and said, I know. So after a while we will come again. Suddenly, from Tu Fong's room, a stream of purple light shot straight into the sky. Seeing that, Hung Tian thought to himself, Looks like he has already left the customs. Tu Fong then opened the door and invited Hung Tian inside. Hung Tian clasped his hands and slowly walked in. As soon as he entered the door, a golden light from inside aimed straight at him. Hung Tian quickly took a stance to fight back. He raised his hand and threw a punch straight at the golden light, blocking it. Feeling the power of the move, Hung Tian exclaimed, Not bad. Little junior brother. It seems that you are familiar with the strength of level 7 Qi refining. Tu Fong then walked out with a cool, majestic look different from before. He said, Senior brother is so powerful, he could break my sword energy with just one punch. Hung Tian also happily replied, The force just now was very good. Proves that the kid is indeed not lazy during this time. After training the law enforcement team, I will feel secure. Hearing what his senior brother said, Tu Fong looked puzzled. Training for a law enforcement team? Hung Tian nodded and explained, Our sect stipulates that disciples who reach the 7th level of weapon training must participate in the law enforcement team's training to practice. It's just that after you broke through to the 7th floor, you were always in seclusion, so I still haven't had a chance to tell you. Then he took out a token and said, This is your token? It was delivered a month ago. Hung Tian threw the token to Tu Fong and said, Remember clearly. Training for law enforcement teams is very complicated. Must act very carefully. If there are any difficulties, please notify me through secret techniques. Tu Fong received the order and thanked his senior brother. Seeing that Hung Tian still seemed to have something to say, Tu Fong immediately asked, Senior brother, is there anything else? Hung Tian turned his head to look outside and said, Recently Dutin is busy breaking through the structure. Master and teacher hope that she can break through soon, so she didn't have time to see her brother off. Junior brother Tu, don't pay attention. Tu Fong immediately replied, Brother, rest assured. I have moderation. Hearing his younger brother say that, Hung Tian happily replied, Then I can rest assured. We still have to return to serve our mission. Report in advance. After speaking, Hung Tian quickly flew away. After Hung Tian was gone, Tu Fong smiled and said, He has left. Come out here. Immediately, Tu Dutin peeked down from the ceiling and asked, Even senior brother couldn't find me. How do you know I'm here? Tu Fong threw an apple to Dutin and replied, "Do you think he really didn't notice?" Dutin landed on the ground and reached out to catch the apple. She took a bite and wondered, "What do you mean?" Tu Fong also took an apple and replied, "His words before leaving were hinting to me that he knew you were here." But he pretended not to notice her, proving that she appeared here with the consent of her master and master. Tu Fong took a bite of the apple and continued, translated, "It means that if you said you wanted to join me in training or something, it would definitely be fake. Am I right?" Dutin's stupid face looked surprised. Such a sentence could analyze so many things. "Are you all that complicated?" Tu Fong then sarcastically said, "Do you think other people are as naive as you? So is senior sister really coming to see me off?" Dutin munched on a piece of apple while replying, "I originally wanted to see if there was an opportunity to participate in some training with you. As a result, our parents watch us very strictly. So we can only do some official things." Then she squeezed something out of her palm and said, "This is what my parents gave you." Instantly, a beam of pink light emitted from her hand and created 3 holes in space. The first item is a sword, which according to Dutin is the top quality fire-attributed spiritual weapon that Tian Dike gave to Tu Fong, has extremely strong killing power, and can also be used to do things. Flying magic weapon. The second item is the fire dragon array that her mother gave to Tu Fong. As long as there is spiritual energy, even if the enemy is in the bamboo stage, it will be very difficult to break it. The third item was a bag containing necessary things that the brothers and sisters gave Tu Fong. Inside is everything. When needed you can take it out and use it. Tu Fong received the bag and asked Dutin, "These things are so precious. What else do they say?" Dutin immediately replied, "My parents said, first, don't cause trouble outside, take good care of yourself. The second thing that my master told me was that if you have already caused trouble, you must not lose. We need to take a stronger action so that those people who dare to tamper with the electricity will not dare to violate it again for the rest of their lives." Hearing that, Tu Fong grinned mischievously and replied, "Tell the master, master. I will definitely not disappoint their expectations." After delivering the words, Dutin quickly left and did not forget to say, "Little junior brother, go in first. I will come visit you later." Tu Fong also waved goodbye and reminded his sister to convey his thanks to his teacher and teacher. After Dutin left, Tu Fong smiled and said to himself, "If I have the opportunity in the future, I will think of a way to move to Kwanghan Palace to cling to my wife's skirt. But now I feel like eating electricity is not bad." Talking about Han Yen, Tu Fong suddenly missed her. He wondered, how has Han Yen Willow been lately? After you saved me last time, we never saw each other again. As for Han Yen, she is in Kim Kwang Sect. The sect leader of the Golden Light Sect was smiling happily and telling her, "True man Kwang Han is truly the grand Tao of the Van Tien Sect." The old man admired him. Han Yen humbly replied, "That's too much praise. Many things in the future will require more help from nobles." The master of the Golden Light Sect invited Han Yen to stay. "Do you want to stay and visit for a while?" But Han Yen still has work to do. She said, "No need. We still have things to do. Visit again another day." The owner of the Golden Light Sect did not make things difficult. He replied, "Then no more sending off." People walked carefully on the road. Han Yen and 2 disciples quickly left. After they left, the sect master of the Golden Light Sect immediately ordered his disciples, Min Kwang, inform the sect, close the sect and block the mountain. Min Kwang immediately asked, "Master of the sect, didn't you just tell the true people of Wenshenzong that you would help them?" He frowned and then explained, "Whether it is the demon sect or the political sect, they want to attract neutral sects like us." The old man did not want to be on the same side as them. "Just do as I say." As for Han Yen, after leaving Kim Kwang Sect, she turned to ask her disciples, "How many places do we still need to go?" The female disciple immediately replied, "Master, we still need to worship the 3 sects." Han Yen looked sad and said, "It was just an empty promise. I'm afraid it won't have much effect. Forget it, go to the next place." Suddenly a voice rang out from the front, "Fairy, we meet again." The person who just spoke up was Lam Tien No in a pink woman's outfit. "I bet this guy mistakenly thought Han Yen only liked women," he said. "I heard that the fairy doesn't like men, so I deliberately changed my appearance. I wonder how the fairy sees it?" Seeing Lam Tien No's appearance like this, both Han Yen and the 2 female disciples were speechless. Han Yen waved his hand and unleashed an ice-cold palm attack that sent the pervert Lam Tian No flying away. Return to the disciples' hall of Wenshenzong. Some disciples are discussing monster hunting. I heard your recent harvest isn't bad. That's right, our group just hunted a level 9 weapon refining demon beast, redeeming a lot of points. Suddenly a young man with blue hair walked in. Seeing this person, one guy said sarcastically, "Yo. Isn't that Duong Bui from the group? His expression is so poor. Is being assigned a task this time not good?" The remaining guy immediately encouraged the general. They heard that their group was always missing one person. There was a person who was a true disciple who hadn't arrived yet, so he was unhappy. Young man Duong Bui ignored the random gossip. He just went straight to his first group room. As soon as he entered, his teammates immediately asked, "Captain, what mission is our group doing this time?" Duong Bui sat down and replied, "Take turns interviewing the galaxy." Hearing that, one of his female teammates, Lam Michigan, sat and pondered, asking questions about the galaxy? Recently, the demon beasts nearby have been much more aggressive than usual. Another person, Chu Min, also agreed, because now is the time for the sect to collect the internal pills of the seafaring man. Of course those demon beasts also know. So every time this time comes, they are extremely vigilant. Another person, Lai Lap Phuong, slammed his hand on the table in anger. The turtles still didn't come. We are only 5 people, so how can we patrol the galaxy? Just as he finished speaking, the door opened and a familiar voice rang out, "Sorry I'm late." As soon as Tu Fong walked in, he held up his badge and introduced, "This is the first group, right? I am Tu Dat Fong, here to participate in the law enforcement training team." As soon as he saw Tu Fong, team leader Duong Bui glanced at him with an angry expression and asked, "Are you Tu Dat Fong? You are 1 month late. We need an explanation." Tu Fong quickly explained, "I had just broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining. When I received the summons, I was still in seclusion, so there was a delay." When Lai Lap Phuong heard that, he spoke contemptuously. "He really knows how to set prices. Do you think you are a genius? It's just a training period. Who would be in seclusion for a whole month?" Then he continued to mock Tu Fong. "If you don't dare to come, you don't dare to come. Do you really think everyone else is stupid?" The chewing power is indeed full of head-reducing turtles. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand was raised to slap this insolent guy in the face. He quickly raised his hand to block the attack with a panicked expression. The person who just took action was Tu Fong. He slapped him so that even though he was able to block it, he still flew into the wall. Tu Fong then continued to rush towards the person who dared to despise him. Seeing Tu Fong rushing forward, Lai Lap Phuong shouted in fear, "What do you want to do?" The situation was quite tense, making everyone else feel worried. Tu Fong's fist stopped right in front of Lai Lap Phuong without punching him directly in the face. It turned out that it was not Tu Fong who stopped, but Duong Bui who stood in to stop him, Tu Dat Fong. Harming fellow students. "Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules?" Tu Fong gritted his teeth and replied, "So you still know the rules? So when he insulted my teacher, were you deaf?" Seeing the tense situation, the remaining people immediately came forward and intervened. "Okay. Just calm down. We're all fellow students, don't harm the peace. It also sounds good." Tu Fong immediately withdrew his hand and said to Lai Lap Phuong, "It makes sense. Senior brother Lai. This person of mine doesn't know how to talk. Next time you offend, please don't pay attention." Lai Lap Phuong angrily replied, "I remember you clearly." After the atmosphere had calmed down, Duong Bui announced, "If Tu Dat Fong has arrived. So this time let's divide into groups of 6 people. There are a total of 4 tributaries that need to be patrolled. We will of course also be divided into 4 groups." After speaking, Duong Bui began to divide the groups. The first group was Chu Min and Lam Michigan. The second group is Lai Lap Phuong with Lang Tu Tu. Then he turned to Tu Fong and said, "Tu Dat Fong. I see that your strength seems not bad. So is there any problem between you and me being a group?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "No problem." Thinking it was all over, a voice spoke up, "I object." It turned out that it was a girl named Lang Tu Tuesday. She wants to join Tu Fong's group. Hearing Tu Tu say that, Lai Lap Phuong thought it was because he had just been overwhelmed by Tu Fong and quickly clarified, "Junior sister. I was just suddenly approached and didn't have time to release my magic." Tu Tu immediately confusedly replied, "I know. Although senior brotherly doesn't look good, he's not good at close combat either. But as long as you prepare well, you are still very strong. Hearing these bitter words from his junior sister, Lai Lap Phuong felt a little dead inside. Duong Bui also did not make things more difficult. He agreed, okay. If that's what junior sister means, then you and Chiu Dat Fong will go as a group. After dividing into teams, everyone set off together. Everyone quickly departed for the assigned location. On the way, Tu Fong asked Tu Tu, Sister Lang, "Why did you join the group with me?" Tu Tu honestly shared, "Senior brother Lai is really bad. I want to see you more beautiful." Hearing his junior sister say that, Tu Fong thought to himself, this junior sister's mouth is like honey smeared on it. While praising Tu Fong like that, Tu Tu then let out another sentence. "Although I heard that you are the true disciple with the lowest qualifications in recent years." "Ah, sorry. If I say so, you won't be angry, right?" Hearing these words, Tu Fong wondered, this girl is so old and still hasn't been beaten to death. It seems that this woman is not simple. A little introduction. Lang Tu Tu has extraordinary talent. She was born with a water attribute spiritual root and is a true disciple of the Confucian temple. She has a lovely, beautiful appearance and gentle personality, so she is very popular with her fellow monks. That is if she didn't open her unbrushed mouth. Typically, there was a time when her master and senior brother had just landed, and she was sarcastic. Her senior brother was angered by her. He failed to confess to his senior sister again. This is the 15th time, right? Is it that senior sister is not interested in you? Even her master couldn't escape her foul mouth. "Master, why is there less and less hair? Is it too old?" That's why when this year's law enforcement team training started, she was quickly thrown in by her senior brother and master without any mercy. Knowing such a situation, Tu Fong felt sorry. This is really too much. Isn't it just talking a bit bluntly? How could they treat you like that? Tu Tu immediately agreed, "That's right. Although my master said I should change my habit of losing my temper every time I encounter a demonic beast. But then what's the big deal?" Hearing Tu Tu say that, Tu Fong felt confused. What does losing one's temper mean? To answer his question, a toad monster suddenly appeared. As soon as he saw it, Tu Fong realized it was just a low-level demon beast, but he felt something strange behind him. Tu Fong turned around and was confused when he saw Tu Tu's body trembling. Immediately, Lang Tu Tu screamed in fear. There was a monster. Tu Fong had to quickly cover his ears because of that earth-shattering scream. Lang Tu Tu saw the demonic beast and panicked, shooting moves everywhere. She just kept her eyes closed and tossed it around, screaming, "Go and die. Go die." Because of the random attack, Tu Tu's move almost hit Tu Fong's body, causing him to cry out, "Calm down. You hit the wrong person." But Tu Tu still doesn't seem to have regained his composure. She shouted loudly, "All monsters must die." Then she performed a very powerful water release move that caused the water to rise into a huge wave. Immediately the wave engulfed the toad monster, causing it to fall unconscious. After defeating the toad monster, Tu Tu panted and looked quite tired. After regaining composure, she looked around to see where Tu Fong was. Tu Fong slowly descended from behind. Seeing Tu Fong, Tu Tu ran back, grabbed his hand and cried, "I've been scared by a monster again." As expected, love beasts are so scary. Hearing these absurd words, Tu Fong asked with concern, "Are you sure you were scared by a monster?" Tu Fong looked at the girl trembling with fear and whispered, "Although this girl is cowardly, she can use magic to spread on a large scale so easily." Looking at Tu Tu crying, Tu Fong thought to himself, this widespread attack ability, if used to attack a single target, would be a waste. Thinking so, he came up with a plan. He said to Tu Tu, "Junior sister, we know there's a patrol route. On this road, it is almost impossible to encounter any demonic beasts." Hearing that, Tu Tu's eyes lit up and asked, "Really?" Tu Fong then led Tu Tu another way. However, this road has many monsters. The first to appear was a large number of turtle demon beasts. Tu Fong pretended to be worried. It seemed like he had entered a monster's lair. Tu Tu, who was next to him, was shaking. Immediately, reflexively, she threw her attacks haphazardly around, quickly defeating the turtle demon beasts. With momentum, Tu Fong continued to lure Tu Tu into another demon beast district. This time it's big eels. Tu Tu continued to fire randomly, taking down all the demon eels. Looking at Tu Tu defeating the demons so quickly, Tu Fong comfortably picked up the spoils from the demon beast's corpse and thought to himself, it can't be said that this performance is really fast. According to this efficiency, the patrol can be completed very quickly. Knowing that his plan had succeeded, Tu Fong smiled mischievously. This was the correct way to use his junior sister. Lang Tutu did not know that he had been tricked by Tu Fong. She approached him and asked, "Brother, where is the safe place you mentioned?" Tu Fong immediately patted her head and reassured her, "Rest assured. It can come very soon. I'm a little patient." Suddenly, Tu Fong felt a large purple aura in the river. He wondered if there was a fish in the net. However, contrary to Tu Fong's thoughts, the purple air began to spread throughout a large area of water, making Tu Fong feel uneasy. He immediately pulled Tutu out of this dangerous water area. From the middle of the purple water, a purple light shot straight into the sky, signaling that the real danger was now coming. Tu Fong and Tutu were lucky to escape the danger zone. But when they looked back at what had just emerged from the water, they were extremely surprised and asked, "What is that?" What just emerged was a bamboo stage-level crocodile demon beast. When Tu Fong saw the demon beast, he gritted his teeth in worry. Is the bamboo demon beast strange? Lang Tutu also felt scared. She turned pale and asked, "Why is there a bamboo monster here? What should we do?" Tu Fong immediately pulled Tutu away and said, "Retreat. There's no need to fight it. Return to ask for help." But the demon beast wouldn't let the two of them go so easily. It roared loudly. Following its roar, whirlpools several meters high rose up. Unfortunately, Tu Fong was tied up by a whirlpool column. He quickly pushed Tutu away to save her. Lang Tutu saw Tu Fong being tied up and shouted in fear, "Brother!" Tu Fong quickly told Tutu to run ahead. The crocodile continued to roar. The shock wave from its mouth continued to create other whirlpool columns. A huge explosion suddenly erupted. Tu Fong used the spells given to him by his senior brother and sister to break the water tornado and escape. However, unfortunately, Tutu's dumbbell was tied up by the whirlpool, feeling that the weight is quite troublesome. But Tu Fong cannot see death without help. He immediately took out a talisman. Then he quickly threw the talisman towards the whirlpool holding Tutu. The talisman flew straight to the whirlpool while the crocodile was still opening its big mouth to suck the whirlpool inside. Tu Fong with his talisman quickly flew over and hugged Tutu. Both were then swallowed by the crocodile. After swallowing 2 delicious pieces of bait, the crocodile slowly dived into the water to rest. Inside its belly, Tutu is slowly waking up. She opened her eyes and saw a circular formation surrounding her. Tutu called out, "Senior brother? Where are you?" Tu Fong is right next to her. He performed the formation and asked, "Are you awake?" Immediately after that he explained the current situation. "As you can see, now we are in the belly of that animal. The surrounding stuff is its stomach mucus." Hearing that, Tutu worriedly asked, "So what should we do now?" Tu Fong looked at Tutu and hesitantly suggested, "What we need to do now is junior sister, do you need to change your clothes first?" Hearing Tu Fong say that, Lang Tutu hugged his body in shame and shouted, "I don't have any other clothes." Tu Fong had no choice but to give her his outer coat and told her to use this first. "Wait until we go outside and then talk." Tutu confusedly took the shirt and asked, "But how do we go out?" Tu Fong quickly reassured, "I have sent a signal for help. This formation can protect us from being corroded by stomach mucus. The next step is to wait for an opportunity." Only then did Tutu realize that the formation was protecting the two people. She looked up and wondered, "What kind of formation is this that is so powerful?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "My master gave it to me." "You are also a true disciple. Didn't your master give you anything to save your life?" Tutu was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Seeing her attitude like that, Tu Fong realized that he had said something wrong. Above the water at this time, 2 streams of light were approaching. Those are Chu Min and Lam Michigan. 2 people came following the spell to ask for help. Chu Min looked around and said, "Sister, there are very strong spiritual energy fluctuations here. There must have been a great battle just now." Having finished speaking, Chu Min carefully instructed, "Sister, we need to be a little careful. It's best not to fight snakes or weeds." But before he could finish speaking, Lam Michigan had already attempted to channel a large stream of spiritual energy to create a giant mass of fire. Then she threw that giant fireball into the water, causing the water to splash. The fireball landed straight on the back of the crocodile demon beast below, causing it to roar. inside the crocodile's belly right now. Feeling a strong tremor, Tu shouted, "Senior brother, there is an earthquake." Tu Fong calmly reassured, "Don't be afraid. Looks like someone came outside and startled this monster." Hearing that, Tu happily exclaimed, "Is someone coming? Are you a senior brother or sister?" Tu Fong nodded to confirm, "Perhaps. It's just that this movement is a bit loud, isn't it?" He then pulled Tu closer to him, and reminded, "Sister Lang, come a little closer to me." This animal seems to have been angered. Above, Chu Min was extremely confused by the actions of Lam Michigan, senior sister. "What are you doing?" Lam Michigan calmly replied, "Rest assured. There are two of us. Could something strong appear?" In response to her subjectivity, the crocodile beast rose to the surface. Chu Min cried out in fear. It was a bamboo monster. The crocodile quickly opened its large mouth to swallow whole the two enemies that had just invaded. But suddenly it stopped for a moment, then fell backwards onto the water. From inside its stomach came a cry, "Is someone coming outside?" When Chu Min heard it, he shouted loudly. It was junior brother Tu's voice. "Are you in the belly of a monster?" Tu Fong called out from inside the crocodile's belly. "Sister Lang and I are both in here. It's okay for now. It's just that this demon beast's skin is very hard. We may need everyone to create an opportunity for us to go out and help." Even though the crocodile had turned upside down, Tu Fong continued to scream. "If I stop it, I will threaten everyone." Hearing Tu Fong's plan, both Chu Min and Lam Michigan were in preparation. Tu Fong immediately performed a move from inside the crocodile's stomach, causing it to roar in pain. While the crocodile was opening its mouth, both Chu Min and Lam Michigan outside both launched moves straight into its mouth. Bang! An extremely large explosion made Chu Min think they had won. However, the monster remained unharmed. It swung its tail and tried to hit the two people straight. Suddenly, the crocodile's strike was completely blocked by two large swords. Those are Lai Lap Phuong and Duong Bui. Both came to assist. Duong Bui turned to ask his two junior brothers and sisters, "Why do you provoke animals like this?" Chu himself immediately explained, "Captain. Junior brother Chiu and senior sister Lang were swallowed by this monster. They need our cooperation to get out." Hearing that, Lai Lap Phuong exclaimed, "Nonsense. This is a strange bamboo monster. This trash Tu Fong can't even protect a woman." After clearly understanding the situation, Duong Bui immediately gave the order, "Prepare for battle." Next to him, Lai Lap Phuong protested, "Captain. Do you really believe what they say?" Duong Bui turned to scold him, "Help won't come in time. In general, you should try it. Don't forget that Lang Tu is still in there." Lai Lap Phuong had no choice but to listen. He gritted his teeth in anger. It was all because of that guy Tu Dat Fong. Immediately all four people outside simultaneously formed a battle above the crocodile's head. Lam Michigan performs lack of sound. Chu Min cast Xiaoyang. Lai Lap Phuong performed Taiyin. As for Duong Bui, he used the sun. He performed the formation and shouted to Tu Fong, "Tu Dat Fong. Is there any way you can escape from there? It's best to take advantage of this moment." Hearing that inside, Tu Fong smiled, "Four symbols formation. Not bad either." He turned to Tu and said, "Senior sister Lang. I need a little help." Then he took Tu's hand and said, "Give me your hand. I need to borrow some of your spiritual energy to use." Hearing that position, Tu expressed his confusion. "But I am a water attribute spiritual energy, so I cannot support this formation for you." Tu Fong gave a reassuring smile. "What I need is this." Outside, the four people had already deployed the four-staff formation. Killing battle. A large magic array tightly surrounded the crocodile demon beast, making it unable to move. Inside, Tu Fong performed the formation and said, "Fire and water collide. But once we meet, that's it." It was an earth-shattering explosion. The crocodile was tied up in the four-shaped formation, unable to move, and received a huge explosion from inside its stomach, causing it to roar in extreme pain. The crocodile then lay motionless. It seems to have been completely destroyed. The four people above looked at the crocodile, and wondered, "Is it dead? So where are junior brother Chiu and senior sister Lang?" The water behind them began to move. Then from under the water, Tu Fong carried Lang Tu and flew out of the water. Seeing Tu, the name Lai Lap Phuong wondered, "Mausoleum's sister. Why are you wearing his clothes and hugging him like that?" Hearing that, Lang Tu felt embarrassed. She struggled and called Tu Fong to release her quickly. Tu Fong immediately explained, "It's not what you think. Facing Lai Lap Fuang's hateful eyes, Lang Tutu explained, "My clothes were torn by the monster. So it was senior brother Tu who helped me." Hearing that, Lam Michigan put his hand on Tu Fong's shoulder and suggested, "Not bad, junior brother. Or should I return to my senior sister to support you?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "No need. For the time being, I still want to concentrate on cultivating." Being rejected, Lam Michigan exclaimed, "It's really dried fish brain." The name Lai Lap Fuang here is still feuding with Tu Fong. He mumbled to himself, "Isn't it just a monster?" Then he flew close to the crocodile and said, "If I had come early, I could have solved it." Angry, he kicked the crocodile in the head and shouted, "It's all your fault." Unexpectedly, the crocodile is not dead yet. Its eyes suddenly opened wide. Seeing danger, Chu Min quickly warned, "Be careful. This monster is not dead yet." The crocodile then emitted a red aura. Its body began to burn. Seeing this, Duong Bui quickly shouted a warning, "If it doesn't work, he'll want to commit suicide. Everyone please come to my place to make a defensive formation." Lam Michigan looked worried. At such a close distance, even if it was a defensive formation, it would be difficult to escape. Suddenly, Tu Fong dived headfirst. He alone rushed straight towards the crocodile that was about to explode. In Tu Fong's hand, he was holding a burning token. He threw the token straight into the eye of the exploding crocodile. Immediately the command card exploded, killing the crocodile immediately. Prevent the beast from exploding on its own. Seeing this, Chumin wondered, the power of the bamboo monster beast doesn't seem to be very scary. Lam Michigan immediately explained, Tu Fong had detonated the magic weapon and token given by the sect, causing the monster's self-destruction process to fail. Everyone admired Tu Fong's decisive ability. Only the person named Lai Lap Fuang was not convinced. He still looked at Tu Fong with eyes full of murderous intent. He pointed at Tu Fong and shouted, "Tu Dat Fong. You are good at sabotaging magic weapons and disobeying orders. I will definitely report you to the elder." Lam Michigan turned to mock him. Truly shameless. Tu Fong also doesn't care much. He provoked Lai Lap Fuang. Please feel free to denounce him. The name Lai Lap Fuang was very angry. He was about to say something more but was stopped by Duong Bui. Duong Bui spoke up to remind everyone. In the galaxy, a magical beast appears. This is very unusual. We must immediately report to the sect. Suddenly Tu Fong vomited blood. Seeing this, Lang Tu quickly came forward to support him and asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Tu Fong immediately reassured, "It's okay. Just a little injury just now." The name Lai Lap Fuang behind him was sarcastic. "You're not that strong. Who told you to show off? Worthy of life." Tu Fong immediately turned around and flew away and said, "Let's go. Don't delay time." Tu Fong's hands are clenched. Blood was flowing from his hand, and at the same time a little light flashed from it. They all then returned to the law enforcement hall. Only Tu Fong and Duong Bui went inside to report, and there were 4 people outside waiting. Lang Tu felt worried about Tu Fong, so he asked Lam Michigan, "Senior sister. Elder Man Trung won't really give senior brother indigestion, right? Or let me explain a little." Lam Michigan went to reassure his junior sister, "Don't worry. Elder Man Trung is not an idiot." Lai Lap Fuang, on the other hand, looked pleased. He said, "Destroying the sect's orders? Selfish behavior of resisting orders. It almost caused a disaster. At least he broke a few rules. How could the elder forgive him so easily?" Hearing that, Lam Michigan felt uncomfortable. She turned to scold him, "Do you think elders are as petty as you?" At this moment, both of them walked out. Seeing Tu Fong and Duong Bui coming out, everyone except Lai Lap Fuang gathered around and asked, "How are you? Does the elder give you a hard time?" Duong Bui smiled and said, "Junior brother Tu is very appreciated by the elders." Not only did he not blame him, but he also praised him a lot. Worthy of being a true disciple. Tu Fong replied humbly and scoffed, "There is no such thing. But the elders clearly distinguish right from wrong. Not just listening to one side of someone's words." This statement made Lai Lap Fuang grit his teeth in anger. Everything was over. Lam Michigan turned to invite Tu Fong. "This time I'm lucky to have you. Do you want to have a few drinks with us? Sister Lang will also go along." Tu Fong immediately deployed his flying sword and refused. "Next time you have a chance, go. I still have some urgent matters." "Sorry, sister." After saying that, Tu Fong sped away and disappeared. Lam Michigan was a bit uncomfortable. She frowned and said, This kid really doesn't understand anything. Can you tell me if it's true, junior sister? Lang Tutu blushed and replied, maybe he has something else. At this time, Tu Fong landed in a deserted place with no people. As he landed, he said, behead the sword. If you had killed someone just now, something big would have happened. Tian sword replied fiercely, I'm just hungry. I just found out that scowling face Brad is not pleasing to the eye, so I want to finish him off for you. Then it turned into human form and said to Tu Fong, I really didn't expect that you would rather use your own blood essence to give me a drink than let me kill him. It's really soft-hearted. Tu Fong immediately replied angrily, it's best for you to take back that demon's behavior. Here, you cannot arbitrarily kill fellow disciples. At least not in broad daylight. The immortal slayer immediately flew behind Tu Fong and hugged him, saying, you righteous sect disciples are fake. Then it whispered to Tu Fong, just now I really couldn't help but suck a few more mouthfuls of your fresh blood. As a result you were injured. No fun at all. The immortal slayer then gave a devilish smile and suggested, or I could just suck you up until you're exhausted. If you just die, it won't be so painful anymore. Tu Fong sat down and replied, if you keep sucking me dry like that, isn't it a one-time business like killing chickens and robbing eggs? Then he smiled and suggested to it, we have a better way. Do you hear? Tian sword immediately smiled and replied, let's try it. I will not let go of your body. Tu Fong immediately suggested, it would be better if you and I sign a contract. Tian sword then laughed loudly, you have a beautiful dream. Tu Fong still continues to suggest, you listen to what I have to say first. I can claim you as master, from now on I will be your sword's slave. Whenever you want to eat me, it's up to you to bite me. You are not interested? So stop it. Hearing that, the sword beheading immediately changed his mind. Wait. Who says I'm not interested? Hearing what he said, Tu Fong asked again, do you agree with that? Tian sword looked worried. I'm just curious, you won't have any plans, right? Tu Fong immediately reassured, what could I have planned? A cultivator like me in the weapon refining stage fighting a bamboo stage demon beast is already half alive and half dead. Who wouldn't want to find a supporter? Tu Fong sadly continued, I just think that in the future I can hold your thigh, and if I encounter any danger, you will protect me. And I wholeheartedly serve you. Be obedient and make a lot for you. Hearing that, he happily agreed to behead the fairy sword. There was no way. If you say so, then I have to agree. Then he winked and said to Tu Fong, so don't delay. Let's start the contract. Immediately from within the sword's body, a series of letters appeared surrounding it. Tian sword said, this is the cloud contract, use your blood to engrave the cloud, silently say your name in your heart. Then it warned Tu Fong, after the contract, your every move and action must follow my orders. If not, you will be attacked by edema, and life will be worse than death. You better not think about getting lucky at all. Now, even if I regret it, I won't allow it. Tu Fong immediately bit his finger and replied, rest assured. We were just waiting for this moment. Then he quickly poured his blood into the sword to complete the contract. Tu Fong gently touched his bloody finger to the blade. Then he happily shouted, this time it's a big deal. As soon as Tu Fong's fingers touched the blade, he immediately beheaded the sword and drooled with greed. It wondered, this kid doesn't know what's going on. The spiritual energy on his body is so much unbelievable. Moreover, I don't know what I practice, it's not the Tao, it's either a demon nor a Buddha. Spiritual energy is absolutely the purest taste. He held his head and shouted happily, such a brat, from now on will be my person. Suddenly Tu Fong shouted loudly, stop. The immortal sword was so engrossed in joy that he didn't realize that Tu Fong had done something. By the time I realized it, it was too late. It screams, not right. What rune did you draw? Tu Fong immediately smiled and replied, Van accepts the owner. You tell me yourself. Hearing that, the immortal sword in human guise quickly rushed forward and shouted, stop quickly. But then it was quickly knocked back. Tu Fong coldly explained, during the sword receiving process, the master will automatically create a barrier to avoid disturbing foreign objects. This is the will of the sword itself. You are a sword antelope, of course you have to obey this. The immortal sword was extremely shocked. The sword protects the body. This is the true owner recognition rune. How is that possible? No one else can know my destiny except me. Suddenly the sword shook violently and the contract was stopped. Tu Fong was surprised and asked, what is this? Tian's sword smiled happily and replied, I told you so. You only have that little bit of blood essence, how can you satisfy the fairy sword? Stop quickly. Hearing that, Tu Fong smiled and said, so that's it. Then he pricked his own blood and said, it's just a little bit of blood. Immediately he put his blood inside the fairy sword for it to absorb. The sword-slaying soul outside saw this and exclaimed in shock, are you crazy? That is to absorb your original blood essence. Do you really want to die? Tu Fong smiled confidently and replied, if we don't pass this level, then what regrets will there be? Then he gritted his teeth and tried his best to endure the excruciating pain caused by having his vitality sucked by the fairy sword. After a while of resistance, Tu Fong knelt down. He raised his eyes to the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally done. After speaking, Tu Fong collapsed unconscious. Seeing that scene, the soul of the immortal sword was surprised. The rune text is destiny. If it weren't for my own volition, it would certainly not be possible for anyone else to know. But why do I not remember anything at all? Then he pointed at Tu Fong's head and continued, now? You can't feel anything. If I risk being betrayed by the rune, I may not have a chance to escape this contract. He sat down next to Tu Fong and asked him, damn. What happened to you and me before? Returned to Tu Fong's past life memories. At this moment, he was sitting on a large throne with the soul of the immortal sword. Tu Fong holds the sword in his hand. Next to its soul is smiling and saying, Tu Dat Fong. You may not be able to survive this trip. Do you have any other wishes? The slave can think about it and help you complete it. Tu Fong smiled and replied, behead the fairy. You've been arrogant all your life and still don't want to truly acknowledge me as your master. If I don't die in this battle, then why don't you accept me as your master? How? Hearing that, the immortal slayer laughed loudly. It's difficult for the first demon king to come to this point and still be able to joke. It then placed something on Tu Fong's hand. Then the fairy explained, this is the destiny of the slave family. I give it to you. Then it leaned closer to Tu Fong and said, if you can really live, it's not impossible to give you a chance. It's just a pity that we have to wait for the next life. Return to the present. At this time, a few days had passed after Tu Fong lost consciousness. At Tian Tan Ward, Tu Fong's team is walking together. Lang Tu looked around and excitedly asked, is this the town that Van Tien Tong and Tan Sun Tong managed together? This is my first time coming here. Lai Lap Phuong next to him immediately laughed, and said, haha. I know this place very well. If senior sister is interested, I can take you for a walk. But Tu didn't pay any attention to his words. The girl ran back and asked Tu Fong, senior brother Chu. Let's go for a walk here later. Tu Fong coldly replied, not interested. Up ahead, Duong Bui sternly instructed everyone, this time's mission is to guard the ward town and Tan Sun Sect. Everyone, please remember to be careful, don't embarrass the sect. Suddenly a voice said, yo? Captain? The person who spoke up was an old man with a strange beard. He asked, have enough people come? His last name is Lai, so there is a high possibility that he is related to that guy Lai Lap Phuong. Both guys have the same cunning face. Duong Bui heard him ask that and immediately replied, Manager. This is my sect's disciple on duty this time. I'm bothering you. The guy with the last name Li immediately smiled. Look what you're saying. How can I still not believe this noble disciple? Lam Michigan spoke up from behind to remind everyone. Everyone, pay attention. Although Tan Sun Sect is a small sect, it is always an ally of our sect. So try not to break this relationship. The manager clasped his hands and said, then next, I'll trouble you to follow my arrangements. I will definitely not mistreat you. Then he began to divide the group into groups. Captain, you and this Chu Min go to the North Road. It's easy to patrol there. Duong Bui immediately called Chu Min to come with him. The two quickly flew to their assigned destination. The manager continued to point at the two women in the team and said, two ladies. The two of you go to the East Road. People from that side have noble status, and will not have any conflict with the two of you. Although Tu was not convinced because she wanted to be in the same group as Tu Fong, Lam Michigan quickly pulled her away and told her, don't worry. No need to worry about him. This time I will take good care of you. Finally, the manager said to Tu Fong, this person invites you to come to the South Street. Hearing that, Tu Fong coldly asked, why do I go alone? Manager Li immediately replied, you see. The town has 4 roads. But you have 6 people. This generally means one person will go alone. Hearing that, Tu Fong did not ask any more questions. He accepted. Okay. South Road, right? I know. After Tu Fong left, Lai Lap Fuang smiled proudly. Second uncle. Many thanks to you. I will definitely say something nice about you to my master in the future. The manager smiled cunningly. Your business is my business. You can rest assured. The Southern Road is the most chaotic. 10 people can't take care of them all. I also deliberately arranged people to cause more chaos. He will definitely not complete your duty rotation. Then he pulled Lai Lap Fuang away and said, Go, follow second uncle to the West Road to drink. There are some very beautiful ladies there. But they did not expect that Tu Fong had secretly overheard their entire plot from afar. He then made his way to the South Road. Nam Tien Tan Street, Ward T is indeed a place without rules. This place is quite chaotic with many thugs constantly harassing and fighting. As soon as Tu Fong landed, he immediately introduced himself. Everyone. I am a rotating disciple of the Wentian Sect, in charge of maintaining order here. A thug saw Tu Fong and immediately looked disdainful. Another guy has come. Is he still a brat? Another guy also followed suit. The guy from last time persevered for how many days? Have you cried and gone home to find your master? There was a girl who still looked at Tu Fong longingly. I wonder if this guy can play. Moreover, in a hidden corner, there are 3 masked men plotting, remember clearly. Manager Lai made it clear that no matter what he said, the brothers would all scream in protest and smash his stage. As for Tu Fong, after introducing, he continued to announce, Then next I will declare my management rules. Tu Fong announced the first rule. First. Starting from today, the tax collected on the Southern Road will be partially reduced according to the amount of capital to be paid. No one is allowed to pay more. Hearing that, all the thugs from before stood still in surprise. Tu Fong's second rule. The road is in my charge, so you can freely buy and sell goods, no need to check, no need to care about the origin. The people below were stunned to hear Tu Fong say, It doesn't matter if your hands are black or white. You can sell it however you want. Whoever dares to mention the word order in front of me will not be done with me. After the above 2 rules, Tu Fong closed with a ban. He forbade anyone to influence people to become rich. If not, I will kill you. After speaking, Tu Fong gently asked, Now anyone who objects can stand up. Hearing these contradictory rules, who wouldn't be impressed? Everyone below said in unison, Okay, great. In a hidden corner, a guy asked Big Brother, do we still have to fight? The Big Brother, who was still plotting to sabotage Tu Fong, now turned the car 180 degrees, slapped his younger brother and shouted, Beep objection. Don't want to live anymore? After confirming that no one objected, Tu Fong loudly announced, Then I declare. Nam Tien Tan Street, Ward to Ward, started operating. The next day, a businessman outside walked away cursing under his breath, worthy of death. This thing is not easy to sell. Everyone asked its origin. He walked to the gate of the South Street and looked up and said to himself, I heard that this South Street is not a good place. If it weren't for the fact that other places don't buy it, then why would we need to come here to try it? Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, startling him. Then from behind a few people covered his face with a black bag. He was covered up. It was dark and he couldn't see or hear anything. Immediately after that, the merchant was led to a mysterious place. After the black bag was removed, he shouted, What are you doing? Believe me. But before he finished speaking, he realized that there were countless thugs standing around him. He immediately knelt down and begged them to spare his life. Up above, Tu Fong was sitting on his throne and asked, How much money do you have? We buy it? The scared merchant stammered and replied, 500. No, 400. But then thinking back, he trembled to the point of peeing his pants and continued to reduce the price. 300. This item is mine. Stop it. I don't take money anymore. He spared me a way to live. But contrary to the merchant's thoughts, Tu Fong threw him a bag and said 500 spirit stones are not missing any. Count it. The surprised merchant took the bag of spirit stones and asked, What is this? Tu Fong immediately advised him, Tell your brothers in the same profession as you that if they have any good things in the future, they should come to me. He reminded him with a serious face, As long as you say you want to find Fonga on the Southern Road, it's okay. We buy anything. Hearing Tu Fong say that, although the businessman was confused, he still happily replied, Yes, yes. Our relationship is very good. We will definitely bring it to you. Then he quickly thanked Tu Fong and left. A week later, 3 masked merchants appeared in the South Street. They asked each other, "Is the place the old man mentioned here? Doesn't look the same." They then approached a businessman and asked, "Hello? Is there a better product here?" The merchant coldly asked for a signal. That guy immediately said the signal, "We're going to find Fong's CA on Nam Street." Hearing that, the merchant immediately announced, "There were some brats coming. Open." As soon as the door was opened, a bright light shone out. The 3 masked merchants were stunned by the scene inside. "Looks like there's quite a lot of good stuff here." Another month has passed. At Hoa Lao Tante, at this time, the other 2 guys named Lai were sitting inside relaxing. A servant ran to report, "The Van Tien Sect disciples in the North and East Streets have completed their trials." The manager immediately asked about the situation on the South Street. The servant immediately reported, "There was no appearance of chaos. Not to say there are no managers at all. Recently received a complaint about people selling goods of unclear origin over there." Hearing this, the manager proudly turned around and said to Lai Lap Phuong, "Did you hear anything, nephew? That kid definitely won't be able to pass the trial this time." Lai Lap Phuong laughed loudly. "Thank you, second uncle. Let us see what else he can do this time." Immediately after that, both men stood up and walked to the South Street. The manager also reminded his nephew to call the Wentian Sect's fellow disciples to come and see Tu Fong's disheveled appearance. A little while later at the market area on the South Street, 2 guys named Lai and all 4 fellow disciples of Van Tien Sect arrived. In front of them was a chaotic scene as fights broke out everywhere. When Duong Bui saw this situation, he gritted his teeth and wondered, why is it even more chaotic than the vegetable market of ordinary people? He angrily shouted, "Where is the person in charge of this place?" Then he called loudly, "Tu Dat Fong, come here." Immediately, Tu Fong and his southern merchants appeared. Tu Fong said, "Hello, I still think it's someone." "Then I am the manager and captain of the road." Tu Fong smiled happily and asked, "Do you need anything if you come to my South Street?" Seeing many people following Tu Fong, Lai Lap Phuong shouted loudly, "You! Why do you bring so many people?" Tu Fong smiled and replied, "I am discussing fixing this place with the bosses. Of course it comes together." "What's the problem?" The manager cleared his throat and said, "We heard that the southern Duong town is very irregular. Not only did they not pay enough taxes, but they also used some rules that did not allow the circulation of goods." He loudly warned Tu Fong, "Tu Dat Fong, you are the supervisor here, why don't you handle it?" Behind him, Lang Tu was looking worried about Tu Fong. When Tu Fong heard the guy's question, he smiled and replied, "Manager, why can't I hear what you're saying? You guys, what illegal transaction did you do?" Immediately the merchants behind said in unison, "No. We are very obedient and follow the rules. We are very good." With the consensus of the merchants here, Tu Fong sarcastically said, "You see. It's okay. Careful management, I accuse you of slandering me." The manager clenched his fists and asked bitterly, Yet you interact with these complicated people. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your teacher?" A person hiding behind shouted, "What the hell does it have to do with you?" The manager angrily shouted, "Who was talking behind your back? If you have the courage, then stand up." Suddenly a sword was launched from nowhere quite quickly. It aimed straight at the manager's face and rushed forward, surprising him. But then luckily he was able to react and throw up a shield to block the attack. However, this attack also caused the manager to take a few steps back. Duong Bui raised his hand to support him and asked, "Are you okay, manager?" The manager angrily shouted, "Who dares to provoke our Tan Sun sect? Get out of here quickly." Immediately, Tudiotin appeared from nowhere and smiled smugly, "I'm teasing you." "How?" Seeing his sister, Tu Fong was surprised and thought, "Why did Tudiotin come here?" The manager saw that a lady dared to attack him and shouted, "Who are you? Why would you intentionally hurt someone else?" Tudiotin took back his sword and smiled and replied, "I am just a passerby. I hated you guys for bullying this monk, so I decided to stand up and defend the weak. Management is very bitter." He shouted, "Where does the try my flower come from? Today I have to teach you carefully." Immediately he rushed towards Tudiotin and threw a fist of fire at her. Dutin did not bother to move but still threw out a large shield to block his attack. Seeing that, Duong Bui frowned. He realized that this lady was not simple. Dutin then took out her sword and looked sarcastic. "Is that all there is to a little spiritual energy?" Seeing this sword, manage your fear when you realize that it is a top-quality spiritual weapon. Dutin did not hesitate to hold back. She raised her sword to the sky, and summoned a great fiery phoenix. Seeing that, Tu Fong turned pale and thought, "It's broken. This girl is too harsh." The summoned fire phoenix quickly rushed towards the administrator. He turned pale and thought that this had made her crazy. "I played foolishly and had to reincarnate in another life and play again." He reflexively covered his face to avoid the fire phoenix's heat, and waited to accept death. But fortunately for him, he was still alive without any harm. Why is that? It turned out that an elder of Tan Sun's sect had blocked the attack, saving his life. The elder of the Tan Sun sect was a rather dignified-looking old man, wearing a yellow-colored robe. "Oh, forget the bright yellow," he asked. "The female donor is still young and yet she is so evil?" Seeing that his elder had arrived, the manager quickly went up to denounce the elder. "She suddenly attacked and injured someone. You must educate her." But the elder unexpectedly turned and scolded him. "Useless. Even a woman can't deal with it. Go back and close the door to think for me." Then he turned to threaten Dutin, the woman. "You injured my sect. I advise you to obediently follow me back to the sect to face punishment. Otherwise..." At this time, Tu Fong spoke up. He came out and asked, "Otherwise, what do you want to do with my sect disciples?" Seeing that someone else dared to interfere, the elder of Tan Sun's sect glanced angrily at Tu Fong. Tu Fong approached Dutin and asked, "Sister, why are you here?" Dutin immediately crossed his arms and explained, "Haven't I already broken through the mechanism? So I came here to visit you." "Who would have thought that someone would bully you?" Tu Fong was delighted and admired. "Congratulations, sister, on successfully breaking through the structure." Dutin proudly replied, "Why? I am your senior sister." On the opposite side, listening to the two people's conversation, the Tan Sun sect elder sweated and thought to himself, "He is still so young and has already reached maturity. Could it be that this woman is a disciple of some high sect in the Van Tien sect?" Then he fell into thought, "But she hit the injured person first. Even if it was her sect that came to me, it would still be reasonable for my sect. Coincidences can claim some benefits." Thinking so, he cleared his throat. Then he frowned and said to both of them, "If you are a disciple of Van Tien sect, you should not hurt a disciple of our sect. The Tan Sun sect and the Van Tien sect have always had a good relationship. I must clarify this matter with your master." Tu Fong also turned to blame, "Sister, just now, you really acted a bit harshly." Dutin winked and replied, "Just learned a new magic spell. We still can't control it." Knowing that his sister was impatient, Tu Fong gently replied, "You're right. This is really something we've done too much. It was indeed wrong." Seeing that, the manager smiled proudly. Wasn't he still very capable just now? Behind him, Lang Tu is still extremely worried about Tu Fong. As for Lai Lap Fuang, he smiled and thought, "This time let me see how you talk to your teacher?" But who would have thought that Tu Fong would have an unexpected turn? He smiled fiercely and said, "Like this? Respect your face. If your disciples bully me, I will no longer pursue them." Seeing that Tu Fong did not take him seriously, the Tan Sun sect elder angrily shouted, "How dare you! You dare to make fun of me!" Then he shouted threateningly, "It seems that if you don't drink the wine you are invited to drink, you want to drink the wine as punishment. Today I will teach you on behalf of your teachers." The pressure emitted by his spiritual energy was quite great. Seeing such great pressure, Tu Fong was a little hesitant. As for Dutin, she is not afraid of anything. She reassured, "Junior brother, don't be afraid. Watch me call you." Yet before she could finish speaking, Dutin felt her body couldn't move. Tu Fong looked surprised. Why weren't we affected? Could it be that the elder did it? Yet the Qi Shan sect elder himself was unable to move. He shouted, "What magic did you use? Why can't we move?" Seeing this, Tu Fong felt even more strange. Everyone around was watching and couldn't move. The sky was clear and suddenly a few snowflakes fell. Feeling that a rather domineering person was about to appear, the Tan Sun sect elder immediately raised his face to the sky and greeted, "I wonder which senior is coming? I am Tuesday Hien, the outer sect elder of Tan Sun sect." From the air, a beautiful foot surrounded by an icy aura appeared. "That is Han Yen Willow." She spoke up and asked Elder Tuesday Hien, "Who did you want to teach him on behalf of just now?" Seeing Han Yen, Tuesday Hien was scared and speechless. After landing, Han Yen immediately explained, "I recently needed some special ingredients, so I asked Tu Dat Fong to help me. Then she turned to ask Tuesday Hien, I wonder what rule he violated. Let me hear what you say. Old Tuesday Hien stammered and replied, Senior, I'm just joking. Mr. Chu did not violate any rules. Hearing that, Han Yen immediately turned to tell Tu Fong to raise his hand. She placed the token in Tu Fong's hand, and then she gave him a warning as well as a warning to the rest. If you didn't violate any rules, you probably know how to handle it. After saying that, she suddenly disappeared into an ice tornado. Tu Fong held the token and sighed. Sigh. This person. Seeing that Tu Fong seemed close to Han Yen, Diu Tin wondered, Junior brother. What is Fairy Kwang Han to you? Tu Fong immediately replied, Don't think too much. It's just that I've helped you before. Then he glanced to prepare to settle accounts with the barbarians. Who would have thought that right before Tu Fong's eyes, the elder of Tan Sun's sect was pressing down on the official and punching him. The official cried and begged, the elder. I don't know anything. In response to the disciple's plea, the elder immediately punched him and knocked him out. After finishing the punch, the elder frowned and shouted, Damn it! I was almost killed by you. Then he turned around and smiled to please Tu Fong, Young Master Chu. Do you think I've beaten you enough? Tu Fong smiled smugly, Keep going. Following orders, the elder repeatedly asked the official to punch him repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Diu Tin turned to ask, Junior brother Chu. Are you okay like that? Tu Fong smiled and replied, Just show me. He knows a lot better than me whether he will be harsh or not. Suddenly Tu Fong remembered something. He turned to ask Diu Tin, Sister. Bustling, you've seen it too. Should we go back? If today's story gets spread out then. Without letting his junior brother finish, Diu Tin covered his ears, shook his head and replied, I know. Don't tell your teacher about today. After saying that, she drove away and the motherfucker lost it. After the senior sister left, Tu Fong turned to his fellow students and said, It's so embarrassing. You have also seen it. I'm a bit poor. Duong Bui clasped his hands in apology and said, Junior brother. We had a little misunderstanding before. I hope you don't pay attention. Tu Fong waved his hand. It's okay. The palace master told me not to spread it out. You understand. Just be humble. Duong Bui happily replied, I will handle today's matter and won't bother you anymore. Behind, Lam Michigan shyly said to Lang Tu, Younger sister. Competitors are too strong. Or stop thinking about other people. You have no chance to compete with the master of Kwang Han Palace. Lang Tu confusedly replied, I didn't mean that. Lam Michigan took on a teasing tone. So what did you mean by just staring at me just now? Tu was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Even though everyone was standing around talking to Tu Fong, the name Lai Lap Fong stood far away and looked at him bitterly. Tu Dat Fong. Don't think that working for the owner will always give you peace and quiet. He glared at him and thought to himself, until the trial ends, I will definitely make you face the ground. Because of Han Yen's participation, the subsequent trials went extremely smoothly. The divided tasks then also become extremely simple for Tu Fong. However, because it is too simple, Tu Fong feels a bit bored. He thought to himself, the recent training has not been challenging at all. Stop it. You should still continue practicing. Very quickly, the day of the end of the trial arrived. All participants gathered in the large courtyard of Van Tien Tong. The hall masters then also appeared to congratulate the disciples. The disciples below quickly bowed in unison. The disciples bowed to the sect master and welcomed the hall masters. The true man Kwang Lang stood up and announced, Everyone, stand up. Today is the end of Wen Tian Sect's once-a-year disciple training. After today, you can independently represent the sect and go down the mountain to practice. Tu Fong below was yawning and thinking. He had finally broken through to the 9th floor. After this time ends, it's best to go down the mountain. Above, the hall master continued to announce, according to the rules, today each disciple can choose one person to conduct the rubbing. In addition, he also advised, of course, you can't be too harsh. As fellow students, everyone must not lose harmony. Then he loudly asked who wanted to fight first. Immediately Lai Lap Fuang stepped up and said, Sect Master. The disciple wants to challenge someone. Seeing Lai Lap Fuang attack first, the sect leader immediately asked, Not bad. You have already broken through to the foundation. I don't know who you want to challenge? Of course, the target that Lai Lap Fuang is aiming for is Tu Fong. Lai Lap Fuang smiled cunningly and said, I want to challenge Tu Fong. Hearing that, Tien Dike angrily slammed the table. He shouted at Lai Lap Fuang's name, rude. How could a disciple of the foundation stage still challenge the weapon refining stage? Is this not relying on the strong to oppress the weak? Sect Master Van Tien Tong turned to reassure him. Why is junior brother already impatient? This type of friction has the right to refuse. Have you forgotten? Tien Dike angrily shouted, you just want to see the joke of our palace. But unexpectedly, Tu Fong agreed to the challenge. To the surprise of both, the sect leader immediately asked again, are you sure? Tu Fong clasped his hands in ceremony and asserted, the world is vast, how can you always only meet enemies of the same level? At the right time, the disciple also wants to experience the difference between foundation and practice. How could a disciple miss an opportunity like this? I also have to thank senior brother Lai for giving me this opportunity. Tien Dike pointed down and shouted, what's the point, this kid? Sect Master Van Tien Tong chuckled. He was still young and didn't know how to control his own strength. Contrary to the sect master's thoughts, Han Yen next to him said, I actually value him quite a bit. Han Yen took out a purple pearl from her body. Then she turned to make a bet with the master. This top-quality treasure, I bet Tu Dat Fong will win. Do you dare to bet? Seeing the treasure, the sect master immediately said, ice pearl? Exquisite. My senior sister Quang Han, don't regret it. Then he took out a talisman and said, this is a talisman that destroys all evil. It takes several months to create. If Tu Dat Fong wins, this talisman will belong to me. Han Yen immediately smiled, looked down and replied, then let's look forward to it. Immediately the sect leader stood up and announced, besides not being allowed to attack to death, there were no other restrictions. Do you have any opinions? Lai Lap Fuang smiled mischievously and replied, don't worry. I guarantee I won't kill him. Then he turned to Tu Fong and thought, I have broken through the structure, and I have a way to counter him. And then the competition announcement began. Lai Lap Fuang immediately backed away from Tu Fong. Seeing that, Tien Dike above was surprised. Did he extend the distance? While retreating away from the enemy, Lai Lap Fuang thought to himself, this kid's close combat ability is very strong, but I am good at attacking from afar. Just extend the distance from the start, and you'll win. But then he was surprised to see Tu Fong take out a red sword. He didn't understand what Tu Fong was planning to do. Tu Fong stabbed the immortal sword into the ground so hard that the ground cracked. Immediately from above, a series of red swords rushed down onto the field. Tu Fong immediately performed the heavenly howling sword energy move. A series of red sword energy immediately headed towards Lai Lap Fuang. After setting up, Tu Fong shouted, go. Immediately that series of sword energy rushed towards Lai Lap Fuang. Seeing Tu Fong's moves, Lai Lap Fuang laughed as if he had a good harvest. Ha ha. It turned out to be this trick. What a fool. He quickly used his strength to pull up a part of the arena surface as a shield to block the barrage of sword energy. Observing Tu Fong's moves, the master of the Van Tien sect of Quang Lang Chan thought to himself, Tien True Sword Chi is the strongest sword technique that a disciple of the Chi refining stage can use. Although the power is very strong, the consumption is also very large. Looking at the sword energy being blocked by the field shield, he affirmed, even if he was a junior disciple, his spiritual energy could only last for a while. After using this move, Tu Dat Fong will definitely die. Satisfied, he turned to Han Yen and said, Junior sister, that ice pearl of yours seems to be mine. Han Yen was not worried but calmly replied, the results are not yet available. What's the hurry? Underneath the battle, Lai Lap Fuang hid behind his ring and laughed loudly. To begin with, he had consumed so much, what an idiot. Let me see how long your internal strength can last. Wait for this move to end and see how I defeat you. Tu Fong flashed a smile full of meaning and warned, then it's okay, senior brother. Our heater is complete. Next you have to be able to resist. Hearing Tu Fong say that, Lai Lap Fuang was a little worried and asked, what do you mean by that? To answer, Tu Fong continued to release another series of sword energy. Above, real man Quang Lang frowned and stroked his beard in surprise. Why does this kid have so much spiritual energy? Tu Fong's second round of sword energy was not only less but also many times more than the first round. It rushed like a storm towards Lai Lap Fuang's shield. This rain of sword energy penetrated Lai Lap Fuang's shield, surprising him. Immediately the shield exploded, knocking him away. The announcement sounded, Tu Dat Fong won. A person below exclaimed in shock, him. What he just had was heavenly howling sword energy. Then this person turned to ask, how long did he persist just now? Another answered, at least 20 breaths. This guy heard that and immediately held his head and exclaimed, why? A great perfectionist like me can only endure for 3 breaths. He clenched his fists in anger. Why did he resist for so long? Above, Han Yen turned to call, senior brother Kwang Lang. Then she sucked her brother's talisman to his panic. Holding the amulet in her hand, Han Yen exclaimed, this amulet is really not bad. At least one monk can seriously injure a monk. Then she turned and smiled and said to Kwang Lang, thank you brother for your kindness. Kwang Lang confusedly replied, small matter. It's just a small thing. Then he turned to Tien Dike and said, junior brother too. I didn't expect this disciple of yours to be so strong. This time you've taken advantage of everything. Tien Dike crossed his arms in confusion and replied, it has nothing to do with me. I'm still upset here. A moment later, after returning to the temple, Tu Fong raised his sword in front of the brothers, sisters, masters, and nuns. Then he began to introduce, please watch. This is the secret that makes it possible to perform heavenly howling sword energy for a long time. Looking at the glowing sword, Tu Fong continued to explain, just engrave the sword array of heavenly howling sword energy on the sword's body first, then inject spiritual energy into it. In times of need, it can be triggered. Hearing that, the second senior brother wondered, so right from the beginning, you actually used a sword array that had stored spiritual energy in advance. Then start using it? This way of thinking is extremely unique. The third senior sister also spoke up, but this method is very difficult for others to use. It requires extremely strong perception and control power over the formation. This is not something you can do if you have a high cultivation level. After hearing this, Lam Tu Van immediately smiled. He didn't expect Tu Fong to be so talented in this aspect. Then she told her daughter, Diu Tin, look at my junior brother. The cultivation level is clearly not as good as yours, but it's just brainstorming like other people. I look back at myself. I also don't know how to learn from others. Diu Tin hugged her head and exclaimed, why is this happening? After explaining, Tu Fong continued to plead, Master, I still have one thing to request. I hope Master will fulfill it. Tien Dike happily replied, tell me. This time I performed very well. As long as it's not an excessive request, everyone will agree. Tu Fong seriously suggested, I want to go down the mountain and train myself for a while. Hearing his junior brother say that, Diu Tin panicked and shouted, why? Isn't it fun to stay at the electric station? Tien Dike also agreed, that's right. Your cultivation level is too low now, going out will be very dangerous. You should still make another request. Tu Fong still maintains his proposal. Everyone treats him very well, but jade without polishing cannot do anything. I hope to experience more challenges. Only then can we truly grow. I hope the master agrees. Tien Dike had no other choice but to agree to the request. After receiving approval, Tu Fong walked out of the hall and looked up at the sky, thinking, I finally achieved my goal. Although I feel a bit sorry for everyone, there are some plans that can only be done alone. Suddenly a voice rang out, Tu Dat Fong. He turned his head to look around to see where it was coming from and wondered, the sound of Han Yen Willow? That's not right, why would Han Yen come here? Did I hear you wrong? Suddenly, a small light appeared from Tu Fong's chest. The light turned out to appear from the jade pendant that Han Yen had given him earlier. The jade pendant immediately flew out. Looking at this strange jade pendant, Tu Fong wondered, is this the willow jade pendant Han Yen gave me? The jade pendant suddenly emitted an icy aura and then glowed. Then it immediately transformed into a small doll with Han Yen's appearance in it. The doll immediately cried out, Tu Dat Fong. Immediately go to Kwang Han Palace. After the doll finished speaking, she put her hands on her hips and looked quite irritable. Tu Fong reached out and took it and asked, what is this? The doll immediately struggled and shouted, Tu Dat Fong, bold. He held the doll in his hand and stroked his chin thinking, it looked like it was made by Han Yen Willow. Just go to Kwang Han Palace and ask for clarification. A moment later at Kwang Han Palace, Tu Fong was stopped by a female disciple at the gate. The female disciple shouted loudly, stop. Tu Fong respectfully introduced, this senior sister. I'm here to pay my respects to the master of Kwang Han Palace. Can you come in and make an announcement? The female disciple immediately asked, find the temple master. Do you have any tokens? Tu Fong was confused. This doesn't exist. The female disciple heard that and immediately chased Tu Fong away. This junior brother. Our palace master is not someone who can meet anyone who wants to meet him. If you don't have any tokens, please go back. Tu Fong scratched his head confused and turned around to leave. He thought to himself, how strange. Wasn't she looking for me? Suddenly, a female disciple of Han Yen hurriedly ran in and said, Junior brother Chu. Sorry I'm late. Then she turned and said to the other female disciple, Senior sister. He is the master's guest. Hearing that, the female disciple wondered confusedly. She didn't expect that the true disciple would personally come out to welcome her. Who is this guy? The female disciple immediately invited Tu Fong to follow her to meet her master. On the way, Tu Fong wondered, this sister. What's the matter with the palace master looking for me? The female disciple immediately turned around and smiled and replied, Call me Sister Mac. We don't know exactly what it is. Master just said you would come and told me to pick you up. After the two arrived in front of the hall door, Sister Mac bowed her head and said to Tu Fong, Please come in. I'm not going anywhere. Stepping inside, Tu Fong immediately asked, Han Yen? Why are you looking for me? Han Yen turned around and asked, Do you want to go down the mountain to train? Tu Fong replied confusedly, How did she know? Then he suddenly realized that it seemed like the other doll had announced or eavesdropped on something. He took it out and asked Han Yen, Is it this? What is it anyway? Han Yen immediately frowned and explained, Your cultivation level is too low. When encountering danger, we may not be there. Having it might help you a little. After hearing this, Tu Fong was immediately sure that this was a protective talisman. Then he grabbed the doll tightly. The doll was held in his hand and immediately struggled and shouted angrily, How dare you? Tu Dat Fong. Behind, Han Yen shyly explained the doll's actions. I'm not good at puppet magic, so I put a part of my soul into it. That's why the puppet is influenced by her personality. After Tu Fong understood, he felt reassured and thanked Han Yen. So it was like that. Many thanks, my lady. Hearing this, Han Yen immediately turned around and blamed her. Who is your wife? I already said it. The person in your memory and I are not the same. Then she coldly said, It's just that I'm really curious about the other side of me looking at you. I heard you've been quite welcome lately. If you're afraid of this surveillance thing, just throw it away. Tu Fong blushed and replied, What are you throwing away? How can I throw away the things my wife gave me? Hearing that, Han Yen sternly reminded, In general, if there's nothing else, you can go down the mountain. I have nothing left anymore. Tu Fong suddenly came closer and hugged Han Yen from behind, whispering, Don't worry. I won't disappoint your kindness. Being hugged so suddenly, Han Yen was very angry. She immediately shot out a series of icy spiritual energy throughout the room. Then, with anger burning inside her, Han Yen ordered Sister Mac to see off the guests. When Sister Mac heard that, she opened the door, entered the room and said, Junior brother Chu. Please follow me. But then her eyes were extremely shocked when she saw the scene before her. At this time, Tu Fong was frozen by Han Yen's spiritual energy. He hesitantly begged Sister Mac, Sister Mac. Would you mind finding somewhere to roast me a bit? After the ice was pounded, Tu Fong went back to the power station. Here, before going down the mountain, he was carefully advised by the brothers and sisters. Senior brother gave Tu Fong a book and said, Tu, junior brother. This is my secret self-defense method. If you encounter someone who has nefarious plans against you, you can use it a little. The second senior brother gave me a few talismans and said, These are a few life-saving spells that I did quickly at night. If you encounter someone you can't fight against, avoid them if you can. The third senior sister gave a flag and advised, This is a 5-element flag, with a certain defensibility against all kinds of magic. The most important thing is that if you can't fight back, you can surrender. Green Mountain doesn't have to worry about lack of firewood. Seeing that the senior brother and sister were worried, Tu Fong reassured, I was just going down the mountain to train, not going to fight alone with the demon. Senior brother immediately reminded, We are worried about you. Remember, when in danger, don't try to fight hard. Maintaining the most important network. Hearing that, Tu Fong also obeyed and said goodbye. I have remembered the teachings of senior brother and senior sister. Say goodbye here. Immediately after that, Tu Fong rode on his sword and flew away. Senior brother watched Tu Fong leave and thought, Senior brother Chu must have rushed down the mountain to practice because the martial arts order was about to arrive. Truly ambitious. The third sister wondered again, now that I'm talking, I remember. Why didn't little junior sister come? Isn't her relationship with junior brother to you very good? The second senior brother immediately clicked his hands to calculate and sighed. That girl is really bold. On this side, Tu Fong is flying like flying on his flying sword. As he walked, he thought, now I have to go to the nearest Vong Tien Tan. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice calling for help below. Help me. It turned out that it was the voice of the girl Du Tin. The girl was tied up and kept screaming, "Save my life. No one will save me." In front of her, there are 3 hoodlums smiling complacently. Just call. Even if you cry hoarsely, no one will come to save you. Du Tin looked up and saw Tu Fong's flying sword flying past without paying any attention to her. Du Tin immediately expressed anger at those 3 hoodlums. Hey! Are you guys not serious about screaming? The 3 hoodlums began to fear the female knight. We are really serious. That's right. I've been screaming until my throat is dry. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind. What are you doing here? The 3 thugs turned around and saw Tu Fong's shadow standing on the tree. He jumped down in front of them, causing them to jump back in surprise. The leader looked frightened and exclaimed, "But he is a fairy. How can I bear such an aura of the king?" Then he punched himself in the face until blood came out. The remaining 2 guys immediately helped their big brother go and shouted, "Retreat. Take the boss away." You just wait. Tu Fong watched them go, then glanced back at Du Tin and asked, "Sister, please explain a little?" Du Tin confusedly replied, "I passed this way and accidentally got caught by the bandits." Tu Fong of course didn't believe it. He glanced at her with a searching look. Knowing she couldn't hide it, Du Tin shouted, "Okay. I want to go out and play with you." Tu Fong pondered and asked, Master, let you go like that?" Du Tin did not dare look into Tu Fong's eyes but hesitated. "I agree. Absolutely no objection." Even though Tu Fong didn't believe it, he still had to drag this stubborn girl along. He said, "I know. Then follow me to Vong Tien Tan." As he walked, he thought to himself, if he stays in Vong Tien Tan for a few days, his master will probably come to pick this girl up. Immediately both of them soared into the air. Watching the 2 beams of light fly away, the group of thugs sighed. The killer star was finally gone. The 2 subordinates immediately praised the group's leader. "You're a wise boss. Yet I was able to escape from the hands of those immortals. The mighty old man. We are truly alive." The big brother scratched his head and smiled and replied, "That's right. Has your boss ever lied to you? This is called a great tribulation. If you don't die, you will have good fortune. We can definitely meet a fat sheep that can be stolen later. When it comes to sheep, we immediately meet sheep." A voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Can I ask something?" Unfortunately for the hoodlums, this fat sheep is not average. The person who spoke up was Lam Tu Van, the mother of that girl Du Tin. She smiled and asked them, "Have you ever met someone?" Seeing the beautiful woman but still not realizing the danger, the hoodlums happily wondered, "Is this a fat sheep?" The big brother immediately showed a perverted smile and asked again, "Young lady, come out here to play alone." Scene changed to Vong Tien Tan. The scene at Vong Tien Citadel is currently holding an extremely bustling festival, with people gathering to watch the dragon dance. Children here happily play. At this time, Tu Fong and Du Tin also arrived here. Seeing the surrounding atmosphere like that, Du Tin felt quite amazed. Seeing this, Tu Fong turned around and asked, "Sister, have you never seen it before?" Du Tin happily replied, "Never. The town here is much more interesting than the sect." The 2 passed by a stall selling goods. The seller immediately greeted, "Mississippi, want to buy a scented bag?" "We all do it ourselves." Du Tin excitedly replied, "Bye. Let's take one." She happily took out her bag of money and was about to ask, "What is the price?" "We have superior qualities on our bodies." Luckily Tu Fong quickly stopped and told the seller, "Here. My place has money." This makes Du Tin extremely confused. Seeing that, Tu Fong turned to explain, "Normally in the human world, spirit stones would not be used. For them, it is truly very precious. Using normal money is fine." Du Tin looked surprised. Normal money? Suddenly, Du Tin seemed to discover something interesting. She looked over and saw a group of people gathered together, as if watching something. Inside the crowd, there were a few people performing martial arts. One person lay down to kick his stomach and another person used a hammer to break it. After the performance, they both stood up and said, "Thank you for your support. Anyone want to try?" A hammer worth 10 taels of silver. Our boss can definitely handle it. Immediately a hand raised. I want to try. Dieu Tin volunteered and moved forward. Seeing that the girl was so petite, the two immediately asked, Mississippi, can you lift the hammer? Contrary to their thoughts, Dieu Tin proposed, I don't want to beat you. I want to lie here and let others beat me. She smiled proudly and continued, rest assured, my people are very secure. Hearing that, everyone around them pointed and talked. Tu Fong immediately had to stand up to stop him. He told everyone, sorry. My sister's nerves are not very normal. Then he quickly pulled her away while she struggled. What are you doing? I can really bear it. After pulling Dieu Tin to a deserted bridge, Tu Fong slowly explained, Sister, you are a cultivator. If you participate in the activities of mortals, you will scare them. Dieu Tin happily replied, I'm so excited. You know, I've never been to such a bustling place. Immediately after that, fireworks were shot and exploded in the sky, creating a very beautiful scene. Looking at such beautiful fireworks, Dieu Tin expressed admiration. So beautiful. Junior brother. Actually, I really admire you. Then she continued thoughtfully, since I have memory, I have always lived in the sect. My parents never let me come down to earth. We can only hear it from the stories of brothers and sisters. But I really want to go see it. Then she gently admitted that she had secretly run out here. Tu Fong already knew. He coldly replied, I already know. Dieu Tin smiled and turned to say, as expected, I can't fool you. Actually, I just want to go out and see. I'm glad you could take me out to play. Then she turned serious and instructed, Junior brother, be careful outside. There's no one outside to protect you anymore. Suddenly a familiar voice behind shouted, You don't have much bravery but you still want to protect others? Recognizing Lam Tu Van's voice, both of them turned around in shock. Lam Tu Van smiled gently but was full of anger and said, Dieu Tin has grown up. Already know how to sneak out of the house and go out? Then suddenly she unleashed a purple formation that surrounded both Dieu Tin and Tu Fong. When Dieu Tin saw the formation, his face turned pale and he exclaimed, The barrier is soundproof. What is this, Mom? Lam Tu Van squeezed his hands, his face showing anger and a warning. If the crying is too loud and makes noise to others, it's not good. The sound of mother and daughter expressing their intimate feelings for each other was so loud that it drowned out the sound of firecrackers. People here mistakenly thought this noise was the sound of firecrackers exploding and talked to each other. Do you feel that the sound of firecrackers exploding today is a bit loud? Surely the quality of the firecrackers is good? Here, Lam Tu Van is teaching his child in a very gentle way. So gentle that it created an explosion that sent smoke flying. Tu Fong stood outside watching and felt so scared that he was sweating. Oh my God. This is definitely flesh and blood. Inside, Dieu Tin was holding her lumpy head and crying, it hurts so much. Ho. Lam Tu Van was holding a stick in his hand and smiling kindly at her. Tu Fong stood behind and thought to himself, this is really a fight to the death. To calm Lam Tu Van's anger, Tu Fong spoke up reassuringly, Monk. Or should you rest a bit? The hand holding the hammer is also tired, right? Lam Tu Van glanced at Tu Fong and replied, it makes sense. Then she turned to look at her daughter and shouted, to Dieu Tin. Dieu Tin immediately obediently replied, yes. Lam Tu Van asked with a serious face, do you know what's wrong? Dieu Tin bowed her head in repentance. I know. Lam Tu Van continued to ask, do you know the consequences? Dieu Tin quickly nodded her head repeatedly and replied, I know. According to the rule, face the wall and think for a year. Lam Tu Van said in a serious and scary voice, Much more serious than that. Dieu Tin panicked and asked again, how many years? At this point, Lam Tu Van waved his hand and said, listen clearly. My punishment this time is to go down the mountain to practice with Tu Fong. If he doesn't return, I won't be allowed to return either. Hearing that, Dieu Tin was dumbfounded, not understanding what had just happened. Lam Tu Van saw this and asked seriously, what do you think? Dieu Tin shook her head and quickly replied, I heard you clearly. After speaking, Lam Tu Van turned to ask Tu Fong, do you agree to take care of Dieu Tin? Tu Fong immediately replied, Master, rest assured. I will take good care of my sister. Hearing that, Lam Tu Van smiled and said, okay. With this sentence from you, I can rest assured. After saying that, she immediately flew away without saying a word. Dieu Tin waved goodbye and happily exclaimed, Mom, take care. After her mother left, Dutin happily ran to hug Tu Fong and exclaimed, Wow, that's so good. Junior brother. I can go out and play with you now. Suddenly, a shield appeared from nowhere, blocking the two of them, pushing Dutin out. Dutin was extremely surprised and did not understand anything. The thing that created the shield was the doll that Han Yen gave to Tu Fong. Tu Fong quickly explained to the doll, Don't misunderstand that. This is my sister. You know. While Dutin was confused and didn't understand anything, Tu Fong still clarified, Don't be angry anymore. We don't have anything. Hearing that, the doll immediately flew into Tu Fong's body. Dutin walked with Tu Fong and wondered, Junior brother. That is? Tu Fong immediately replied, It's just a magic weapon. Let's go. Let's find an inn first. You should find a place to rest. The two happily walked away amid the bustling sound of fireworks. Above, observing them from afar, Tu Fong's second senior brother wondered, Senior. How should you communicate this decision to your master? Lam Tu Van immediately reassured, It's okay. Tian Dike just let me talk. Before that, we really protected Dutin very well. Letting him go see the outside world is also good. She also added, Because to protect it, we always do not let it come into contact with the outside world. Otherwise it will make it dissatisfied. This time is also a good opportunity. It's just that the cultivation level of the two of them is really not high. You know what I mean, right? The second senior brother immediately reassured him, Please rest assured. I will silently protect them. Lam Tu Ven nodded yes. Remember, don't let them find out. The second senior brother replied, You can rest assured. I still have this bravery. After talking, the two turned into a beam of light and flew away. They did not know that Tu Fong was smiling and glancing at the light as they flew away. Seeing that, Dutin immediately wondered, Junior brother. What are you looking at? Tu Fong immediately explained, Nothing. Just two birds flying by. After walking around for a while, the two returned to their room to rest. The next morning Tu Fong woke up early and knocked on the door calling for his sister. Sister. Should go. Inside, Dutin, lying on the bed, lazily replied, Let me sleep for a while. It's not easy without needing to practice. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out outside, to Dutin. I really should take you back. Hearing her mother's voice, Dutin was startled and exclaimed, Mother? The girl quickly ran out and replied, Mother. Last night I was still practicing. Seeing Tu Fong alone there, Dutin looked around and wondered, Where is Mother? Tu Fong then laughed, and spoke, the sound transmission charm that the second senior brother gave him. I heard it will work wonders. Certainly useful. Knowing that he had been deceived, Dutin angrily blamed him, Junior brother. You almost threatened me to death. Tu Fong smiled and replied, That's the only way to wake you up, so, let's go. After regaining consciousness, Dutin confusedly asked, But where do we go next? Tu Fong immediately explained, Didn't the innkeeper say that before? Go southwest. To recount a bit, the innkeeper had previously told Tu Fong, I heard that in the southwest, there are demons appearing. There have been no visitors from that side coming here for several years. Hearing that, Dutin looked excited. Yes, kill demons and exorcise demons. Go. Seeing his sister's appearance like that, Tu Fong smiled and thought, there is no need to make up too complicated a reason. Then he began to remember his past life memories and told himself, Go southwest from Vong Tian Citadel to the sea, and there will be an island. Here in his previous life, Tu Fong met his spirit pet who had just been born not long ago. The spirit pet that Tu Fong mentioned is a giant water dragon. While riding on the flying sword with Dutin, Tu Fong thought to himself, It's a pity that the previous life came too late, and that guy didn't have enough original source. This time brother came more than 10 years ago, maybe it could make that guy a little stronger. While thinking about it, suddenly a beam of light shot up from below. Both Tu Fong and Dutin were startled. They quickly dodged the light narrowly. The light just kept flying through between them. Immediately a magic formation surrounded both of them. Tu Fong immediately realized. The formation hid the aura and blocked communication. The enemy came prepared. Immediately two dark shadows appeared from the front. Along with that, a familiar voice said, Tu Di Fong. I don't believe there is someone who can save you this time. It turned out that the people who just appeared were Lai Lap Fuang and Manager Lai. Seeing the crowd, Tu Fong coldly asked, Senior Brother Lai. Why you? You don't mind bothering me, but I find it very annoying. Dutin also spoke up. Only 2 subordinates defeated the general. Want to stop us? Brain problem? Suddenly another voice rang out, startling Dutin. The 2 of them couldn't. So what about adding the bow? The person who spoke up was a late-stage construction demon. Manager Lai gave a proud smile and said to the person who had just arrived, "Hee hee, my lord. We didn't trick you. There are truly top-notch women here." That nobleman stared at Dutin and smiled perversely. That's right. Truly a masterpiece. You guys didn't do bad this time. The manager smiled mischievously and asked, "So what about dealing with them to help my children?" That nobleman immediately laughed loudly. Haha. Just leave it to me. The 2 names Lai Lap Phuong and Manager Lai immediately said in unison, "Thank you, sir." Congratulations, seniors. Hearing them call that, Tu Fong was surprised. Are you happy for your senior? Dutin, who was next to him, immediately asked, "Junior brother. Have you ever heard of this name?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "I've heard it before. It is said that he is an evil cultivator, using the yin energy of women to practice." Tu Fong continued in a serious voice, "His method is extremely cruel. It will drain the woman who is a double cultivator with him." Hearing that, Dutin angrily shouted, "Animal!" On this side, hearing Tu Fong introduce himself like that, the happy guy smiled. "It seems you have heard this palace before. Also saves a lot of effort. Women are originally just furnaces used for cultivation. If you proactively surrender, this palace can give you a painless death." How? Suddenly, the immortal sword appeared and flew out from Tu Fong's body. Seeing it, Tu Fong cried out in surprise, "Immortal beheading, why did you enter this ordinary flying sword?" Tran Tien trembled angrily and replied, "Didn't you tell me that if it's normal, don't reveal it? But I really can't listen anymore. Must kill him." Tien Tien also warns, "The late Bak Ko is not someone you 2 can deal with." Looking at the 2 enemies in front of him, Lai Lap Phuong smiled proudly. "Tu Di Fong. You confronted me before. This time I have to show you how my senior sister was played to death." Tu Fong is not afraid at all. He raised his sword and coldly replied, "Oh. So I also want to see how powerful the late foundation is?" After speaking, he immediately swung his sword and rushed towards the happy guy. Dutin quickly warned, "Tu Fong. Don't be rash." The happy old man gently recited the trick and smiled. He did not know whether he lived or died. Chanting finished, he flicked a beam of light towards Tu Fong. Immediately, a purple formation was released, surrounding Tu Fong. Tu Fong tried to cut the formation, but it did not break. Seeing Tu Fong being overwhelmed, Dutin quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Tu Fong, I help you." But before she could move, a series of swords rushed towards her, and she had difficulty avoiding them. Dutin quickly deployed lightning array to respond, but immediately Lai Lap Phuong appeared next to her and threw a fist at her. In front, Manager Lai threw a series of swords at Dutin. Next to her, Lai Lap Phuong also threw his fist at her. Manager Li clenched his fists and smiled triumphantly. "Hee hee. I know your magic is very strong. But as long as the 2 of us suppress you and don't give you a chance to perform magic, there's nothing scary." Having finished speaking, he looked to Tu Fong and continued, "When you are happy that you can deal with that brat, then you are ready to be our toy." On this side, the old man happily and proudly said, despite cultivating the weapon training stage, he still dares to challenge this palace. Courage is commendable. But being too confident on the path of practice will not go far. But contrary to his thoughts, Tu Fong smiled slightly and responded, "You're right. You lost because you were too confident." Hearing this, the happy old man was suddenly startled. Tu Fong on this side has summoned the power of the immortal sword. Then he used the power of the sword to cut off that guy's formation. Seeing that Tu Fong could cut his magic, he happily asked in surprise, "You are just a weapon refiner. How is that possible?" Without letting him say more, Tu Fong quickly cut a straight line down the middle of his body. The slash caused his hat to fly away. On the happy old man's face, there was a slash across the middle of his face, cutting this evil old man's body in half. Before he died, he panicked and exclaimed, "You! That sword!" Seeing the nobleman's joy, Lai Lap Phuong cried out in fear, "Second uncle! It's not done. I'm glad the nobleman is dead." Hearing that, Manager Lai was startled and turned around and asked, "What?" Taking this opportunity, Dutin threw a fire phoenix attack at him, and shouted, "Fight with me and you still dare to look the other way." realized that I had revealed the loophole. He was startled and cried out, "Not okay." The phoenix flames instantly burned him, while he screamed in fear, "Death! Save me!" Seeing that something was wrong, Lai Lap Fuang quickly turned around and tried to run away, but Tu Fong quickly blocked him from running away. He said, "Brother Lai, where are you going?" Behind him, Duotin also blocked the retreat and warned, "What did you just say? What are you planning to do to me?" Frightened, Lai Lap Fuang trembled and cried out, "You guys! What do you want to do? In the sect rules it is said not to kill fellow sections. Do you dare to violate?" But before he could finish speaking, his eyes opened wide in panic. Duotin flashed behind him and stabbed the blade into Lai Lap Fuang's chest. Duotin coldly exclaimed, "Scum!" The name Lai Lap Fuang received a fatal blow from the sword and immediately fell down dead. Looking at his body on the ground, Tu Fong gently asked, "I thought you wouldn't be able to attack." Duotin frowned and replied, "The thing I hate the most is those who betray my fellow students." After speaking, she turned to ask Tu Fong, "Junior brother, how did you kill that guy?" Tu Fong confusedly replied, "Just luck. Without using any protective magic, he approached me and was successfully attacked by me." Hearing that, Duotin breathed a sigh of relief and reminded him, "Next time, he absolutely cannot be so rash. Not every time I'm as lucky as this time." Tu Fong smiled, Yes. Sister. Let's get out of here quickly." After speaking, the two turned into a beam of light and quickly flew away. They did not know that Administrator Lai had not yet been burned and was lying on the ground. His hand gradually moved and moved. Then he scrambled up and shouted, "Van Tien Tong." To Duotin, "I'm not done with you guys." Suddenly a voice rang out from behind him, "So that's it. I didn't expect you to have a secret technique, that's why you can live." The voice came from Tu Fong's second senior brother. The manager turned to him and said, "Fellow monk, I am a disciple of Tan Van Sect Elder Hien." The second senior brother smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry. Just leave it to me. From now on, I have to teach my junior sister a little bit of morality." Hearing this, Lai managed the shock and exclaimed, "What?" The second senior brother took out a talisman and said, "To kill someone, you must destroy the corpse. There's no need to say for certain that Manager Li's fate is over this time." Return to Duotin and Tu Fong. Both of them were now flying like flying swords. They stopped in the middle of the sea. Tu Fong looked far ahead to find the way, while Duotin asked, "Junior brother, is the location of those riding demons that far away?" Tu Fong turned back and replied, "Those demons must be on some island. Let's keep looking." He also added, "According to my memory, that place must be nearby. Should have been a broken coral island." Suddenly Duotin pointed forward and shouted, "Junior brother, look ahead." They both looked forward and saw thunder falling fiercely. Duotin exclaimed, "This phenomenon is very strange. Is that the island where the demon lives?" Tu Fong turned around and seriously reminded him, "Go over there and take a look. Remember to pay attention to safety." After that, they both ran away. In front of them there was indeed an island. Lightning bolts from the sky were striking a large tree on the island. Duotin saw such a thing and exclaimed, "That old tree must have some kind of treasure, that's why it caused such a strange phenomenon." Tu Fong suddenly discovered something. He quickly pulled his sister back and warned, "Sister, step back." Large, fierce lightning bolts were striking the island with great force, followed by loud explosions. Duotin was startled and exclaimed, "What is that?" It turned out that the island was slowly moving and rising. A loud voice warns them both, "Humanity is leaving." Tu Fong heard this and immediately thought, he can transmit spiritual thoughts. This is at least the original demon beast period. Thinking so, he immediately clasped his hands and replied, "Senior. Already bothered. We left immediately." It turns out that this island is a giant turtle. The two quickly backed away from it. Seeing the big turtle monster, Duotin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that Senior has no intention of making things difficult for us. Otherwise it's troublesome. Tu Fong immediately reminded him, "It doesn't have any good intentions. Just don't have time to pay attention to us." He pointed forward and said, "Look. Ready to start." Immediately a large beam of lightning fell on the shell of the turtle demon beast. Seeing this, Duotin exclaimed, "Is this a way to save lives?" In front of him, large purple lightning beams continuously struck the shell of the turtle demon beast. Seeing this scene, Tu Fong realized that everything was as he had guessed. he said. This island is actually a part of this big turtle. But when we arrived at this place, it was already a partially destroyed relic. From the turtle's mouth suddenly shot out a large ball of water. Tu Fong saw this and immediately exclaimed, "This turtle life has failed. What we saw that year were its remains. But this time we arrived earlier." The ball of water from the turtle's mouth shot straight towards the large purple lightning bolt, blocking it. Du Tin, who was far away, immediately said, "Stop it." Looking at it, "It's not very difficult," Tu Fong said thoughtfully. "This is only the first path. The stronger the monster, the stronger it will be when encountering a heavenly tribulation." From the air, large beams of purple lightning continued to strike down. Below, the demon beast and turtle don't fit either. It opened its mouth and roared, emitting a large blue light around its body. The lightning beam struck down from above, directly hitting the protective shield the turtle had just created. A series of large lightning beams continued to hit the turtle's shield directly. Looking at this scene, Du Tin exclaimed, "It is so majestic." Tu Fong also added, "Being able to see this scene is also considered a difficult fate." Suddenly Du Tin turned around in surprise as if she discovered something. "In the background there's a large bird flying this way." Du Tin shouted, "Something is coming over there." The big bird flew straight towards the two and opened its mouth. But luckily it didn't mean to attack either of them. It just quickly flew between the two of them. Tu Fong immediately exclaimed, "Its purpose is not us. The big bird's destination is the giant tortoise." When it flew close enough, the big bird flapped its wings to create a large tornado. The tornado rushed forward, attacking straight into the turtle's shield. Immediately a huge explosion erupted right at its shield. Following that, a large purple lightning turned into a large blade that was also descending to attack. The turtle can only use a protective barrier to fight. Seeing this scene, Tu Fong suddenly exclaimed, "The protective circle was consumed a lot by the wind. The next tribulation cannot be stopped." On this side, both the great lightning bolt and the bird's hurricane were simultaneously heading towards the turtle's shield. They rushed forward at the same time, attacking directly. There was a loud explosion, and at the same time the turtle's shield was completely broken. A large bolt of lightning hit the turtle, piercing through its body, causing the turtle to roar in pain. The turtle had now completely collapsed, unconscious. Seeing that, the big bird took advantage of that moment to dive down into the old tree on top of the turtle's shell. It headed straight towards the location where the blue light was coming from. Suddenly, from behind the bird, a snake head opened its mouth and rushed forward, trying to swallow the bird whole. The snake bit hard on the big bird's wing, causing it to roar in pain. Seeing this, Du Tin cried out, "That snake, like a giant tortoise, grew out of its body." Tu Fong also thought to himself, "Turns out they are one body. Could it be that my previous spirit pet was it?" Suddenly feeling that the situation was not good, Tu Fong immediately shouted, "Sister, arrange defensive formations." Du Tin heard that and immediately wondered, "Aren't we already very far away?" Even though she asked that, she still listened to her junior brother and cast defensive magic. On this side, the battle between the snake and the bird is still reaching its climax. While performing a defensive formation with his senior sister, Tu Fong explained, "When those two demon beasts were entangled with each other, the lightning tribulation had not yet ended. Thus, thunder tribulation will simultaneously consider these two monster beasts as objects of salvation." In the sky there was indeed a large dragon head appearing. From its mouth, a large ball of lightning shot out. Tu Fong immediately warned, "The power of the lightning tribulation will increase many times. The dragon's target is also this turtle island." Below now the bird was roaring in pain, and the giant snake is still clutching its wing, not letting go. Suddenly the snake's eyes lit up as if sensing danger. That's right, the great dragon from the sky was rushing down in the middle of the battle between the two. A terrible explosion rang out, followed by a splash of water. The pressure stream from the explosion spread far to the positions of Tu Fong and Du Tin, who were implementing defensive formations. Feeling the pressure, Du Tin exclaimed, "Even at such a distance, it still has such strong power. Is this a heavenly tribulation?" Seeing that there were no more monsters in front of her, Du Tin wondered, "Are they all dead?" Suddenly from under the water, the shadow of a bird jumped up. The big bird quickly flew away. Seeing this, Tu Fong quickly reminded his sister, Go through there and see." Both immediately landed on the turtle's shell, right in front of the snake's body. Tu Fong slowly walked closer to the snake's body. Du Tin stood far away and looked at the burned ancient tree with regret. This tree had already been destroyed. What a pity. Tu Feng looked at the snake's body, which was now emitting a green light, and immediately said, "This guy is still alive." Diu Tin looked at the snake with pity. It couldn't hold on any longer. "The wound is so serious." Tu Feng looked at the snake's eyes without saying anything. Then he hugged its body and placed it on his shoulder to Diu Tin's surprise. "Huh? Tu Feng. What are you going to do?" Tu Feng held the snake on his shoulder and turned to explain. "This snake has a destiny with me. Maybe we can think of a way to save it." Diu Tin was surprised and continued asking, "Could this also be fate? But how do you plan to save?" Tu Feng pointed to the shabby tree and said, looking at its eyes, "This tree can probably help it. Let me try." Then he reached out and touched the tree trunk. Tu Feng sucked the spiritual energy from the tree and said, "The spiritual energy of the wood system is so rich." With one hand he absorbed the spiritual energy of the tree. With the other hand he reached out to touch the snake's head. Receiving spiritual energy, the snake immediately moved. Diu Tin at the side exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to work." Tu Feng transmitted spiritual energy and said, "Perhaps this large tree stump is a part of the giant turtle's body, containing extremely large spiritual energy. Even if it is destroyed, it is enough for it to recover quite a bit." Suddenly the snake raised its head and looked up at the sky. Diu Tin quickly shouted a warning, "Tu Feng." In the sky. There was indeed a great light shining in the sky. Tu Feng quickly reminded, "I saw it. Let's leave here immediately. The tribulation has not ended yet." After that, the two quickly left. Standing in the distance, looking at the large beam of lightning that was about to strike, Tu Feng said, "The 49,000 tribulations have already struck 3 strikes, there is still one last strike left." From far away the big bird continued to fly. Seeing it, Tu Feng frowned and said, "It's that guy again." Diu Tin immediately reminded Tu Feng, "This is the battle of the original demon beast. There is nothing we can do." Suddenly from Tu Feng's chest, a Han Yen doll emerged. Tu Feng realized its intention and immediately pushed it inside and said, "Not necessary." The Han Yen doll angrily shouted, "Let me kill it. Kill it." Tu Feng touched his head to reassure him. "I know you are very strong. Just calm down a bit." Diu Tin next to her asked, "Tu Feng, what is this anyway?" Tu Feng smiled and replied, "Ha ha ha. Just a small toy." That big bird was rushing straight towards both of them. At this time, Tu Feng shouted, "Second senior brother. If you don't take action, sister will be in danger." Immediately a yin and yang circle appeared in the sky. The yin-yang circle stopped the bird, causing it to hit its head hard. Up high, the second senior brother appeared and said, "Little junior brother. What a sharp eye." The second senior brother stood in front of the bird and warned it, "This fellow. I don't know if I can leave." The bird raised its eyes and stared at the second senior brother. Knowing it couldn't fight back, it turned around and flew away. Behind him Tu Feng said, "Second senior brother is mighty." The second senior brother immediately replied, "If it hadn't been seriously injured by the tribulation, I wouldn't have been able to scare it away." Having said that, the second senior brother turned to ask Tu Feng, "Junior brother Chu, how did you know I was nearby? I wonder about this hiding. Even if he is a senior brother, he is still very far behind me." Tu Feng immediately explained, "The nun is definitely not worried about her sister, and will send someone to protect her. It's just that senior brother is not cautious enough. The fourth senior sister is too lazy. The second senior brother is of course the most suitable choice." Hearing Tu Feng say that, Diu Tin looked angry. "What? Mother doesn't believe me that much?" The second senior brother immediately said, "You are indeed smart. But don't take such risks in the future. If I weren't here, you too would be in danger." Tu Feng smiled mischievously and replied, "Yes, yes. Next time I will definitely pay attention." Suddenly the second senior brother turned his head and looked as if he had discovered something. He looked at the heavenly tribulation that was beating down, and said, "The 49,000 kopas were already an unprecedented amount of time." In the distance, a giant beam of light was indeed descending. The second senior brother quickly created a protective shield for all three and said, "It's just in time for us to go see if this demon beast has successfully overcome tribulation or not." A moment later, the three of them flew in, and the sky was quiet again. The snake is now lying motionless on the ground. Tu Feng looked at its body and was surprised. Why is it like this? Life has failed. Suddenly Diu Tin was startled and cried out, "Tu Feng! Look at its head." Indeed, from the big snake's eye, a small white snake was crawling out. Tu Feng saw this and said, "Is this a transformation and rebirth?" It actually used this method to overcome the tribulation. The snake crawled up Tu Feng's leg. He touched its head and said, "Did you successfully cross your life? But it looks very weak." Suddenly the snake bit Tu Feng's finger hard. He painfully struggled to pull it away and shouted, "Ah!" Du Tin panicked. "Why does this animal bite people?" The second senior brother next to him smiled and replied, "This is what is called destroying and rebuilding. Because its essence was destroyed when it crossed the Kulpa, it had to undergo a transformation and be reborn to escape the final Kulpa. Although I need to recover from the foundation, the future is very open." After biting the little snake, it immediately crawled into Tu Feng's chest. He looked at his finger and said, "It's okay. The bite is also light." The second senior brother smiled kindly and congratulated, "Congratulations, little brother. To be able to subdue such a spirit beast, it seems that my luck is very good." Tu Feng gently replied. Fortunately there was a second senior brother to help. He pointed at the old tree, which was now in tatters, and said, "That's right. Second senior brother. The spirit wood here looks very unusual. Do you want to go take a look?" The second senior brother looked at the tree and replied, "Oh. This tree has not been destroyed in all its tribulation. So interesting." He came closer to inspect more closely and realized, unexpectedly, it was a rare god of wood. Hearing that, Tu Feng immediately wondered, can this divine wood can still be saved? The second senior brother sat up and replied, "Not wrong. Such a genius and earthly treasure already has extremely strong vitality. Just need to quickly find the spiritual shrine." Hearing that, Du Tin spoke up, "Lin try? There is one in the sect." The second senior brother immediately replied, "From here to there, even if it were me, it would take at least 3 days to go back and forth. During this time, I cannot protect you too." Tu Feng immediately smiled and reassured, "Don't worry. Brother, just go back. We won't cause any trouble during this time, okay?" Du Tin also continued, That's right, that's right." Hearing that, the second senior brother also agreed to return and advised, "This is the best. Remember, you two, don't cause trouble." 3 days later we came back. After speaking, the second senior brother flew away and disappeared. Seeing his senior brother gone, Tu Feng spoke up, "It seems he really left." Du Tin immediately turned to ask, "What about us?" Tu Feng immediately pulled Du Tin away. While walking, Du Tin wondered, "Tu Feng, I think you will obediently listen to the words of your second senior brother, right?" Tu Feng smiled and replied, "What a joke. If he's with us, what the hell are we supposed to practice?" Then he added, "Go. We go to a place and hide," completely cutting him off. At this time, in another place on the sea, a large group of boats appeared. The flag on the largest leading ship has a dragon image. It seems like this is the army of some large country. Standing on the command boat is an old man. The old man turned to speak to his master behind him, the Crown Prince. In front is the coastal area of the country. The Crown Prince immediately nodded, "Chief Tran. I am no longer the Crown Prince." As he walked, the prince thoughtfully thought, "I hope this trip can go smoothly." Suddenly, 2 shadows passed by. Seeing this, the prince immediately said, "First Chief. Someone came to practice." Director Tran immediately reassured, "No need to worry. The person who came had a cultivation base that was not much different from the poor Taoist, and seemed to have no hostility." The 2 people who just arrived were Tu Feng and Du Tin. They landed right in front of the Crown Prince's boat. Tu Feng politely clasped his hands and asked, "I would like to ask you too. How is the coastal country going?" The Crown Prince politely replied, "Return to the master. At Lower Tian Chi Truong. This place is very close to the coastal country, but still some distance away." Truong Tianchi saw that they both had the same destination, so he suggested, "We also coincidentally intended to go to the coastal country. If you two don't mind, you can come with us." "How?" Hearing that, Du Tin immediately agreed, "Okay. Tu Feng. I'm so tired. We've been flying for a long time." Tu Feng also nodded in agreement. Both landed on the prince's boat. Du Tin immediately became excited. She could finally rest. Crown Prince Truong Tian she turned to order the servants, arrange rooms for the 2 masters. Seeing such a hospitable attitude, Tu Feng clasped his hands in thanks. "Then please excuse me." Du Tin quickly followed behind the Crown Prince's servant. Truong Tian she looked at the backs of the 2 leaving and asked, "First Chief, do you think these 2 people can become our helpers?" Director Tran immediately replied, Your Highness is satisfied. It's just that these two people have an extraordinary temperament. Most likely coming from those genuine sects. He frowned seriously and added, making friends is not difficult. But for you to be able to use it, I'm afraid it won't be easy. The servant led Chu Fong and Diu Tin to the front door of the room and said, Master, this is where they rest. Let me go down first. Diu Tin found it strange and asked, Tu Fong, it seems like people here are too polite. Are they just going to let us get on the boat like that? Tu Fong pondered and replied, there is no kindness without reason. If the other person is so kind to us, it can only mean that they have something to rely on us for. Hearing that, Diu Tin was startled. Huh? So do we stay on this boat anymore? Tu Fong walked into the room and replied, of course I'll stay. Aren't you already tired? Just in time, the soldiers arrived and the general blocked them. If there's really any big trouble, we can just go straight. Suddenly, outside, several large strange boats approached them. The observer was startled from his sleep and exclaimed, they are, seeing a strange group of boats in front of me. This person was completely awake and shouted loudly, there was an enemy attack. The two groups of boats immediately stopped and faced each other. Director T. Tran appeared and loudly asked, friends on the opposite side. May I ask who? This is the royal fleet of the Heavenly Dragon Nation. But then his face suddenly became frightened. It turned out that the fleet of boats in front of them, without saying a word, fired a series of arrows towards the prince's fleet. Immediately T. Tran, the leader, performed a move that created a wave of water. The wave quickly grew larger, forming a large whirlpool that blocked all the enemy boats' arrows. After blocking, Director T. Tran shouted loudly, impertinent. Dare to attack the royal fleet of the Heavenly Dragon Nation. From the side of the enemy ship, a shout of response was heard. Crown Prince Tian Qi, your destiny is over. Don't hurry and hand over Princess Nguxie here. We can spare your lives. Listening to them being so arrogant, Crown Prince Tian Qi gritted his teeth in anger. He was a deranged thief. Then he loudly ordered, the guards obeyed. Whole attack. The soldiers who heard the order immediately raised their bows to shoot at the enemy fleet. The arrows just kept shooting to the side of the opponent's boat. Enemy boats don't fit either. They also shot arrows back towards Tian Qi's boat. The two fleets of ships continued to shoot arrows back and forth at each other. The arrows fired by the enemy boat were fortunately blocked by T. Tran's shield, preventing Crown Prince Tian Qi from being injured. On another boat observing the situation outside, Tu Fong and Diu Tin were still leisurely enjoying tea. Diu Tin looked outside and asked, Junior brother, tell me, what exactly happened? Tu Fong coldly replied, just observe more. Outside, the battle is now coming to a climax. Fire began to spread throughout the boats. A servant quickly ran to tell Tian Qi, the spear dragon boat was on fire. The enemy's fleet is larger than ours. Our army is in a defeated position. When Crown Prince Tian Qi heard that, he was startled. Why is this happening? Director T. Tran still kept a calm and reassuring expression. Leave it to the poor leader. Tian Qi immediately respectfully said, then I have to trouble you, sir. Then he jumped into the air. After flying into the air, T. Tran cast a series of spells. The spells flew towards the enemy's ship and exploded violently. Seeing this, the prince's soldiers excitedly shouted, the master has taken action. Counterattack. Up in the air, arrows were rushing towards T. Tran. Suddenly, a large water wave attack shot out from the enemy's ship straight towards T. Tran. Director T. Tran was startled and quickly dodged to the side to avoid the move. However, the move still hit his left hand. Director T. Tran held her bleeding left hand and said, Tan Tan, brother. Unexpectedly, you also became the queen's dog. He looked painfully at his corrupt senior brother while he smiled back, Junior brother. The Heavenly Dragon Kingdom has changed hands. There's no need to be so confused. Tan Tan in a cloak and hood continued, look at you. After so many years, there has been no progress at all. His cultivation base didn't increase, and he even followed a trash guy. Director T. Tran looked at the three men opposite and was startled. Ba Truck Company. Suddenly, behind Prince Tian Qi, a voice rang out, CA. Or just let me go. That's Princess Nguxie. She came out wanting to turn herself in. Seeing this, Tian Qi cried out, Nguxie. Why did you come out here? Didn't I tell you to rest well? Princess Nguxie sadly replied, even if I'm married to the coastal country, the other party may not be able to help us. She worriedly continued, if you hand me over, at least everyone can continue to live. Tian Qi immediately shouted, "Don't say that anymore." He spoke up to reassure his sister. "You still don't know what kind of person the queen is. Even if I die here today, I will not allow you to fall into their hands." When Tantan heard that, he immediately ordered, "If that's the case, then burn these boats." Immediately, streams of fire shot out to burn Tian Qi's fleet. Suddenly, a fiery phoenix appeared in the middle of the incoming fire. The phoenix continuously sucked up the fire, followed by Du Tin's voice, "This boat cannot be burned. Otherwise we will be in a very difficult situation." Seeing that his fire attack was blocked, Tantan shouted, "Who is it? Who is on the boat?" At this time, Crown Prince Tian Qi began to explain to Tu Fong and Du Tin. Lin Long Quoc was originally an extremely strong country, but because of many years of consecutive wars, its national power was decreasing day by day. In order to quell the war, the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Nation married the enemy's princess. This reconciliation finally caused the Heavenly Dragon Nation to stop fighting, but not long after, the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Nation suddenly fell ill and was paralyzed and unable to get up. Great power fell into the hands of the Queen. Almost at the same time, news of the enemy's attack was again transmitted. The Queen asked the army not to protest. Having said this, Tian Qi clenched his fists to show determination and continued, "Before the fall of the capital, my father told me to protect my sister to the coastal country. The condition for marrying the princess is to receive the support of the coastal country." Finally, Tian Qi said unexpectedly, "The cultivators who once served in our country would surrender to the enemy and come here to stop us." After listening, Tu Fong said, "So that's it." Above, Tantan frowned when he received no response. The old man said, "No response?" Behind him, a subordinate held out a scroll. He quickly opened the scroll. Inside the scroll is a rather strange picture. Seeing it, Dao Tran was startled and exclaimed, "This is a 10,000 magic map." Mr. Tantan's subordinate slammed his hand on the 10,000 magic map and shouted, "Turtle shrinks its neck. If you're hiding on the boat, I'll drag you out." Immediately, from the 10,000 magic map, a series of branches extended out. These tree roots, along with their subordinates, quickly flew towards Tian Qi's boat. But from the opposite side, a fire dragon appeared and rushed out to block him. Both sides collided, creating a huge explosion. Old Tantan looked extremely surprised. "What is this?" At this time, Tu Fong stood in front of them. He warned them, "You guys. This boat works for me. Or should you change another day and come?" Seeing the sword in Tu Fong's hand, Tantan was startled. "Top quality sword?" A subordinate immediately reminded him, "This person seems to be a Sect disciple. We have to be a little careful." However, Mr. Tantan did not show any panic at all. The old man still calmly instructed his subordinates, "A sword arrow has made you so scared. What about Sect disciples? He is just a small, great and perfect weapon refiner. That old man, Tran, gave it to me. And you go kill him." The subordinate heard the order and immediately rushed to Tu Fong. Tu Fong raised his sword to block his slash. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot from behind, causing him to turn around in surprise. Tu Fong quickly jumped back to avoid that sneaky beam of light. On this side, the other subordinate took advantage of Tu Fong's dodging attack to launch another slash at him. Tu Fong could not avoid it, and immediately received a slash in the middle of his chest. Blood shot out like rain from his chest. The two subordinates proudly said, "A small weapon refining period dares to be arrogant in front of us." He raised his sword, pointed it at Tu Fong's face and threatened, "Hand over the sword. I will spare you from death." Tu Fong coldly replied, "Who said I was the only one?" High above, a large fire tornado had begun to form. Seeing it, old Tantan cried out in fear, "It's not done. It is a large type of fire magic. That dragon was not created by this kid." This fire-type move is of course being performed by Du Tin. She took advantage of Tu Fong's distraction to silently create an extremely large fireball, with the goal of not giving them a chance to resist. After reciting the trick, Du Tin coldly called out, "Dis." Immediately the fire tornado exploded, dispersing into small sparks of fire that shot everywhere. These flares shot straight towards the enemy fleet. A ship hit immediately exploded and was sunk. Following that, other boats were simultaneously sunk. Old Tantan quickly ordered, "Kill her. Otherwise the whole fleet will die." Immediately after that, Old Tantan and two of his subordinates immediately rushed to attack Du Tin. Seeing his sister being beaten up by three guys, Tu Fong shouted, "Stop," he said to Du Tin's sister. If they attack you, just leave it to me. Du Tin smiled and replied, Tu Fong. Leave it to me. Tu Fong then took out the Han Yen doll from his chest. He ordered it, give them a big move. The doll immediately nodded. It immediately swung its legs up high. Then it kicked Tu Fong's sword, kicking it away at great speed. The sword rushed towards Tan Tan and his two subordinates, causing them to startle and cry out, What is that? It is rushing towards us. All three of them joined forces to create a three-layer shield to block the sword. However, the barrier was quickly and easily broken. The blade cut through old Tan Tan's voice. Luckily for him, it didn't hit a dangerous spot. The old man exclaimed, Here. What is this? The old man was extremely frightened and thought to himself, if his attack is just a little bit off, I will definitely die. Must leave here. Thinking that, he immediately turned away and ran away. Seeing this, the two subordinates also said to each other, They deserve to die. We also leave here. Can't care less about the fleet anymore. Staying alive is more important. Seeing the doll's incredible power, Tu Fong was surprised and said, It's too strong. Didn't you say that you don't have much strength? After finishing work, Du Tin also approached Tu Fong and said, Next we have nothing left. Tu Fong, let's go back. On the other side, the enemy's fleet was burning fiercely. The enemy is constantly shouting, Save my life. The master has left us. We surrender. Seeing that, Tu Fong coldly said, Next, we should not let our practitioners get involved anymore. After finishing their work, they both headed to Tian Chi's boat. After landing, Tian Chi respectfully thanked them. Many thanks for saving their lives. Tu Fong smiled softly and replied, It's just a small matter. Just think of it as us paying your travel tolls. Du Tin looked pleased and asked, Hee. Am I very strong? Princess Ngusie also spoke up. The two of you's small matter was a life-saving grace to this young lady. This young lady is very grateful. Having said this, Princess Ngusie suddenly coughed. She covered her mouth in pain. Tian Chi quickly told the servant to get a blanket. The servant immediately gave the blanket and reminded everyone to bring the stove here. Seeing the strange thing, Tu Fong wondered, What is this? Director Ti Tran then spoke up to explain. Princess Ngusie has a strange disease. Every month there is a time like this when my whole body is cold and extremely painful. Per people also don't know anything. Hearing that, Tu Fong pondered, Is your whole body cold? He immediately approached and asked the princess to put her hand out to check. Tu Fong gently touched the princess's wrist to check her pulse. Director Ti Tran immediately asked, Does the master know about this disease? After feeling his pulse for a moment, Tu Fong immediately realized that this was an innately cold vein. He thought to himself, he didn't expect his physical condition to be exactly the same as Han Yen's. After checking his pulse, Tu Fong explained, This is a special constitution. If we want to cure it completely, there is nothing we can do. But I have a way to make the princess a little more comfortable. Hearing that, Princess Ngusie was immediately happy. That's really good. Tu Fong took out a prescription and instructed, Take the medicine according to this prescription. Give the princess 3 times a day to drink. Can make her pain a lot less. Tian Chi immediately knelt down to thank Tu Fong. Such a great kindness, my lord, I cannot forget. He shouted loudly and firmly affirmed, In the future, if the heavenly dragon nation can rise again, I will be the immortal master who will go up the mountain and strike down the sea of fire. After hearing these words, both Tu Fong and Du Tin immediately flew away to everyone's surprise. 5 days later in the coastal country, Du Tin excitedly said to Tu Fong, Tu Fong, staying here for a few days, are you looking for someone? Tu Fong immediately replied, There is indeed an inherent existence here. But it seems like it's not here anymore. It's okay, let's go to the royal citadel first. Hearing that, Du Tin wondered, To the royal citadel? What to do there? Tu Fong immediately replied, Work for others. Hearing that, Du Tin became even more confused. To recount a bit, about half a month ago, Tu Fong's female maid, Tu Fong, asked him a favor, Sir. If you come down the mountain, can you help me with something? Tu Fong immediately asked, What's going on? Just say it. Tu Noyet immediately said, If you have free time to come to Yuan Hai country, please give this thing to the queen of Yuan Hai country, who is also my mother. Tu Fong happily accepted. It's a small matter. Just rest assured. Tu Noyet confusedly added, Besides my mother, everyone else in the royal family is not human at all. If they disrespect you, you can just lecture them. Return to reality. At this time, Tu Fong and Diu Tin had arrived at the imperial city gate. They were blocked by 2 soldiers. They shouted loudly, "The royal family is a forbidden place." People stopped walking. Tu Fong immediately took out the order token given by the female servant and asked, "Do you recognize this?" When the 2 soldiers saw it, they immediately recognized it as an order from the royal family. Seeing their confusion, Tu Fong added, "On your orders, Princess Lian Noyet has come to deliver a letter to your country's mother." Hearing that, the 2 soldiers immediately bowed in fear and respectfully replied, "Isn't Princess Lian Noyet already a monk?" It turned out to be a great immortal. "Please wait a moment, and I will report immediately." After hearing this, Diu Tin also turned to Tu Fong and said, "So Tu Noyet is a princess of a country. She didn't tell me before." Tu Fong nodded and replied, "Even if she is a princess of a mortal country, in the fairy gate she is just a maid. But it seems people here don't know this." As soon as he said this, a servant quickly ran out and loudly greeted, "2 immortal masters. The slave is late." This person smiled and invited the 2 of them inside and said, "His Majesty and the Queen are waiting inside. Please follow me." Diu Tin saw such an attitude, and happily said, "Very polite." So the 2 followed the eunuch into the royal palace. While walking and looking around, Diu Tin wondered, "Tu Fong, I feel like the men here don't have enough positive energy. Why is that?" Tu Fong smiled and replied, "All men who serve the royal family in the human world are like that." Diu Tin wondered even more, "Why? Does the emperor absorb the man's positive energy?" Tu Fong confusedly replied, "Either." She didn't seem to know that when entering the palace, men had to be castrated to become eunuchs, so she asked questions that made the eunuch's face turn pale. After walking for a while, we reached the palace hall. A loud voice announced, "The fairy master has come to visit." Here also appeared Princess Nguxie and Crown Prince Tian Chi. Tian Chi saw the 2 people and was surprised. "Tu and Kong Fairy Su." Diu Tin saw them and immediately said, "Tu Fong, look at that. They are 2 people of the Heavenly Dragon Nation." Seeing Tu Fong's name, he was also surprised and wondered, "Strange. It's been a few days, why did they just meet the Emperor today?" Above the throne, the Emperor is currently being served by a woman. The Queen who was right next to her didn't dare do anything. Tu Fong loudly greeted, "Van Tian Sect's disciples pay their respects to your Majesty." The Emperor immediately showed a perverted smile when he saw Diu Tin. His eyes were glued to her body, looking from top to bottom. The woman next to him caressed his cheek and asked, "Does your Majesty like that?" The king immediately replied, "Such a beautiful woman. Who doesn't like it? If you can bring it into my harem." Hearing this, the queen immediately interrupted him, "Your Majesty, this is a disciple of the immortal sect. We treat you politely." His throat was blocked. The excited king angrily shouted, "Shut up. Is there a place for her to talk here? Fairies also have 7 sexual feelings. What does this lady say?" Being scolded, the prince could only bow his head and apologize. His concubine had been rude. Having said that, the king turned around excitedly and asked Tu Fong, "The master is laughing. I wonder what relationship you 2 have with Noyet Ni?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "Friend." Hearing that, the king looked excited. "Friends? Noyet is a miscellaneous service in the Van Tian sect. I can be friends with him. You 2 are outer sect disciples, right?" Hearing that, Tu Fong frowned and asked again, "So what?" He then gave the eunuch the box that Tu Noyet gave him and said, "Princess Lin Noyet asked me to deliver this item to the queen. If nothing else happens, we'll go first." The queen looked sad and replied, "Thank you both. You 2 should leave here soon." The excited king continued to shout loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you in such a hurry, fairy?" The woman next to him was able to add, "She really worries about so many things." After shouting, he turned to ask Diu Tin, "I don't know if this fairy is married yet?" The atmosphere became extremely tense after the perverted king asked that question. Diu Tin frowned uncomfortably and asked again, "Why do you ask this?" The woman next to the king immediately replied, "I heard that you cultivators have a type of practice called double cultivation, which can keep you young forever. I think your appearance is not bad. Wouldn't it be good for me to stay here to serve your Majesty?" Looking at the perverted king looking at her, Diu Tin angrily shouted, "With his appearance as thin as firewood, being sucked clean, why should he keep his youth forever?" Hearing Diu Tin say that, the crown prince in the court banged the table angrily and shouted loudly, "How dare you!" He looked at Diu Tin and shouted, His Majesty asked you to value you. Don't even bother to answer honestly. Just saying that, a kick hit the Crown Prince's face, causing him to vomit blood. The mandarins and eunuchs were extremely shocked to see Chu Fong daring to kick the Crown Prince like that. After kicking him, Tu Fong coldly said, "Even a thing without eyes dares to speak here." Seeing Tu Fong beating his son, the perverted king shouted, "You! The name of a brave sculptor! Do you think that since you are a cultivator, this lady is afraid of you? Where is the national master?" He ordered the national teacher, "Take them down for me. But remember not to hurt that fairy. This is this lady's new concubine." The national teacher received the order and immediately stood up to fight. Tu Fong looked at him and looked disdainful. "Kim Dan Kentucky TSK. Do you really want to take action?" The national teacher immediately smiled sarcastically. "Fellow monk. Even though the Wentian sect's power is great, the two of you are nothing more than outer sect disciples. Is it too reckless to offend the royal family of a country? It's better to let this fairy stay in the coastal country and study the Tao with His Majesty." The latter is also an anecdote. Hearing him say that, Dutin clenched her fists in anger. "Shameless." Tu Fong said coldly, "No wonder Chu Noyet told me that the royal family of the coastal country is worthless." Tu Fong frowned and said with a serious face, "You guys are truly hopeless." Immediately he took out something from his hand. From his hand, a command to ask the heavenly sect was shot out. When the national monk saw the order, he was startled and exclaimed, "How is this possible? This is the order of the high-ranking disciples of the Wentian sect." Seeing that he also understood, Tu Fong explained, "It seems that the national teacher is also knowledgeable. The two of us are true disciples of Wenshenzong. And the person you just spoke rudely is the only woman of my sect's main hall." Having finished speaking, Tu Fong stood with his hands clasped and asked in a serious voice, "Now I will ask again. Does the coastal country want to be destroyed?" Hearing that, the perverted king turned pale and asked again, "True disciple? The main lady of the main hall?" Crown Prince Dai Van was kicked and crawled up, shouting, "What the hell are you talking about?" He still looked disdainful and continued, "Do you really think there are no people in our coastal country? Father, kill them. Why are you questioning the heavenly sect?" But before he could finish speaking, a talisman flew out. The talisman quickly covered the prince's mouth, making him speechless. Following that, a rope tied his body tightly. The national monk looked scared, sweating and said, "Ha! Misread. The old man has eyes but cannot see the mountain. I apologize to you too." The perverted king also sweated and said, "Before this lady was only joking, just joking. Ha! Absolutely no intention of making things difficult for the two high immortals." Tu Fong turned to look at the woman next to the king and asked, "Oh? So, the person next to your majesty is thinking of all kinds of ways to provoke Wenshenzong. Shouldn't you also give me an answer?" The confused woman pulled the king's hand and said, "The slave family is also for your majesty." The scared perverted king immediately pushed this woman's hand away and said, "Superior fairy. This lady is all because she is fascinated by this woman." This lady immediately handed her over to the upper elf to deal with. Too surprised by the king's attitude of turning his face like rice paper, this woman angrily said, "Indeed, the emperor is trash. Knowing that in advance would have sucked you dry." Saying that, she opened her mouth and spewed out a large stream of purple smoke. The heart smoke quickly flew out trying to escape. Seeing that, the soldiers quickly shouted, "There are evil spirits. Protect the emperor." The purple smoke both quails and screams loudly, eliminating the wind of Wenshenzong. "I miss you already." Inside the palace, everyone shouted in panic, "Lam Fi!" Turned into a black smoke and flew away. The old national teacher immediately loudly declared, "Lam Fi deceived the saint and insulted the immortal. This is all due to love." The perverted king immediately said, "Right, right. It's all because the demon concubine has bewitched me." Two superiors. This lady apologizes. Hearing that, Tu Fong immediately turned to ask Dutin, "Senior sister, what do you see?" Dutin immediately frowned and replied, Without fire, there is no smoke." After speaking, Dutin jumped up high. She quickly rushed towards the king and waved her hand. Dutin waved his hand and slapped the perverted king to make him angry. This situation startled both the queen and the old monk. Tu Fong below smiled slightly and said, "National teacher, the emperor of your country used his face to hit my sister's hand. But we do not consider this crime of desecration." "What do you see?" The old national teacher rubbed his hands in confusion and replied, "Of course. In the future, we want to interact more with nobles," Tu Fong proudly said to Diu Tin's sister. "Let's go." Diu Tin seemed to satisfy his anger and happily replied, "Okay." As soon as he went out, Tu Fong asked, "Senior sister, how does a face slap feel?" Diu Tin happily replied, "Refreshing. It's just that the dog emperor's face is just skin and bones, and his hands hurt." The two quickly left the palace and joined the crowded street. They went to an inn and asked the owner a few things. The owner immediately replied, "Tu Tien. Never heard of this person." Hearing the answer, Tu Fong pondered, "Strange. But I really couldn't find it." Diu Tin turned to ask, "Tu Fong, who exactly is Tu Tien that you want to find?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "He is a friend I once knew. This time coming to coastal country, the main purpose was also to find him." Speaking of this, Tu Fong thought to himself, "Maybe. Is the progress here and the previous life different? Return to past life memories." Tu Tien is a young man with long gray hair. Tu Tien gave Tu Fong a key and said, "Tu brother, this is my thanksgiving to you." This key in Tu Tien's hand is the key to an ancient fairy palace and was also given to me. Remembering this, Tu Fong thought to himself, "What a pity that I didn't have time to see it, and I would have passed away. Can't miss this time." Suddenly Diu Tin looked up and pointed forward and said, "Tu Fong, is there something we haven't looked for yet?" Tu Fong immediately wondered, "Where?" "According to reason, we have already searched." Seeing the place where his sister had just pointed, Tu Fong was excited. "Ah Tan Lao. It's true that I haven't found it yet." Meanwhile at Quang Han Dine, a white step is coming down. That is Han Yen's leg. Seeing her, a female disciple happily asked, "Sister, out of customs?" Han Yen immediately replied, "It still needs a little more time," but encountered a bit of a bottleneck. Having said that, Han Yen gave the order, "Leave. Go find senior brother to get some medicinal pills for me." The female disciple immediately obeyed the order. After the female disciple left, Han Yen thought to herself, "That guy's ice determination is truly powerful." Feeling that her body was better than before, Han Yen thought to herself, more than half of her illness had been eliminated. "I wonder how he has trained now." Han Yen's face suddenly turned red. She embarrassedly thought to herself, "Should I try to peek?" Feeling like he was doing something shady, Han Yen reassured himself, "I was only worried about his safety. Absolutely not a peek. After all, his cultivation base is so low." Back to Tu Fong. He is now reminding Diu Tin, "Sister, it's not very suitable for you to go there, right?" Diu Tin immediately brushed it off. "What does this have to do with anything? Who says women can't go to the bar? Let's go." Inside Tu Fong's chest, Han Yen is entering the doll and peeking out to observe. Unfortunately for Tu Fong, Han Yen entered just as Tu Fong entered the castle. In front of Han Yen's eyes, beautiful beauties appeared, calling, "Come here. Come here and see." Needless to say, Han Yen was extremely angry. "Huh? Does this make sense?" Returned to electric squares. After the female disciple returned from getting the medicine, she brought it to Han Yen's door and called, "Master. Medicine people need." What caught her eye was a sign in front of the room door that surprised the female disciple. "Do not disturb during seclusion." She was extremely puzzled and asked herself, isn't she encountering a difficult situation? Why are you in retreat? Or just wait. Return to the capital city of the coastal country. Diu Tin is still extremely wondering, why didn't you take me away? Tu Fong confusedly explained, it wasn't that he didn't take her away, but that place didn't allow women to enter. Diu Tin is even more curious, is there still this kind of regulation? Diu Tin did not know that the Han Yen doll was clinging to her neck. I don't know what the doll did to Diu Tin that made her feel extremely sleepy. Then suddenly Diu Tin's eyes opened wide. Diu Tin suddenly became alert and said to Tu Fong, I mean, as long as someone else entertains me, there are no more problems, right? Seeing his sister's attitude become strange surprised Tu Fong. He looked confused as Diu Tin calmly walked into the castle. The two were stopped by a woman. A visitor asked to stop. May I ask, do you have any concubines? Tu Fong was surprised and asked again, are you a noble concubine? Another man heard this and immediately looked disdainful. You don't have any soldiers and concubines, but you still want to enter the garden? This is not a place where any dog or cat can enter. Tu Fong, being looked down upon, summoned a small glowing sword in his hand and asked, Can I enter with this? Seeing it, The woman's attitude immediately changed. It turned out to be the fairy. "Come in." But seeing Dutin also coming in, the other woman immediately called out, "Wait, this lady." Dutin quickly replied, "My hobby is special. Born to not like men. Can't come in?" The woman awkwardly said, "Of course it is possible. Come in." Looking at the silhouette of the two of them entering inside, the woman thought to herself, "Truly a fairy. True thinking is truly open-minded." Tu Fong turned around and asked, "What did you say? Why is that lady's eyes so strange?" Dutin coldly replied, "Nothing. Just a random sentence or two." Realizing that Dutin seemed strange, Tu Fong thought to himself, "Is it my illusion? Why does sister feel so strange?" They arrived in front of a large hall. Here, a waitress eagerly greeted two distinguished guests. "Please come to the elegant room to rest." This woman then introduced herself. "I am a young man, in charge of serving this young master and his sister." Tu Fong immediately asked, "Are there any other distinguished guests besides us today?" Tu Tan confusedly replied, The status of a distinguished guest is not something we can hear about. After all, today's distinguished guests are all aiming at Sister Vu Nu. Surely they are all noble people." Hearing that, Tu Fong was startled and asked again, "Wait. Who are you talking about?" "Vu Nu." Dutin immediately turned around and asked, "Do you know her?" This attitude startled Tu Fong. He stared at Dutin and thought to himself, "That's not right. This dangerous aura. Since when did senior sister give me such a feeling of great pressure?" Then Tu Fong's face turned pale. It seemed he realized. In his heart he felt numb. Could it be? The small voice rang out, breaking Tu Fong's thoughts. "Sister Vu Nu is the most famous writer in our city. Today is the first time posting. Surely the prince also came because of her, right?" Tu Fong immediately denied it, and said it was not true. "I don't have it." "Talk nonsense." His face sweated when he heard Dutin next to him continue, "We really came because of her." Dutin's eyes became cold. She gave a scary smile and said, "Anyway, I want to see what the woman who attracted my junior brother's attention really looks like." Only then did Tu Fong begin to reminisce about his past life. In his previous life, he and a close friend named Chiu Tian lived and died together, sharing the same hardships. One time, he was chased by the enemy. Chiu Tian was seriously injured. Unfortunately, he lost his life not long after. Before he died, Chiu Tian gave Tu Fong a token and warned, "I'm about to fail. They came for this. Good brotherhood. This is given to you." After giving the token to Tu Fong, Chiu Tian said his last words, "It's a pity I won't be able to see Vu Nu anymore." Back to reality. Tu Fong pondered. Vu Nu. Perhaps this is a sister-in-law? She was originally a young woman. Seeing Tu Fong pensive, Dutin turned to ask, "Are you missing her?" Tu Fong immediately denied, "No." Suddenly the young man announced, "Look quickly. Sister Vu Nu is out." Below the main hall, a beautiful and graceful woman appeared. Vu Nu gently spoke, "Everyone. Now this young lady will play a piece of the lute." Before the performance ended, "If there is someone who can create a tone that this young lady likes, she will talk to that person." Dutin next to him immediately grabbed Tu Fong's hand and ordered, "Win." This startled him. Dutin frowned and stared at Tu Fong. Tu Fong confusedly replied, "Okay. We will definitely win." At this moment, Tu Fong had a firm confirmation in his heart. This familiar feeling. Not wrong. Then it is indeed Han Yen. Below, Vu Nu started playing music. Above, Tu Fong ordered the young man, "Get here a pen and paper." He sat down while the young man went to get paper and pen. She smiled and asked, "You also understand the law?" Tu Fong gently replied, "I understand a little." While writing down the lyrics, Tu Fong thought, "This is the song Tu Dai Xie used to sing. Surely it can attract Vu Nu's attention." But modified a bit. Below, Vu Nu was still concentrating on playing the piano. After finishing her performance, she stood up amid everyone's applause. "Great. Truly perfect talent and virtue. The song is really good." A woman came forward and handed the music sheets to the guests and said, "These are distinguished guests writing music. Take a look." Vu Nu received the stack of papers and carefully flipped through each page. Suddenly her eyes stopped at a piece of paper. Needless to say, it belongs to Tu Fong. Vu Nu looked up and announced, "Next, Vu Nu will perform the best melody written by everyone to express her thanks." Above, Dutin turned to ask, "What song did you write?" Tu Fong smiled and replied, It's a song for my most important person. Below, Vu Nu began to play the music. The male audience was unable to relax. Tian Nen, female goddess, cannot ask for anything. Hearing these melodies, Han Yen in Du Tin's body was startled. Tu Fong immediately explained, that was the person who was closest to me. But now she seems extremely distant to me. Like a goddess in the sky, unreachable. Below, Vu Nu continued to play the piano. The sea is bright and unstoppable. The glory of the river is beyond measure. Tu Fong continued, the reason I went out to practice was to one day tell you. I really deserve her. Below, Vu Nu has also finished accompanying the piano. She smiled and said, this piece of music is very difficult to find in the human world. Surely the person who can make this song is also a person with deep feelings that is hard to find in the human world. Then Vu Nu loudly invited, please invite distinguished guest number 25 to follow this young lady into the cabinet to talk. The young man happily shouted, young master. Is your song? Tu Fong smiled softly. Then he called Du Tin to come with him. Let's go, sister. Let's go see what happens. Suddenly a voice rang out, stop. Who let you go? A man with a cunning face led a group of other men to stand in front of the two's room and provoked. Is it the song you say is good? Based on what? I find that song so hard to listen to. I see clearly that you wrote for dogs. Do you say yes or no? The group of men behind also followed suit. Yes. Only dogs listen to this song that sounds like dog poop. Of course his song is the best. Han Yen in Du Tin's body frowned and stared at that group of cheap men. Seeing that something was wrong, Vu Nu called out, gentlemen. Please be quiet for a moment. The group of men shouted loudly, calm down you monkey. I came here today because of you. How can you follow someone else? A few other guys followed suit. That's right. Tell that kid to come out here and kowtow to us. What nonsense are you writing? Tu Fong in the room raised his voice to challenge. What if? What if I don't go out? The man in charge said condescendingly. Telling you to come out here is giving you a chance to ask for forgiveness. If you already want to die, don't blame me. Then he ordered the men behind him. Go. Brothers. Let's go inside and talk to him. Immediately, the whole group of men entered Tu Fong and Du Tin's room. Suddenly there were loud noises inside the room. Looks like there was intense fighting inside. Outside, the young man was worried. That young master wouldn't be beaten to death, would he? Inside the room a voice came out, Vu Nu. Can I come in and talk for a moment? When Tu Tan heard that, he was immediately happy. Huh? Still alive. Vu Nu immediately entered the room and said, let's go in and take a look. Tu Tan immediately advised Sister Vu Nu to be more careful. Inside, Vu Nu greeted, young master and young lady. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes opened wide in surprise. She turned pale when she saw that the group of men had been frozen in a thick layer of ice. She exclaimed in surprise, here? What is this? Tu Fong smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Vu Nu. I want to ask you something. Do you know Tu Tien? Vu Nu shook his head and replied, Tu Tien? This young lady does not know this person. Hearing that, Tu Fong was surprised and asked, even you don't know? Is this not true? Logically, you are the person most likely to know him. Vu Nu immediately thought and replied, around this time, there was also a person named Truong Tien Chi who often came to look for this young lady. Hearing the name of the crown prince he saved before, Tu Fong was surprised. Truong Tien Chi, brother Truong. Why did he come here? Seeing that Tu Fong seemed to know Tien Chi, Vu Nu wondered, do you know each other? Then she began to say sadly, we met for a few days and had a good feeling for each other. He originally agreed with me that he would come and redeem himself for me today. Have you met him? Tu Fong thoughtfully replied, we are indeed acquainted. Before that he was in the royal palace. We really don't know where we are now. Seeing the frozen eyes of the group of men, Tu Fong grabbed the head of one and asked, the look in your eyes seems to show you know a few things. Will you tell me or will you continue to let me torment you? Du Tin immediately waved his hand and released a series of ice needles at them. Seeing that the safety pin was about to pierce his eye, the other man panicked and shouted, let's talk. That kid from the Heavenly Dragon Nation has been captured by the elders who sent me. Hearing that, Tu Fong immediately asked, which sect's disciple are you? The other guy immediately replied, I am an outer sect disciple of Mean Mean Kak. Tu Fong pondered, endlessly. It turns out that's it. A brief introduction shows that the Constant Temple is a famous sect of evil cultivators. In the sect, the female is the leader, master of seduction. As for men, they are their top lot. Tu Fong coldly asked that guy, "If you are people of the mean pavilion, then surely the sun and yin are also good, and the blood and energy have been drained a long time ago, right? Why do you still have the energy to walk around the castle?" Hearing this question, the other guy was surprised. "How do you know?" Seeing the safety pin pointed at his neck, he screamed, I said. This guy began to explain. "I followed the elder's orders and brought Vu Nu back to the sect. The elder said that Vu Nu had a talent for cultivating charm skills and was very suitable to be a disciple of our sect." Tu Fong immediately asked, "So where is Chuang Tianqi now?" That man was sobbing and crying. "I really don't know about this. I only know that there is an elder who will meet the crown prince today. That's all we really know. Please forgive me." Hearing that, Tu Fong did not make things difficult for him anymore. He told Diu Tin, "It's still better not to cause human lives." Hearing that, Diu Tin also stopped. Tu Fong turned to Vu Nu and said, "Thank you, Vu Nu. You go out first. I will come find you later." Hearing that, Vu Nu also asked to leave. After Vu Nu went out, Tu Fong immediately knelt down. He hugged Diu Tin's leg and cried, "My lady, I was wrong." Seeing that he was exposed, Han Yen immediately said, I just came to watch on your master's behalf. If you let him know you brought his daughter to this kind of place." Tu Fong smiled happily and said, "Your Highness is indeed understanding and reasonable. I just want to investigate the whereabouts of an old friend. Now in general there are some clues." Han Yen frowned and reminded, "Okay. Don't talk nonsense anymore. In the future, remember to not go to this kind of place." Tu Fong scratched his head. The lady was right. Han Yen continued to advise, "That's right. There is also." However, just saying that, Han Yen had to leave Diu Tin's body, causing her to fall on Tu Fong. At Quang Han Palace, Han Yen suddenly woke up, her eyes opened wide. She looked puzzled, suddenly lost contact. She chanted the spell and told herself, "The jade doll cannot download my consciousness. The limit has been reached. This soul puppet method is really not useful." Han Yen was both restless and worried. Before the jade doll recovered, he could not contact that guy. Han Yen's face was extremely sad. She didn't know if Tu Fong could hear the last words she said, "Return to humanity." The Han Yen doll was now motionless and foaming at the mouth. Tu Fong held it in his hand, worriedly wondering, how did it become like that? Dried out? Beside him at this time, Diu Tin also regained consciousness and woke up. Tu Fong quickly shouted, "Senior sister, you are awake." Diu Tin looked puzzled. "What's wrong with me?" Tu Fong quickly said, "You slept in the castle, so I brought you here." Hearing that, Diu Tin wondered even more, "Are you sleeping? Why are we completely unimpressed? So what about that big sister's performance?" Tu Fong coldly replied, "It's over." Hearing that, Diu Tin was extremely upset. She broke this side, broke the other side and angrily cried, "Why is it over? We haven't seen anything yet. I also want to sing with my beautiful sister. Why don't you wake me up? Are you eating pieces?" Seeing his sister get so angry and destructive, Tu Fong had no choice but to call out, "Vu Nu. I'm sorry to bother you here." Immediately Vu Nu walked in. Tu Fong immediately turned to Diu Tin and instructed her, "Whatever song you want to listen to, just tell her later. This is the most beautiful person here." Vu Nu immediately greeted respectfully and said, "I pay my respects to Senior to Diu Tin." Seeing Vu Nu's attitude like that, Diu Tin pointed her finger and asked, "Is this your younger sister?" Tu Fong shook his head and denied, "There is no such thing." Having said that, Tu Fong clasped his hands together and thought, then said, "Vu Nu, don't worry. Sister is awake. Now we will think of a way to save Chuang Tianqi." Hearing that, Vu Nu was happy and Vu Nu thanked the two elders. Right after that, Tu Fong and Diu Tin left the castle together. On the way, Diu Tin wondered, what happened? Tu Fong, didn't you say you wanted to find old friends? Tu Fong immediately replied thoughtfully, "If I guess correctly, Chuang Tianqi is my friend." Hearing that, Diu Tin looked puzzled. "Huh? Why didn't you notice last time?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "His face is too big compared to my impression. Temporarily unrecognizable. But for now, let's think of a way to save him first. The Crown Prince probably has intelligence. The two quickly flew to the Crown Prince's palace. Tu Fong observed that the guards here are quite strict. As for Diu Tin, she looked around and exclaimed, "Look over there." They saw a few cultivators here. Diu Tin immediately exclaimed, "There are still people practicing here. It seems that the Crown Prince's mansion is indeed hiding a few secrets." Diu Tin immediately thought of a plan. She smiled and suggested, "Tu Fong, let's lure those guys away. The disciple has the opportunity to enter." Tu Fong immediately reminded his sister, "Don't get into direct conflict with them. Pay attention to safety." Diu Tin immediately reassured, "Rest assured. I'm so trustworthy. I definitely know how to act in moderation." What a moderation! Diu Tin immediately created a huge explosion right at the main gate. Seeing this, the guards immediately rushed out and shouted, "The enemy attacked. There are enemies who are practitioners. Hurry up and report to the High Elf. Where did the little thief come from? Dare to destroy the royal palace. Kill without mercy." Seeing that scene, Tu Fong sighed and said, "I knew it right away. You should not believe anything but act in moderation. Stop it. I am confident that my sister will not encounter any danger." Taking the opportunity for the guards to leave, Tu Fong quickly sneaked into the palace. Arriving in front of the palace gate, Tu Fong thought to himself, logically speaking, the monks of that temple should have been protecting the Crown Prince's side. Anyway, I can't be lured away by my sister. He slowly pushed the door open and walked in, certain in his heart there would be a hard battle. Tu Fong pushed the door open and immediately heard a voice, "Look at my power." In front of him at this moment was the Crown Prince of the coastal country lying on top of a woman, the same woman Lam Fai who had bewitched the Emperor. The perverted Crown Prince lovingly said, "You are truly a charming little elf." Lam Fai also responded, "It's not because your father is such a waste." Seeing this scene, Tu Fong was excited. Oh my god. The amount of information is too great. On this side, either of the other two seemed to have noticed Tu Fong's presence. They are still embracing each other lovingly. Obnoxious. Bad guy. He doesn't mean she likes me so bad. Lam Fai seriously asked the prince, "Have you thought carefully? I am your father's concubine. There's no turning back." The Crown Prince immediately reassured him, "What are you afraid of? With you and the cultivator behind you to help, in less than a year I can overthrow that old man." At this time, Tu Fong spoke up, truly a filial father and son. The Crown Prince heard the movement, and immediately turned to ask, "Who is it?" Tu Fong stood at the door and smiled sarcastically. "I didn't expect you guys to play so excitedly. I feel ashamed of myself." Seeing Tu Fong, the Crown Prince shouted, "You are a disciple of Van Tien Kak. Why are you rushing into the Eastern Palace in the middle of the night?" Tu Fong still kept a disdainful smile and replied, "I just heard that there are disciples of Mean Pagoda here, and wanted to find her to ask a few things. I think the person we're looking for is probably Lam Fai, right?" Lam Fai immediately sat up and looked seductive. "What's wrong? Want to play with your sister?" Tu Fong smiled disdainfully. "I'm not interested in people like you. I just want to ask where the brother and sister of the Heavenly Dragon Nation are." Lam Fai winked and playfully replied, Where do they want to go? How do we know?" Knowing that this girl was quite stubborn, Tu Fong secretly cast a small ball of light in his hand. Then from that sphere, the image of the adulterous couple that he had just recorded appeared. Tu Fong said proudly, "Surely it's okay for me to hand over these pictures to the Emperor of the coastal country, right?" Being threatened, Crown Prince Dai Van immediately said honestly, "Wait until I tell you. That man ran away. And the woman is locked up in my place." Lam Fai, who was next to her, immediately exclaimed, "Trash." Tu Fong slowly approached him and said, "Is that okay?" It seems that Crown Prince Dai Van still knows the relationship between pros and cons. Seeing Tu Fong approaching, Crown Prince Dai Van trembled and asked, "You? What are you going to do?" Tu Fong immediately put his hand on his face. Then he took out a medicinal pill and introduced, "This is called the 7 days of breaking the soul. After drinking, the internal organs will gradually rot. The next 7 days will turn you into a pool of blood." After the introduction, Tu Fong stuffed the medicine straight into the Crown Prince's mouth. He threatened him, "Lead the way. If you want an antidote, it's best not to plan on playing tricks." Crown Prince Dai Van helplessly replied, "Master, rest assured. After I put on my clothes, I will lead the way." Seeing Tu Fong's tricks like that, Lam Fai wondered, "What tricks do you use that are considered righteous?" Tu Fong burst out laughing, "Haha. What you said is not wrong. Up until now we have not been considered righteous at all. Crown Prince Daivan immediately led Tu Fong to the place where Princess Ngusie was detained. Princess Ngusie is currently being hung up. Crown Prince Daivan quickly said, you see. Princess Ngusie is still here very peacefully. We haven't touched it yet. Tu Fong immediately threatened, if you touch her, you won't be able to get the antidote. Princess Ngusie heard Tu Fong's voice, woke up and asked, is it the voice of the benefactor? Immediately the shackles that bound her were released. Tu Fong quickly supported Princess Ngusie. Although Ngusie is still tired, he is very happy to be saved. Tu Fong immediately reassured her, don't talk. I'll take you out of here first. Daivan saw that the two were about to leave and exclaimed, what about my antidote? Without looking back, Tu Fong threw him a bottle of antidote, and told him, remember to use it every day. Holding the bottle of antidote tightly in his hand, Crown Prince Daivan gritted his teeth. I have already remembered this debt. Wait until I inherit the Great Passage. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly there was a commotion outside. Look! What is that outside in the sky? Daivan immediately opened the door and asked, what's that noise? But then his eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. The sky was currently showing the image of him and Lam Fai cuddling each other just now for everyone to see. In addition, Tu Fong's voice echoed, I wish Crown Prince Van and Lady Lam Fai 100 years of harmony. Back to Tu Fong. He is currently flying with Princess Ngusie on the flying sword. While walking, Tu Fong asked, have you ever experienced flying? Princess Ngusie immediately replied, ever. Taoist Tu Tran took me to pray to the doctor who once let me fly. She also added, our ancestors were grateful to Dao Tran, so he always protected us. But before, in order to cover for his brother's departure, he was taken to the National Teacher's 100 Viet sect. Tu Fong immediately reassured, it's okay. If it's already a National Master's sect, it's even easier to negotiate. Having said that, he sped up and quickly went to save Dao Tran. The two quickly arrived at the manor of the 100 Vietnamese sect. Seeing it, Princess Ngusie marveled, this is the sect of the ancient master. It's magnificent. Tu Fong doesn't think so. He gently took out a talisman from his pocket, and looked disdainful. This sect is really poor. Probably a nonsense sect from the 18th line. Having said that, he threw the talisman down. The talisman created a huge explosion, smoke flying everywhere. The disciples of the Bak Viet sect quickly rushed out and shouted loudly, brave! What little thief dares to destroy our sect's mountain? They quickly surrounded Princess Tu Fong and Ngusie and loudly threatened, you brat is bold. Don't hurry up and raise your hands to be tied. Ngusie was afraid and hid next to Tu Fong. Grace. Tu Fong coldly said, National Teacher? When Tien Tong's disciple Tu Dat Fong came to pay his respects to the room, but it's not like he didn't come out to see him. Immediately the disciples shouted in unison, Master. The old national teacher now appeared. He frowned and said, Mr. Chu. Before, I was polite to you and respectful of the heavenly sect behind your back. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Princess Ngusie worriedly asked, Your Grace. Do you fight him? Tu Fong immediately replied, What a joke. People from a sect are definitely unable to fight back. Hearing that, Ngusie became even more worried. Thank you. Tu Fong quickly reassured, remember carefully. Many times, saving people doesn't require fighting. Having said that, Tu Fong took something out of his shirt. He threw it at the national teacher and said, National Teacher. Don't mind looking at this. What Tu Fong threw out was a piece of yellow paper. The national teacher received it, and frowned and asked, Let me see what the hell you mean. Then his eyes suddenly became bright when he saw the paper in his hand. It's a spell. He exclaimed in surprise, Here? This is a high-level spell. At least it must be original. He confusedly stammered and asked again, You give me? Tu Fong smiled, just a little thought. Compensate you. Is it enough? Why is Tu Fong willing to give away such high-class spells? It turned out that there were so many of these things at the second brother's place that they became trash. The second senior brother had to warn him, This trash bag of spells is truly useless to me. Master Chu. If you have time, please handle it for me. Having said that, Tu Fong took out another spear and said, I still have a middle-grade magic weapon in my place. I wonder if the national teacher is interested? Seeing it, the national teacher gasped, Heaven! Middle-grade magic weapon? You use for trading. In his heart, he was extremely shocked. Our entire sect only had one middle-grade magic weapon, and it was also an ancestral one. Basically, don't dare use it. This name is taken out for trading purposes. This magic weapon belongs to senior brother. Before leaving, senior brother told Tu Fong, to junior brother. These are tattered items that other sects gave us before, and no one in our sect valued them. Go out, choose a few people who like it and give it to them. Remembering what his senior brother said, Tu Fong said to the national teacher, I really feel that the national teacher has a very good relationship with me, so why don't we marry? Seeing such precious things, the national teacher coughed loudly, But before he could say anything, the other disciples loudly scolded him, bold. You'd think we'd take these craps seriously. As soon as he said that, the national teacher gave him a kick in the face to shut up. The national teacher waved his hands and said, Do you understand? What did I teach you before? Is our way of welcoming guests like that? Hearing the master say that, the disciples were stunned and did not understand what was going on. Another disciple realized the master's hidden meaning and immediately said, Right. I remember now. Just now, the mountain gate was accidentally broken by a disciple. Not related to you. The national teacher immediately turned to scold him, bold. It turns out it was you who broke it. Go back, get 10 medicinal pills, then go to the mountainside to be punished. The other disciple immediately obeyed, yes. Now, the disciple must go and receive punishment immediately. After teaching his disciples, the national teacher turned around confused and said to Tu Fong, You see. Before, it was all a misunderstanding. If there's anything you need my help with, just say it. Tu Fong immediately replied, National teacher. I still like the national teacher's previous unyielding appearance. The national teacher quickly replied, Oh, no problem. We recover. Seeing the strange exchange between the two of them, Princess Ngusie looked puzzled. Is that okay? The national teacher then led them both inside the white gate. He ordered his disciples to bring out the leader Tran and said to Tu Fong, Brother Chu. You see. Man, I didn't hurt you at all. Tu Fong happily replied, Not bad. The medicinal materials I just mentioned plus the middle-grade magical tools are all yours. Hearing that, the national teacher looked happy. Okay. When he was released, Taoist Tran immediately apologized to Ngusie, Princess, I made a mistake to the Emperor and failed to protect you. Ngusie immediately consoled. What did the director say? You protected us for so many years. Already exhausted. Tu Fong also added, The director is exhausted, plus Princess Ngusie is afraid that she is not suitable for flying with a sword. Tu Tran was confused. The poor man is ashamed. At this point, you need to ask for help from your teammates. Tu Fong gently touched his chest and called out the snake he captured earlier, Little Ice. Just go out to work. The white snake immediately flew out to wait for orders. Tu Fong immediately instructed, the princess and the director should rest on the back of the spirit beast. This makes traveling more convenient. The snake immediately turned giant and carried the three away. Sitting on the back of the snake, Dao Tren too was surprised. This was a high-level spiritual beast, at least a peak bamboo muscle. Before flying away, Tu Fong also shouted loudly, Thank you very much this time. I apologize in advance. Below, the disciple looked up at the spirit beast with a panicked expression and asked, Master, is that a great sect? Does everyone have such a powerful spirit beast? After hearing this, the national teacher became angry and shouted, It's not like I've never met a disciple of the sect. Are you calling our sect poor? The disciple immediately denied it and disappeared. No. Do not have. Then the national teacher led the disciples inside and advised, Let's go. Don't complain anymore. As long as you try your best to practice, sooner or later you will be like him. Having said that, the national teacher felt extremely jealous in his heart, angry to death. Who? People compare with people. Just angry, returned to the python's back. On the way, Tu Fong asked Tran, the leader, Where is Truong Tien Chi? Tran immediately replied, At that time, the poor man protected His Highness the Crown Prince from being surrounded. We have lost each other. Tu Fong heard that and immediately said, Then go to the harbor to meet with your sister first. Then we think about the following. Suddenly the python roared as if it discovered something. Seeing this, Tu Fong was extremely surprised. What happened to it? It seems the little ice has discovered something. Tu Fong looked around and felt it. Meanwhile, Director T-Tran did not feel anyone around, but Tu Fong is different. He shouted loudly, "Stop hiding. My spirit beast has discovered you." A voice suddenly rang out. Tu Lam told me that a disciple of Van Tien's sect ruined her good deeds, but didn't tell me there was another spiritual beast that had reached its peak. The person who just appeared is Mai Ti of the Endless House. She said, "Hello, slave." Mai Ti constantly worshipped the young master. Tu Tran immediately felt that this girl belonged to the Golden Dan period. Tu Fong politely greeted back and asked, "Senior must be the elder of Mean Kak. I wonder if there's anything wrong with finding us?" Mai Ti immediately replied, "I was looking for the little girl next to you." Then her face became perverted, she laughed savagely and said, "But now the slave family likes you more. I wonder if you can follow the slave family back to the pavilion?" Tu Fong smiled disdainfully and replied, "I think Van Tien Tong is very good. Currently there are no thoughts of changing gender." Another voice said, "Tu Mai? I already said it. You are not the type that people like." Another voice also added, "On the contrary, I see that taking him back to the Tu sect will eat him up. He will naturally never leave us again." The two women who just appeared are Lan Ti and Cuct, also from the Mean Ca. Seeing them, Tu Fong smiled slightly. He didn't expect it to be 3 golden pills. The lineup is also really big. Cuct gave a perverted smile, showing disdain. "Sir, stop resisting. Your strength is far inferior to ours." Tu Fong did not answer but just shouted loudly, "Little Ice." Hearing the command, the little ice python immediately opened its mouth and roared, creating a threatening wave. Mai Tai quickly stepped back and laughed. "Young master is really impatient." While she was still indifferent, Tu Fong's immortal sword rushed towards her. The fairy slash cut her body in half. Taking that opportunity, Tu Fong ordered the little ice to rush away. Cuct glanced at Mai Tai's slowly recovering figure and sarcastically said, "Who is this who was defeated?" Lan Ti also sarcastically added, "Being defeated by a brat in the weapon training period, she truly lost face." Mai Tai frowned and replied, "If you have time to laugh at me, it's better to chase them away." Cuct smiled cunningly and said, "Rest assured. He can't run." Having said that, the three immediately turned into a beam of light and chased Tu Fong. Looking at them chasing him, Tu Fong pondered, although the speed of the little ice was already extremely fast. But anyway, it's still a big realm away, and it's impossible to cut off those demon girls. Suddenly the leader of T-Tran spoke up, "Mr. Chu. Just like that is not the way. Or just listen to me for a bit." Hearing T-Tran say that, Tu Fong wondered, what suggestions does the leader of Tu-Tran have? Dao T-Tran immediately proposed an idea. "Although I was seriously injured, if I burned the original source, I would still have the last bit of strength left. At least it can help you lure a part of the pursuing troops. Until then, I hope the prince will take care of the princess." Tu Fong immediately objected, "No way. This is a path that only leads to death." Director T-Tran immediately laughed loudly, "Haha. So what's wrong? Although the poor man's Dharma name is T-Tran, he spends his whole life in the mortal world. It's just a return to the mortal world." Then realizing that the other girls were almost catching up, the leader of T-Tran urged him. If the young master said any more, the old leader would rush over and explode himself. "At least I can win a chance at life for the princess." Knowing there was no other way, Tu Fong had no choice but to give T-Tran a magic weapon and said, "I understand. This is the Dharma weapon that I use myself and entrust to the leader." Receiving the Dharma weapon, T-Tran was excited. The top quality Dharma weapon, keeping it in our practice is enough to lead to a bloody battle. Even if it can be used once, it's not necessary. Having finished speaking, T-Tran bowed his head to greet Princess Ngusie. "Take care, princess, T-Tran is going." Immediately, T-Tran jumped off the little ice head and rushed to block. Seeing that there was a change, the group of women immediately said to each other, "They have divided their troops." Alan T took responsibility for chasing after T-Tran. After saying that, she quickly rushed after Dao Tran. Realizing something strange, Lan Ti thought to herself, "Burning the original? Could it be the tiger-lying mountain dance?" Suddenly, a semicircular palm shot shot out from T-Tran towards her. She quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. She angrily shouted, "You are dead." Then, while chasing after T-Tran, she shouted loudly, "Tao is trash. Today I will definitely strip your bones and skin. Today you will surely die." Hearing that, T-Tran did not show any fear. He said, "I have been stupid all my life. Having thrown a few magic weapons to block the way, Tran continued, "Since I was a child, I unexpectedly received a great favor from the Heavenly Dragon Nation. At the age of 15, I entered the Immortal Gate, and at the age of 25, I cultivated to refine weapons." Having said this, Tran stopped chanting a spell. Immediately, those magic weapons exploded to destroy Lan Ti. While reciting the Tran mantra, he continued, "At the age of 50, I have reached the foundation of the body, and have just learned that this life has no fate with needles. But so what?" Having finished speaking, he pointed to his forehead and shouted, "Original life! Burn it all for me." Tran decided to use all his life to block this Lan Ti. He burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha! I'm free and happy, laughing in the world." On this side, realizing that Tran had sacrificed, Princess Ngusie sadly said, "Chief Tran. He is the best practitioner I have ever met. I have long considered him a relative." Tu Fong suddenly spoke up, "Director Tran is right, I am indeed a bit of a chatterbox." Hearing that, Ngusie felt confused, not knowing what Tu Fong intended to do. Tu Fong ordered the little ice to quickly land on a plot of land. Setting foot on the ground, Tu Fong said, "If you practice the weapon, you can't deal with it." Then he took out a French flag and said, "Then leave it alone." From the flag, Tu Fong shouted loudly to create a formation, Fire Army Formation. "Start." Immediately the flag radiated a huge stream of red energy, surrounding both of them. Tu Fong turned to instruct the princess, Ngusie. "You stay here, don't go anywhere." After giving instructions, Tu Fong created 3 small flames and said, "Now I need to break through the realm. With a great fire dragon formation, they wouldn't be able to rush in a short time." Having finished speaking, he took out a knitting needle from his shirt. Tu Fong quickly absorbed spiritual energy from the golden pill to break through. After absorbing all the spiritual energy, Tu Fong sat down to meditate to begin cultivating. Outside, 2 women, Cuct and Mai T, also arrived and were stopped by a large fire army. Seeing the formation, Cuct exclaimed, "The formation is so powerful." Mai T immediately said, "Fortunately the strength of the leader is low. We can forcibly break it. Just need some time." Suddenly another voice rang out, "How can a great man make my sister feel this awkward?" Cuct and Mai T looked up to see where the voice was coming from. It turned out that the voice came from another maid of honor wearing a blue dress. This woman captured Truong Tian Chi and Vu Nu. Admin will temporarily call this woman True Truck. Mai T turned around and looked happy. "You finally came and caught that kid." True Truck smiled cunningly. "Do you remember the child who was very suitable to be accepted as a disciple? These 2 people just cleverly hid together, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Then she shouted loudly inside the formation, "Hey! People inside, listen clearly. Quickly give up the formation, otherwise." She pointed at Tian Chi and threatened, "The crown prince of the Tianlong kingdom will lose his life." Tian Chi is not afraid at all. He shouted to Tu Fong, "Thank you, take Ngusie out of here. Ignore me." As soon as he said that, he was gagged by True Truck's cloth. She touched his head, sucked in a little spiritual energy, and warned him, "He still dares to speak loudly. Looks like I have to give you a little lesson." Tian Chi was extremely painful when True Truck sucked her spiritual energy. After smoking, she continued to threaten, "Young man of Van Tien Sect, if you don't leave the great formation, this crown prince will lose his life." Inside the formation, Ngusie saw Tian Chi like that and was extremely worried. "Brother." Suddenly, from behind True Truck, a fiery phoenix suddenly flew in. The bird startled her and made her move aside. Letting go of Tian Chi, she exclaimed in surprise, "Innate true fire? Diu Tin has arrived." The girl spoke up and blamed him. "Huh? Jin Danqi's predecessor bullied mortals. Truly shameless." Immediately, all 3 of the girls rushed towards Diu Tin and shouted, "Take her down." Diu Tin smiled slightly and took out a talisman. She threw out the golden talisman. The spell shot out to surround all 3 women. Cuct exclaimed, "She is rich and high class." Mai T immediately reassured her 2 sisters, "Protect themselves. Although the spell is strong, the power she can activate is limited. Just wait until the effect wears off." True Truck frowned and glanced at the formation behind her and said, "I'll definitely let them know." After tying up those girls, Diu Tin quickly saved Tian Chi and Vu Nu and landed right next to Tu Fong. Seeing Tu Tian's appearance at this time, Tu Fong thought to himself, "This is what Tu Tian looked like at the beginning. Therefore, The Qiu Tian that I met at the beginning was Chuang Tianqi after his original life was taken away. Princess Nguxie quickly ran back and hugged her older brother. Du Tin bent down and asked Tu Fong, is the aura on your body about to break through? I waited at the meeting place but didn't see you, so I guess you were in trouble. Tu Fong still practiced and replied, facing the 3 golden Dan period, isn't I at a loss? Du Tin smiled softly, next. I will protect you. Then she turned to ask the 2 Tianqi brothers, why did the 3 demon girls over there want to capture you? Tianqi coughed, and then replied, that demon girl told me to give birth to a fairy. But I didn't know what that was. Nguxie also added, I have never heard of it either. But father indeed gave me a piece of jade before I left. After saying that, she took out a piece of jade pendant and continued, you once told me that this was my wedding gift. Tell me not to show it to anyone. Seeing the jade pendant, Tu Fong thought to himself, so the key to the fairy palace that I have always been looking for is on Nguxie's body. No wonder no matter how hard you look you can't find it. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. Du Tin's high-level talisman has been destroyed. Up above, Cuct was angry, I've had enough. We must kill them immediately. Mai Ti also added, use all your strength to destroy their formation. Having said that, the 3 of them immediately threw their palms at Tu Fong's formation. Seeing such a situation, Du Tin suggested, we cannot keep waiting like this. Let's go out and hold them back. Tu Fong also immediately summoned Little Ice. He ordered it to go and helped Du Tin to buy time. Wait until you have a breakthrough and you will have your own way to deal with them. Above, the 3 women were still continuing to destroy Tu Fong's formation. The formation could not withstand the attack of all 3 golden pill stages and immediately broke. The other 3 girls saw that and immediately looked excited. They were about to break the battle. Give it a little more effort. Immediately from inside the formation, a fire bird flew out. Du Tin flew to confront the 3 women. Seeing that, True Truck smiled scornfully. Even a young girl, Truck, even dared to rush in front of the 3 of us. Ignoring that woman's chatter, Du Tin threw out a few more high-class spells. Being attacked by the spells, the other 3 quickly backed away and told each other, be careful. How many high-level spells does this guy have? Suddenly, behind the witch, a little ice appeared and sprayed a wave of water. Mai Ti quickly shouted a warning, True Truck. Be careful behind. True Truck was suddenly attacked and had no time to dodge. She quickly froze. However, her strength is not average. The ice that bound her quickly cracked. She quickly broke the ice that imprisoned her. Then the True Truck girl gave a cunning smile towards the little ice. Hi. Spirit beasts are very powerful. She took out a sword and threatened Little Ice. Looks like you have to seriously play with your beast. On this side, Du Tin is still challenging Mai Ti and Cuct, 2 sisters who trust big and bully little, truly shameless. Cuct replied, If you have the ability, girl, don't use magical weapons. I'm here to fight you alone. Mai Ti immediately reminded, don't hold back. If this girl has more magic weapons, her strength is also limited. Down below, Tu Fong was still sitting and cultivating attentively. His whole body radiated a fiery aura. Up in the sky, lightning is also about to strike, signaling that a disaster is about to happen. Tu Fong looked up at the sky and wondered, it's just bamboo. Isn't this tribulation movement a bit big? Then suddenly he turned around in surprise as if he realized something. Inside Du Tin's battle. It seems like she is exhausted. Du Tin gasped. She seemed to be gradually losing strength. Mai Ti looked pleased. It seems like your spiritual energy is no longer there. Cuct looked up at the sky and looked surprised. Why was there thunder? At this moment, Mai Ti was startled to realize and exclaimed, that's not right. It turns out that Tu Fong is being targeted by the heavenly tribulation. He took advantage of it, and flew towards the 2 ladies of the constant house. As he flew towards Tu Fong, he shouted, haha. The billionaire. Come play together. Cuct was startled and exclaimed, it was a heavenly tribulation. Mai Ti also screamed, if she got close to him, she would be caught up in a heavenly tribulation. Immediately, the 2 girls quickly spread out to stay away from Tu Fong. Tu Fong quickly flew after Mai Ti and shouted loudly, sister. What are you running? Mai Ti angrily reprimanded, you are crazy. Not obedient. Why join our battle? Want to die? Tu Fong clenched his fists and shouted, heaven! Fart level. Lao Tzu is a weapon refiner. 1-for-1 with the golden pill phase is a big deal. don't run. While chasing that woman, Tu Fong said, don't run. Pirate. Cuct saw that and smiled proudly. Phew. Luckily that crazy guy didn't chase me. Du Tin heard that and asked again, it seems like you don't care about your friends at all. Cuct immediately replied, that was a heavenly tribulation. Originally it was just doing a few tasks. Who wants to risk their life? Having said that, she turned to threaten Du Tin. The person blocking her path had already left. I should be a little more serious now. On this side, Tu Fong was still chasing and shouting, hey old lady. Why do you only know how to run? There is no trace of the constant behavior at all. Are you too ugly to dare meet people? It's okay, I don't pay attention. Mai Ti ran and responded, damn. Waiting for you to be beaten to death by lightning. I'll see how messed up your mouth can be. At this time, a huge thunderstorm was roaring fiercely in the sky. Mai Ti realized it was not okay. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lightning had struck. Immediately, from the sky, thunder began to strike violently, causing Mai Ti to quickly create a protective layer to defend against it. However, the protective layer was so weak that it was also chipped in some parts. She was inside her thin shield and laughed bitterly. Mai Ti frowned and said to herself, this is not possible. The scope of the culpa is too large. Looking at Tu Fong rushing towards her, Mai Ti thought to herself, if this keeps up, she will really have to end up with that guy forever. Tu Fong now flew close to her. He smiled sarcastically, hee hee. Unexpectedly, the beauties of Mean Pagoda would also be so miserable at times. Mai Ti saw that she didn't want to play anymore and immediately suggested, kid, let's negotiate a bit. You can rest assured. I won't deal with your friends anymore. We each take a step back. How? Tu Fong of course refused. He replied, that's not possible. When passing through tribulation, death can also bring beautiful women as cushions. This kind of opportunity is not available to ordinary people. How could we miss it? Knowing that she couldn't negotiate anymore, Mai Ti frowned. If you want to die, then we will die together. Saying that, she flew towards Tu Fong. Just waiting for this moment, Tu Fong softly summoned, behead the fairy. The immortal slayer immediately appeared, emitting red light. Tu Fong held the sword in his hand and quickly rushed towards Mai Ti to fight. He slashed a fatal blow across Mai Ti's body. Mai Ti was surprised by the sweet sword cutting across her face. The slash cut her, causing part of her body to turn into purple flower petals. Mai Ti's right arm was cut off at this time. The whole arm turned into flower petals and flew away. Mai Ti looked surprised and confused. This is you. What kind of weapon is it anyway? There's also this look of yours. Are you a demon? Tu Fong coldly replied, you have said too much. He landed, coldly threatening Mai Ti, see this look of me. Today you must die. Mai Ti's arm also quickly recovered. She told Tu Fong, don't be like that. In fact, we and Ma Man have always been considered family. People don't need to risk their lives and die. While the two were talking, the heavens continued to prepare to attack. Mai Ti pointed to the sky and suggested, the next lightning strike is about to strike. It's best for us to join forces to fight the previous thunderstorm. Otherwise, everyone will die. Tu Fong looked up to the sky and agreed, yes. Despite such a proposal, Mai Ti was plotting in her heart, prolong it first. As long as this guy's identity as a demon is revealed in the future, Wen Shenzong will automatically not forgive him. She looked at Tu Fong and continued to plot. As long as I can arrange a magic formation, I can withstand the lightning of this life. However, as soon as I thought about this, Tu Fong suddenly disappeared. Fresh drops of blood shot out from behind Mai Ti, making her face turn pale. Tu Fong flashed behind her and delivered a fatal stab that she had no time to dodge. Mai Ti looked extremely shocked and could only exclaim, you. Then at that moment, lightning struck again, creating a huge explosion. After defeating Mai Ti, her body shattered without a single piece of flesh remaining, while Tu Fong lay down tiredly. He sighed and looked up at the sky, cough cough. Looks like I won the bet. Luckily I'm not dead. Next to him, the fairy turned into human form and scolded, you are too reckless. Do you know that in order to save you the last tribulation, my strength was almost completely used up? Tu Fong sat up, tiredly replied, haha. That's the magic needle. If we don't take advantage of the power of heaven and earth, we cannot win. Knowing that his spiritual energy is not enough to feed the immortal, Tu Fong has no choice but to suggest, let's do this. Next time I will definitely find you a really good mascot, so you can replenish your spiritual energy. Tian Tian had to accept. That was still okay. Suddenly a small glowing yellow flame appeared on the ground. Seeing it, the beheading fairy immediately exclaimed, "There is the religion." Tu Fong took it and smiled. We know this. He then explained to the immortal, after each major breakthrough, monks have a chance to choose a natural power from among thousands of paths. It's just that this natural power has absolutely no rules, it simply depends on luck. Hearing that, Tian Tian immediately suggested, "Try it quickly. Let's see how your luck is." Hearing the words of beheading, Tu Fong immediately reached out and touched the fire. The flames quickly rose and flew around Tu Fong's body. It kept flying around Tu Fong's body while he sat attentively cultivating. The Slayer Immortal outside asked impatiently, "How is it? What talent?" Tu Fong still closed his eyes. His mouth began to mumble, "Natural strength." Feeling clearly what his natural power was, Tu Fong opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "4 levels." To explain a bit, the 4 levels are a natural talent that when using magic, there is a chance of causing the heavenly path to resonate. In addition, it can be used 4 times. Hearing this strange talent, Tian Tian thoughtfully said, "I have heard of this natural power. It is said that the probability of activation is very low. The type that occasionally breaks out miracles. But overall, it's neither good nor bad." Tu Fong staggered up and replied, "It's okay. Natural strength is just a supplement. The most important thing is to look at your own cultivation level." After standing firm, Tu Fong turned to call Tian Tian. "Let's quickly go back to support senior sister." Tian Tian immediately reminded, "Be careful. Now you are seriously injured. I don't have any strength anymore. If you can win with your mind, don't try to resist. Return to Diu Tin's battle." At this time her hand was injured. Her face also seemed tired and exhausted. On the opposite side, Cuct challenged, "What's up, little sister? Aren't there a lot of high-level spirit treasures? Use it all up." Diu Tin tried to stand firm even though she was very tired. She thought to herself, this guy's movements are too fast. In a situation where she is prepared, it is almost impossible to attack her. On the contrary, it also reveals loopholes. Diu Tin glanced to the side and said, "Besides, another problem is," she saw that little ice had fallen down because she was defeated. In Diu Tin's heart, he secretly thought, Tu Fong's spirit pet seems to be unable to persevere anymore. The bamboo lady looked proud. "A top-notch bamboo demon beast made me waste so much time. Looks like I'll have to take your inner pill to supplement it." Suddenly from behind, Tu Fong rushed forward and shouted, "Demon girl! My tea is dead." He didn't even raise his hands to be bound. He angrily shouted, "Don't go anymore." Saying that, Tu Fong performed the heavenly sword technique. A series of sword energy immediately shot out, aiming straight at Truck T. Tu Fong was also surprised to see his moves like that. He cried out, "Damn it! Hack games?" Unexpectedly, his natural power was activated. "I said the probability is extremely low, right?" On this side, Truck T quickly created a shield to defend. She thought to herself, how can she release so much sword energy? Could it be that my T couldn't even hurt him? Cuct also quickly flew up to support. She asked, "Little bamboo? The situation is not correct. Do we still take the risk?" On this side, Tu Fong has begun to summon thousands of swords. Seeing that something was wrong, Truck T immediately announced, "Retreat." Immediately Truck T and Cuct turned into 2 streams of light and flew away. Below, Diu Tin shouted, "They want to run." Tu Fong is very tired right now. He whispered, "Sister, don't chase him away." After speaking, Tu Fong lost consciousness and slowly fell down. Diu Tin turned to look and was startled to see his junior brother's condition like that. She immediately rushed forward to help him. Luckily, Diu Tin arrived in time. She grabbed his hand and helped him up. Feeling that Tu Fong was injured, Diu Tin said, "You are seriously injured." Tu Fong wiped the blood from his mouth and reassured him, "It's okay. Let's get out of here quickly." He looked at the silhouettes of the 2 women who had just left and reminded his sister, "Those demon girls are not stupid. They will soon realize something is wrong." Diu Tin looked worried. "I know. I'll rest first. Leave the rest to me." The 2 then returned to the boat with Tian Qi, Nguxie and Vu Nu. On the boat, Princess Nguxie said to Tu Fong, "Is this the non-empty dharma of a cultivator?" "Great." Tian Qi also added, "In the past, Taoist Tran once talked about dharma weapons like this. but he said he had never been able to go. Tu Fong immediately explained, the speed of the flying bead is not as fast as the spirit beast. But now Little Ice has been seriously injured. This magic weapon can only be used temporarily. Feeling worried about T-Tran, Princess Ngusie asked, Your Grace, how is Chief Tu-Tran doing? Tu Fong immediately replied, In my consciousness, the magic weapon given to him has been destroyed. Hearing that, Ngusie sadly said, Perhaps he is still alive. Tu Fong shook his head sadly and replied, I gave him a magic weapon, a small golden pill that cannot be destroyed. The only possibility is that he took the initiative to commit suicide. Hearing Tu Fong's assertion, Tian Qi clenched his fists in determination. If Dao Tren Ti-Tran is no longer there, the only support of the Heavenly Dragon Nation will only be our fleet. Suddenly Dutin spoke up, I'm very sorry to bother you too. Crown Prince, Princess? There's something I need to show you too. Dutin pointed to the sea and said, Look at the things on the sea. Seeing that thing, Tian Qi was startled and exclaimed, It was. Before Tian Qi's eyes were the wrecks of boats, floating all over the sea. Tian Qi painfully exclaimed, Our fleet. The shock was too great. Tian Qi started coughing up blood. Ngusie and Vu Nu quickly came forward to support him. Tian Qi immediately reassured, It's okay. Just thinking about the last inheritance of the Heavenly Dragon Nation being burned away like that. Coming to the coastal country this time was indeed a mistake, but there is still a small consolation. Tian Qi turned to grab Vu Nu's hand and caressed him. Fortunately, he at least got to know Vu Nu. Seeing that, Dutin excitedly laughed, Huh? What is your situation? Vu Nu immediately explained, After Mr. Tu left, me and Tian Xie met. We are of the same opinion. Tian Qi also asked Tu Fong, I heard that Song Song and Vu Nu also knew each other before? Tu Fong immediately replied, I was just helping her. In general. Congratulations to the two of you on your marriage. Having finished speaking, Tu Fong bent down and thought. Fortunately, this son-in-law is still a sister-in-law after all. Seeing that her brother was tired, Princess Ngusie suggested, Vu Nu. My brother's body is not good. I hope you will take him to rest. Vu Nu immediately nodded, Just leave it to me. Only Princess Ngusie, Tu Fong and Dutin were left on the boat at this time. Feeling that Ngusie had something to say, Tu Fong immediately asked, It seems like the princess has something to say? Ngusie immediately clasped his hands in thanks. The two benefactors have saved us many times from danger. Ngusie didn't know how to repay him. Then she took out the precious jade pendant and said, After thinking carefully, I see that only this object can repay me. Glancing at the jade pendant, Tu Fong wondered, Surely you can guess that those demon girls actually came for this object. Ngusie sadly replied, Although I am immortal, I can still see clearly. It's just that for us, keeping this thing will only bring disaster. She continued to add, Moreover, the benefactor is probably also looking for this thing, right? Tu Fong heard that and didn't hide it anymore. He clasped his hands in gratitude and said, I really need this. If the princess is willing to give it to me. Tu Di Fong, I would like to thank you very much. Scene change, the crown prince's boat then lands at a marina. After taking all three to shore, Tu Fong advised, This is the realm of Tien Noyet Kingdom. If you stay here, you can avoid being chased by the coastal nation. The three people, Ngusie, Tian Qi and Vu Nu, immediately clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you very much for your kindness. Please take care. Tu Fong and Dutin also happily responded, Farewell. See you later. Then the boat immediately slowly rose into the air. Seeing Tu Fong holding Princess Ngusie's jade pendant, Dutin wondered, Tu Fong. What exactly is this? Tu Fong immediately asked again, Sister, have you ever heard of the fairy talismans of the previous great powers? Dutin immediately replied, Of course she had heard of it. At this time, Tu Fong explained, I heard that before they died, those ancient greats often left their inheritance in their immortal mansions. Just so that my inheritance will not be broken. From ancient times until now, many heavenly heroes have ascended to the clouds precisely because they found the treasures of the ancients in those fairy palaces. Having explained here, Tu Fong smiled smugly. This jade pendant is the key to one of those powerful fairy palaces. After listening, Dutin felt why Tu Fong could know these things. Tu Fong immediately covered it up. It was written in the book. Who says you don't read books on weekdays? Being insulted like that, Dutin was bitter. It's true. It turns out that the book also has this knowledge. We also have to read more books in the future. Having tricked Yu Tin, Tu Fong thought to himself, in general, sister usually doesn't read books. It's okay to casually say a few words to deceive her. It was starting to get late, the moonlight was high, the boat carrying Tu Fong and Yu Tin is floating in the air. Taking advantage of Yu Tin's deep sleep, Tu Fong secretly left the boat and flew down. He said to the immortal, Phew. Tien Tien. Many thanks to you. If it weren't for you helping me hide my aura, I definitely wouldn't have been able to hide it from my sister. Tien Tien looked puzzled. I'm just curious, at night you said you were in retreat, but you asked me to hide my aura for you. What do you want to do after all? Tu Fong immediately explained, intending to find that pair of brothers. Doing things that Van Tien's sect disciples should not do. Hearing that, Tien Tien immediately reminded, You won't have any unsatisfactory thoughts about those two ladies, will you? Tu Fong dismissed it. How is that possible? It's just that I want a few people to help me gather intelligence about the secular world. That pair of brothers just knew they could help us. He took out a devil mask from his shirt and said, Wait until I change the shape. At this time, the carriage carrying the other 3 people was rushing down the road. Tien Chi turned around while driving and said to the 2 ladies inside, Ngusie, Vu Nu, persevere a little longer. Is about to enter the city. At this time, Ngusie was feeling extremely cold even though Vu Nu had wrapped him in a blanket. Ngusie told Vu Nu, It's okay. Having the instructions left by you, I feel much better now. Suddenly above the car a loud laugh rang out, Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, there is an innate cold, an absolute vein. Interesting. Interesting. Ngusie inside looked extremely worried. Tien Chi looked up to find the source of the laughter and loudly asked, Who is pretending to be a ghost? Is it the lover of the endless house? A large puff of smoke appeared right in front of the carriage and a voice came out, unexpected. A mere mortal like you also knows about the constant space. Tu Fong, now wearing a mask, appeared and continued, Compare the old man with them. You brat are really rude. Ngusie pulled the curtain and asked, Brother. Who is this? Tien Chi immediately advised, Ngusie. I'll wait in the carriage. Leave it to me here. Ngusie immediately worriedly said, Brother. Faced with practitioners, we cannot resist. I heard his tone just now, as if he came to find me. Just let me ask him. Tu Fong immediately approached the carriage and laughed, Haha. This woman. You are much stronger than your brother. The old man did not open up anymore. Coming here today is to give you a creation. Tu Fong's voice returned to a serious tone. He said, I can make your daughter live a few more years. It can even make you step on the path of practice. Do you dare accept it? Hearing that, Tien Chi was surprised. Practice? Ngusie calmly asked again, Senior. What do you want us to do? Tu Fong took out a scroll and said, I really need you to do something for me. Having said that, he gave the scroll to Ngusie and instructed, I need you to practice this technique. Tu Fong began to introduce to her. This method has huge side effects. But just practicing the martial arts can guarantee you a peaceful life for at least 100 years. But then he suggested, for this 100 years you must obey my orders. Do you agree? Tien Chi found it strange and immediately asked, Please. What are the huge side effects you talk about? Tu Fong immediately replied, I don't hide anything from you. This is a set of lotus techniques. If you practice this practice, you can only help others in the future. He looked at Ngusie and said, After she has been cultivating for 100 years, I can use this secret method to take her cultivation base. Until then, without waiting for Tu Fong to finish speaking, Ngusie clenched his fists in determination. I agree. Tien Chi worriedly turned to call, Ngusie. Princess Ngusie smiled and replied, One person will die soon, the other person can at least live another 100 years. We have nothing to hesitate about. Moreover, before that time, I can still support my country and help my brother. Tien Chi sighed and said, If you have such thoughts, then so be it. At this time, Tu Fong suddenly said to Tien Chi, This crown prince. I also have a set of exercises for you. He threw a set of purple magic techniques to Tien Chi and advised, If you can really practice this magic skill well, the great cause of restoring the country will not be difficult for you. The technique that Tu Fong gave to Tien Chi is called swallowing demon magic. Tu Fong added, The exercises I gave you only have the first 2 levels. If you want to get the next level of practice, you have to see your performance. Tu Fong finished speaking and prepared to leave. He further advised, within 3 years. I want you to develop a huge power for me, and restore the country. You can build your own country. In general, you must establish a force for me. This is the test I have for you. Hearing that, Tianchi expressed his determination. I agree. We will definitely make those who destroyed our homeland pay the price. Seeing the determination of both, Tu Fong laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Okay. What we need is such a soul. After saying that, he flew away, not forgetting to add the last words, 3 years later. I will check your results. I hope you don't disappoint me. Finished, Tu Fong flew high and took off his mask. He and the immortal above watched the carriage leave. The Slayer Fairy turned to ask, Hey. Did you really use that furnace technique? Tu Fong frowned and replied, Of course not. It's just that the modified practice law, we can't trade that easily. It's best to find an opportunity to ask if Han Yan is accepting disciples. After explaining, Tu Fong reminded, Let's go. Return to the boat first. If you go out for too long, your sister will find out. Watching Tu Fong fly away, Tu Tian sighed. I don't know what kind of high school you seduced the great heir. The two quickly returned to the boat before Diu Tin could wake up. A while later Diu Tin woke up. She was startled and cried out when she saw Tu Fong doing something. Tu Fong. What is this? In front of Tu Fong is a map. Tu Fong immediately explained, This is the next training plan. I've listed out all the places we can go. If you're lucky, maybe you can meet a genius and treasure. Diu Tin shook his head in disbelief. Do you think it's white radish? If you don't have very good luck, you won't be able to meet those geniuses. Tu Fong smiled. If you don't try, how will you know? In his heart he was thinking, This is the place with good things that I have heard about in the past. After scanning all the way through, I can't believe I couldn't find the treasure. So they began to follow Tu Fong's instructions to find the treasures. Arriving at a place with treasures, they encountered a large monkey flapping its chest and showing off its majesty. It was angrily chasing after Tu Fong and Diu Tin. Basically because Diu Tin is currently holding a large bag of her treasures without asking permission. While running away, Diu Tin shouted, This is Earth Elemental Metal. Truly a genius. Tu Fong shouted a warning, Quickly run away. That guy is about to chase me. After that place, they came to a large cave. Diu Tin wondered, Are there really treasures here? Absolutely not the same. Tu Fong pointed forward and asked, Look, what is that? Following Tu Fong's direction, Diu Tin saw a fiery flower. She exclaimed in surprise, Oh my god. 9-flamed flower. After getting the 9-flamed flower, they went to an area with another treasure. Here they were chased by a group of people and forced them to return the treasure. Return the treasure here. Obviously we robbed first. In another place, the two were hiding behind a large rock to watch two spirit beasts fight. Diu Tin excitedly exclaimed, Great power is fighting. So stimulating. Tu Fong quickly reminded, Keep your voice down. Wait a minute, let's see if we can pick up anything useful. In a blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. At this time, the two had collected quite a lot of treasures. Holding the jade pendant in her hand, Diu Tin asked, Tu Fong. Aren't you really some kind of son of destiny? In the past 2 years, we've had encounters everywhere we've gone, and treasures everywhere we've gone. Looking at the jade pendant in her hand, Diu Tin continued, Even the jade pendant of the fairy palace can find one more. Moreover, at this time, Tu Fong's cultivation base was even higher than Diu Tin's. She angrily shouted, What's more outrageous is why your cultivation level is higher than mine. Tu Fong coldly replied, Just prepare well. Ranking the true martial arts of this sect, we just found out that we can give our masters a surprise. Diu Tin immediately replied, Scared is more accurate. Tu Fong. When can this fairy talisman key be opened? Having just said this, suddenly the jade pendant in Diu Tin's hand glowed. Feeling strange, Diu Tin quickly called Tu Fong. Tu Fong. Look at that. This piece of jade. The piece in Tu Fong's hand also began to glow. He replied, I know. Looks like the fairy talisman is about to open. A voice suddenly came from the jade pendant. The reincarnation palace was about to open. Please confirm whether to enter or not. Those who enter should transmit their own spiritual energy. Diu Tin was immediately startled. Does it still know how to talk? She excitedly turned to ask Tu Fong. Tu Fong. Are we in? Tu Fong pondered. Then he said, The fairy palace only opens once every 50 years. We missed out on the previous life. But when entering this fairy palace, it will be extremely dangerous. Suddenly inside Tu Fong's chest, the Han Yen doll woke up and poked its head out. It jumped out of Tu Fong and said, "I am trustworthy." Looking at it, Tu Fong became more confident. "Oh yes. Your child has recovered. So there really is hope." Then he turned to Diu Tin and said, "Sister, our cultivation level in the Immortal Palace is extremely dangerous. Definitely the weakest group of people." Hearing that, Diu Tin was worried. "Is that so?" Seeing that his sister was worried, Tu Fong reassured her. He suggested, "But it's not the end. As long as senior sister agrees with me. Once you enter, you must listen to everything I say." Diu Tin immediately nodded, "Okay. I will definitely listen to you." After agreeing, Tu Fong immediately injected spiritual energy into the husband and said, "Then let's inject spiritual energy. Let's go in and see how our luck is." Diu Tin also quickly injected his spiritual energy. Both of them touched the jade pendant at the same time. Immediately a large beam of light radiated from both pieces of jade and shot straight into the sky. The beam of light shot into the sky, creating a large vortex in the air. From that vortex, a sphere with an eye inside appeared. Seeing it, Diu Tin was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow! What is that?" Tu Fong immediately reassured, "Heaven incarnated. Don't be afraid. Just checking to see if we are eligible to enter." The eye slowly observed both of them, and then it announced, in accordance with the standard. Having met the conditions, Tu Fong immediately said to Diu Tin, "Let's go. Let's go in." Immediately, a beam of light from above shone straight down on both of them. The scene here is quite strange with debris flying everywhere. Diu Tin's feet are standing on a large piece of rock. Looking at the strange scene around, Diu Tin wondered, could this be the fairy palace? Why is it not as imagined? Tu Fong next to him sensed something strange and immediately told Diu Tin to be quiet because someone was coming. Above their heads, another vortex suddenly appeared. From there a golden light shot out and followed by a laugh. "Ha ha ha. This time, my king will definitely get the inheritance from the fairy palace." Looking at the person who had just appeared, Tu Fong recognized it, Kim Dan Kentucky. Moreover, he is an expert in needle knitting. Another voice suddenly rang out, "Ha! Your Majesty, you are truly a daydreamer." The person who spoke was a man with a great sword on his back. He shouted loudly, "If you want to take things from the fairy palace, you have to ask my uncle Lu Nak." Seeing him, Tu Fong commented, "At least middle-stage golden pill. Moreover, it's not that kind of trash like the blue bamboo and chrysanthemum golden pill. This guy must be at least 3rd grade or higher." Hearing that, Diu Tin sighed. Even if the people who come here have magical weapons given by their parents, they are afraid they have no hope. At this moment, Tu Fong suddenly had an idea. He told Diu Tin, "I have a way. Sister, how many magic charms do you have that your master gave you? Give me everything." Diu Tin took out a ring and asked, "There's not much left. It's all in the storage ring." "But what are you going to do?" Tu Fong smiled slightly. He held the ring and conspired, "We can pretend to be masters of the Golden Dan period." Hearing that, Diu Tin looked puzzled. "Huh?" In the distance there are strange statues. There is a stone statue of a beautiful girl. Right now there is a large door there, and a group of people are gathering. One side spoke up, "Fellow Taoists, do you really want to fight with us here?" The other side replied, "How is that possible? Everyone came for the fairy palace ruins. Of course we have to put the dispute aside first." The old man had just finished speaking when he realized someone was coming. Seeing a young man and a girl riding a dragon coming, he determined that this was someone from Van Tien's sect. He also did not recognize the cultivation levels of these two people. One person asked loudly, "Are you a disciple of Van Tien's sect?" Tu Fong clasped his hands and calmly replied, "Question the heavenly sect, Vo Tran." Vo Tran is the name that Tu Fong took from someone else. At this time the old man spoke up. It turned out to be Taoist Vo Tran. In the lower Star Lang Van sect, he had admired Taoist Vo Tran's great name for a long time. Today he met a talented young man. Hearing the old man's words, Tu Fong was a bit startled. Tu Fong turned to Diu Tin and said, "Du Ni, stay by my side, don't wander around." At this time, the people outside were quietly discussing that person was the Van Tien sect's golden pill genius, Vo Tran. The person next to him replied, "I've never met him, this kid is really arrogant." Tu Fong heard that and smiled in his heart. "Haha, this senior brother Vo Tran is a super boy, He hasn't been out in 1,000 years. But his reputation is really not small, he can use it. But looking at the meeting, it seemed like there were quite a few acquaintances we had met in previous lives. A girl wearing a sexy pink dress said, "So it's the little brother of Van Tien Tong. Hi, he looks handsome." Tu Fong recognized this girl as the princess of the Mean Pavilion, named Mak Tui Dao. An elegant man holding a fan in hand continued, "Well, it seems like the righteous path's golden pills are more numerous than ours. This person is Lam Tu of Bai Diem Tan, famous for being cruel." A girl wearing a blue dress said respectfully, paying respects to her friend. Tu Fong recognized this person as Lac Thursday Fu, but he was not very familiar with it. After the greeting, Tu Fong immediately responded. He didn't expect there to be so many people. It didn't seem very easy. At this time there was an announcement sound. The time to open the Reincarnation Fairy Palace had come. This fairy palace only allowed 9 people to enter. When there are only 9 people left on the field, the fairy palace will open, and the person who gives up the right to transfer half of their blood essence into the jade pendant of the fairy palace can leave. The crowd was shocked when they heard that. What? There were only 9 people. A young man with red hair, named Mak Vu, he looked at the crowd and ordered, "People under the banner, do you go yourself or let me see you off?" Lam Chu still said elegantly, "Mak Vu, be gentle, there is also a lady here." Mak Tui Dao elegantly walked over and clasped Lam Chu's hand and said, "Oh my God, Mr. Lam still knows how to love flowers and pearls, right? So you have to take care of me a little longer." Outside, the crowd was talking, hee. Interesting, the demons and the righteous sect had to chase away the guys with lower cultivation levels than themselves. One person smiled and continued, "Haha, I see, we are still free." At this time, a disgruntled person loudly objected, "What is that based on? That is half of that blood essence. Do you know how many years I have been practicing?" Before this person could finish speaking, a light flashed and his head immediately separated from his neck. The person who just took action was Mak Vu. He held that person's head and said coldly, "Now, you don't need to practice anymore." Then he glanced at the rest of the group and asked, "So, is there anyone who doesn't want to practice anymore?" As soon as the words ended, the crowd trembled and replied, "Wait, we'll go on our own." At this time, in Mak Tui Dao's hand, a glowing token appeared. She threw it hard to the ground, and a column of light appeared around her. A large rock suddenly flew up high. Lam Tu spoke softly to the righteous people, "Friends of the righteous path, our side has already chased away people who don't want to leave. What about you?" A few people with weak cultivation on the righteous path asked in panic, "Senior, you don't want it either." Before the words were finished, someone interrupted. He put down the long sword in his hand and raised his voice, "Giving you a chance, among you, if anyone can defeat me, I will give up my quota." The other guy immediately shouted angrily, "You guys. In vain is the righteous path for you." "That's right. How can we defeat you guys? Aren't you forcing us to donate half of our blood essence?" Tu Fong looked at them and smiled contemptuously. "A bunch of idiots." The bad guy Lu Nak immediately explained, "First, even if you go in, you won't be able to protect yourself." He frowned and continued smugly, "Second, the so-called righteous path is not giving benefits to others and doing the things of the Holy Mother. If you don't know this principle and don't dare to challenge me, then get out of here while you're still alive." Provoked, the 2 righteous men rushed together to attack Lu Nak. The name Lu Nak gave a proud smile. "That's right." He chanted the magic spell and said, "But it's too weak." He used his finger to slash across the 2 young men's bodies. The other 2 immediately fell backwards, unconscious. Lu Nak raised his voice to challenge. "Who else wants to challenge?" No one from the righteous people dares to speak up anymore. They quickly ran away from this place together to save their lives. Mak Vu smiled and said, "Now there are only 9 golden pills left. But it seems there is one more person left." He turned to ask Tu Fong, "Fellow Taoist, you yourself are a golden Dan period. But do you intend to bring your disciples in too?" Tu Fong coldly replied, "I do have this plan." Mak Vu laughed loudly, "Haha. Do you want to give your position to your disciple? That's fine. Once inside, I will take good care of her for you." Tu Fong immediately replied, "Just killing others doesn't mean you have a position. I was originally thinking about who to choose. If you already want to die, then choose you." So he summoned the 10,000 sword technique. In his heart, he silently signaled, "Tu Yen. Use spells." The demon puppet inside him immediately used a support spell. Tu Fong's series of tens of thousands of sword techniques became extremely powerful. Seeing this move, Lam Chu looked disdainful. 10,000 sword technique? Looks like nothing. Mak Tui Dao immediately agreed. The power of this move is very normal. Does that mortal only have such strength? The man named Vu smiled sarcastically. I have truly been looked down upon. He stood still and let the 10,000 swords rush straight towards him. However, at some point he flashed behind Tu Fong and threatened, Van Tien Tong is just that. Kim Thursday smiled smugly. Oh, is that so? Tu Fong's whole body suddenly radiated extremely strong true energy. The man named Vu cried out in panic. No way. This is the original hero. Boom. An explosion rang out in midair. After the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the man in disguise stood frozen in midair. A deep cavity appeared in the middle of his chest, piercing through his body. Tu Fong then pulled out his sword. He pointed the tip of his sword into the middle of that cavity. Then he coldly said, Your needle? Let's take it away. Mak Vu then fell to the ground. He was destroyed by Tu Fong. After defeating him, Tu Fong landed on the ground and coldly announced, Guys. Quota is probably enough. The old man from the Star Gate on the main road was stunned. That was just now. Lu Nak immediately said, I don't know. But one thing can be determined. Looking at Tu Fong and Su Duotin calmly as if nothing happened, he said, If there is no need to do so, absolutely do not provoke this person. At this time, the stone statue of a man spoke. There were only 9 people left in the yard, in accordance with the open conditions. The statue of the fairy also spoke, the Demon Gate official. Open. Immediately, a series of red auras flew into the door. They gathered together and penetrated inside the door of the fairy palace. Seeing this unusual phenomenon, Lac Van was surprised and asked, Is this really a fairy talisman? The fairy door immediately turned red. Above it is a skull that looks quite scary. A white-haired man from the main sect gave a naked smile full of determination. Pretending to be a god or a demon. Let's see what exactly we're playing at here. So he immediately flew into the fairy palace. Seeing this, Lu Nak immediately suggested, Let's go in and see what's going on. We've come here, there's no way to retreat. We cannot let evil cults take away treasures. So everyone flew into the fairy palace together. Only Duotin and Tu Fong were left outside. Duotin then asked, Tu Fong. Just now, how did you deal with that golden pill guy? Tu Fong smiled and pointed at the little doll. It was this kid. Duotin immediately wondered, so it's this Dharma weapon. You said this was given to you by the master of Quanghan Palace? Tu Fong nodded, that's right. But its spiritual power is limited. The attack just now had consumed a lot of it. Thinking about the closeness of Tu Fong and Han Yen, Duotin wondered, I'm sure you have some secret from the master of Quanghan Palace, right? Tu Fong immediately changed the subject. Let's go to the fairy palace first. Sister. I roughly know a few situations in the fairy palace. Remember this carefully. Then he advised Duotin, after entering the fairy palace, the first gate will be an illusory scene. Be sure to stay alert. Duotin is curious. Are these things also written in books? Tu Fong hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Duotin winked and said, Okay. No need to answer. If you want to talk later, I'll ask again later. Tu Fong smiled and said, Okay. Anyway, I will definitely protect my sister. Having said that, he suggested, Let's go. Go see what's in the fairy palace. So both Tu Fong and Duotin entered the ghost gate together. Upon entering, the scene suddenly changed to a campfire. A man is grilling meat on this fire. That's Tu Fong. He was startled and surprised. Where am I? He held his head in confusion, and wondered, I seem to have forgotten something. What's going on? A voice rang out, Husband? What are you wondering about? Tu Fong asked in surprise, Princess? Looks like we forgot something. But why can't I remember? Han Yen replied, It's all because of me. We just secluded ourselves. But in order to protect me, he continuously fought with those enemies that came to him, causing his soul to be injured. She approached Tu Fong and gently said, It's okay if you don't remember what happened before. I'm here. I will be with you forever. Tu Fong smiled, So that's it. Then Han Yen reminded him, I'll go get some medicine to heal your injury. Please wait for me. Tu Fong smiled, Then I'm bothering you. After Han Yen left, Tu Fong bent down and thought, Has my soul been injured so I have lost my memory? Just feel like something isn't right. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Tu Fong, Lord Demon King. So it's you here? A woman in a red shirt came forward and said, Lord Demon King. Don't you remember me? Tu Fong waved his hand and replied, Heaven and earth are too big. That's not right, sorry I don't remember who you are? The woman immediately ran to hug Tu Fong and cried, I am Tu Lam. Love is like your 88th. Have you forgotten me? Tu Fong panicked and asked again, How much? Suddenly a vase fell to the ground. Han Yen arrived and was stunned when he saw this scene. She sadly said, Looks like I came at the wrong time. Tu Fong quickly clarified loudly, Wait. She had a bit of a misunderstanding, but Han Yen naturally ran back to Tu Fong's arms and said, It's okay. She raised her face and said lovingly, As long as you treat me well. We don't pay attention to anything else. Hearing that, Tu Fong immediately hugged them both and said, Damn. There is such a good thing. Han Yen raised her face and whispered, Husband. Let's do some normal things together. The other woman also said, Yes, yes. I want you to kiss me. Tu Fong immediately replied, Yes. Girls, close your eyes first. So they both closed their eyes and waited. Tu Fong also closed his eyes and said then, Poof. Tu Fong threw 2 punches that pierced both girls' stomachs. Both were surprised. Why? Tu Fong smiled mischievously. How do I know you guys are fake? Because if it's really my lady then, now I have been beaten to death. Having finished speaking, he swung his sword and slashed the 2 illusions. A voice suddenly rang out, Hi hi. As expected of the previous Demon King. Even after being covered up, memories are still as sensitive as ever. The voice came from the figure of a woman in a pink shirt. Tu Fong was surprised. You are not an illusion. The woman in the pink shirt immediately flew up to him and said, Only you know this, right? After all, I only come from the deepest shadow in your heart. She leaned closer and whispered, That's right. Be careful behind. Immediately Tu Fong swung his sword and slashed back. His slash blocked the sneak attack coming from behind. The girl in the water who was taking the opportunity to sneak attack him was stopped and cried out, That? Wake up real quick. Mak Tui Dao stepped back and said, Originally wanted to deal with you first. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. What a pity. Tu Fong calmly looked at her. Mak Tui Dao frowned a little more worried. She suddenly saw another prey. She immediately flashed behind a martial artist who was falling into an illusion. Then she slashed across his neck. This guy's head immediately left his neck. After defeating a person who had no resistance, Mak Tui Dao held up her bloody knife and winked mischievously at Tu Fong. Tu Fong didn't pay any attention. He looked at Dieu Tin who was still falling into a fantasy and said, Not interested. We need to protect our children. Mak Tui Dao immediately waved goodbye and said, Your political faction is really boring. So let's go kill people. After saying that, she immediately disappeared. Flying close to Dieu Tin, Tu Fong thought to himself, These guys are too dangerous. Cannot be revealed. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance, catching Tu Fong's attention. Lam Tu is fighting with someone. He said, Who de? Lu Brothers' fire is great. The person fighting him is the swordsman Lu Nak. He said, Hey, when Lu Emma wasn't awake yet, he acted arrogant. But you are still very young. Tu Fong looked around for a while and thought, Now is the right time, no one is paying attention to this place. He slowly approached a small rock ahead. This rock looks very ordinary. I don't understand why Tu Fong pays so much attention to it. He reached out to suck the spiritual energy from the stone and thought, Who would have thought? The key to this secret realm is actually these rocks. The sword then drained the aura from the stone, causing it to disappear. At this time, Dieu Tin slowly opened her eyes. Tu Fong stood in front and asked, Are you awake? Suddenly Dieu Tin looked angry. Tu Fong wondered, What's wrong? Dieu Tin was immediately upset. Just now in the illusion, you bullied me. Tu Fong held his head, ahem. Not related to you. Tu Fong pointed at those fighting and reminded, Sister. Those old monsters are now plotting against each other. We take this moment to kick them away first. So they both quickly disappeared. The two then arrive at a strange area. It was filled with yellow mist. Not to mention, there are countless souls wandering around under the lake. Dieu Tin curiously asked, Tu Fong. Where is this? Are the things in the lake unjust souls? Tu Fong immediately answered, The river is broken. It is difficult for birds to fly through this place. If you want to get past this place, you have to use a special way. He also frowned and reminded, There is a very powerful treasure here that must be obtained. After searching for a while, Tu Fong exclaimed, Found it. Looking at the large rock with inscriptions, Dieu Tin wondered, What is this rock? Tu Fong immediately replied, Samsara stone is the key to this very palace. But this rock is even more special. He touched the inscription engraved on the rock and said, "This rock is nourished every year by the lake, and has a trace of spirituality. Can manifest other people's past lives." He pointed at the stone and continued, "As long as you cannot be fascinated by the illusion of your previous life and maintain your original mind, you can increase your cultivation level. This is the reward of passing through past life illusions." So Tu Fong placed his hand on the stone. Memories of past lives immediately appeared. Seeing this, Diu Tin felt confused. Why did Tu Fong's past life seem so similar to his present one? A moment later, the images of past lives disappeared. Tu Fong also successfully broke through. He breathed a sigh of relief. This time his cultivation level had directly reached the 9th level of the foundation. Worth several years of hard practice. Diu Tin found it interesting and immediately said, "It's so powerful. I also want to try." Tu Fong immediately reminded, "Senior sister must be careful." Diu Tin turned back and said, "If you can do it, I can do it too." Then she placed her hand on the stone. Images of Diu Tin's past life immediately appeared. It was a fire phoenix. Tu Fong was also surprised to learn such a truth. "Right now, I'm in the palace." Diu Tin's mother, Lam Tu, was leisurely admiring the scenery with her 2 disciples. Lam Tu sighed and said, "Tan Ni is always naughty. But I didn't expect you Di Fong to be confused as well. Yet the 2 kicked you away and took the opportunity to run away." Lam Tu walked closer to the Heavenly Soul Palace and said, "Luckily, the 2 of them were still okay." Lam Tu opened the door of the Soul Palace. Her expression became panicked. What's going on? In front of her were countless soul lamps of disciples entering the temple. Looking at the 2 flickering soul lamps, Lam Tu exclaimed, "Are the soul lamps of Diu Tin and Tu Fong about to go out?" At Quang Han Dying, a few disciples were whispering, "Have you heard anything? Something happened recently while talking to the electrician." The other female disciple immediately agreed, "That's right." The owner of the temple seemed to be in a hurry. At this moment, Han Yen heard it from behind and asked, "What are you talking about?" Confused female disciple, "Master. Master." Han Yen expressed reproach. "I remember I once said that private conversations were not allowed during class time." The 2 female disciples immediately knelt down and apologized. They knew they were wrong. Suddenly Han Yen asked, "What happened to the phone?" Hearing their master's question, the 2 female disciples were surprised because they thought their master also liked to gossip like that. Han Yen warns, "Tell everything you know. This time, I won't pursue your mistakes anymore." The 2 female disciples looked at each other in confusion. Then one person stood up and said, "Master, I heard that the palace master's daughter has gone missing." There was also a disciple named Tu Di Fong who also went missing. Han Yen immediately hurried back inside and announced, "This is the end of this lecture. Go home." The 2 female disciples immediately looked puzzled. The master really did not reprimand us. Last time you confessed, you were obviously hung from a tree and beaten for 3 days. A female disciple immediately said, "Wow. Don't mention it again." The other person smiled and asked, "Tell me, why is the master in such a hurry to care about the matter of the temple?" Inside, Han Yen is worried. He's gone missing. Looks like we have to see where they are. She thought sadly and worriedly. The last time she activated the puppet, it was broken and took a lot of time to recover. She started chanting a spell to test the puppet. Forget it. If it's broken, it's broken. Han Yen began to use spiritual energy to push through space to search for the signal of the little Yen doll. But the transmitted signal was immediately broken. Han Yen was surprised. Can't sense it? In the fairy palace at this time, the image of Diu Tin's past life as a phoenix is still shining brightly. Seeing Diu Tin still not finished, Tu Fong worried. Why hasn't this girl woken up yet? I'm afraid those old monsters will find out about such a movement. Suddenly, the phoenix flew down and aimed straight at Diu Tin. It flew back into her body, signaling that Diu Tin was done. Diu Tin's body was filled with aura and excitedly said, "Tu Fong. Ta." Without giving her time to finish, Tu Fong quickly pulled her away and said, "Quickly take the rock away. Let's get out of here quickly. Someone comes." So the 2 immediately flew away. As soon as they walked, a step came here. That's the old man from Stargate Langvan. The old man looked up at the silhouette of the 2 people. The old man smiled when he learned Tu Fong's secret. It turned out to be a fake golden pill. "It seems like you still know some secrets." The old man gained momentum, immediately chased after him and shouted, "Want to run? Don't try." At this time on the Vongshuyan River, A few boats were parked here. Tu Fong and Diu Tin quickly landed on the boat. Tu Fong turned around and ordered, "Boatman, go rowing." The boatman immediately rowed the boat to carry the two people away. A loud voice rang out, You cannot run. Damn, you're so bold. Yet you dare to deceive us." Tu Fong smiled and replied, "What's wrong with cheating you? If you're good, then follow it." Tin Man Lang Van smiled and replied, "This Vong Shuyan River cannot fly." "You think I don't know?" The old man stepped off another boat. Then he gave the order, "Boatman, chase them." At this time, Tu Fong's boat had gone quite far. A stream of air flew from nowhere to attack them. The little Yen doll stood up and threw up a shield in response. The airflow was blocked by the small saddle shield. Diu Tin worriedly said, "Tu Fong, the guy behind is chasing after me." Tu Fong calmly reassured, "Don't worry. Immediately he won't be able to chase anymore." He gave the boatman 2 small stones and said, "Boatman, please speed up a bit. This is our boat's money." The boatman saw 2 stones and immediately said, "2 reincarnation stones. Already know. You are honored guests." Immediately the boatman accelerated Tu Fong and Diu Tin's boat. Diu Tin happily shouted, "Wow! We're speeding up." Seeing the boat in front speed up, the old star of Lang Van immediately turned around and said, "Hey! Can you hurry up a little?" His boatman immediately stopped rowing. He raised his voice and asked, "Guest, please pay for the boat." The old man looked puzzled. "Boat money? What do you mean?" The boatman immediately said, "Only by kicking reincarnation or returning one's soul can one cross the river." The old star, Lang Van, angrily swung his broom and slashed and said, "Relying only on you? Find death." His boatman was cut by a broom blow. He fell in 2 pieces. The old star, Lang Van, said proudly, Fake god and demon." Suddenly the head of the other boatman laughed. "Haha. Thank you, my friend, for freeing me." His body immediately disappeared, leaving only his boatman's uniform. The outfit then flew up high, making the old star of the clouds surprised. "What is that?" It flew down, wrapped around his body, making him cry out in panic, "Get down from me! Don't come close to me!" The old nebula was transformed into a boatman who continuously screamed, "Get out! Get out!" Seeing that, Diu Tin asked, "That's a mystery. Are you wearing a boatman's robe?" Tu Fong immediately explained, "If you don't have the reincarnation stone, you can either pay with your soul and become a walking corpse, or be locked up here, becoming a boatman on the Vong Shuyan River." Hearing Tu Fong say that, Diu Tin looked scared. "This road is too dangerous." Tu Fong immediately replied, "Every path is the same. Perhaps other people have also discovered the effects of samsara stones." After getting off the boat, Tu Fong said, "Let's go. Up ahead is probably the last level in this fairy palace." At this time, in front of a gate quite similar to the Gate of Hell, the evil swordsmen Lu Nak and Lak Van were surrounded by a group of demons. Lu Nak frowned and said, "Worthy of death. There are so many Golden Dan demons here." He gave the stone to Lak Van and said, "Lak Fairy, you take the reincarnation stone first and open the barrier in front. Let's go keep those demons at bay." Lak Van immediately replied, "Yes. Be careful, bro." Lu Nak took out his weapon to defend and reassured him, "Don't worry. This group has no common sense. Compared to real knitting needles, it's really far behind." He swung his sword and slashed a path. The slash cut a demon in half. Another one jumped up and sprayed red light towards Lu Nak. Lu Nak quickly created a shield to block that attack. Then he said to Lak Van, "Fairy, quickly open the barrier." Lak Van immediately replied, "Lu brother, the end of the world has opened. You can take back your protective magic." Lu Nak happily sighed, "That's great." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was stabbed with a sword through his chest. The one who took action was Lak Van. She said, "But you should stay here and inherit the fairy palace for this little girl." Add a win. At the same time, in a large forest in the fairy palace, Tu Fong and Diu Tin are walking around here. Diu Tin asked, "Tu Fong, have you noticed that it's getting hotter and hotter here?" Tu Fong immediately answered, "This is the way to the final door. The reason it's so hot here is because of the guards on the road." Diu Tin is confused. "Guardian?" Tu Fong pointed to a large object ahead and said, "There. Look over there." Diu Tin looked closely and saw that it was a giant chicken. She was startled and exclaimed, "What is that?" Tu Fong explained with a serious face, "Golden chicken. Going alone is also easy to deal with. Strength ranges from bamboo base to needle core. But this species lives in groups, so absolutely do not let it be detected. But then Tu Fong lowered his voice to reassure, don't worry. I don't know why these animals have very poor eyesight. Just use a hidden charm and you won't be detected. Wait here, I'll go try. After speaking, he attached a concealing talisman to his body. Tu Fong gently walked through the golden cock without waking it up. Having successfully passed, Tu Fong smiled and signaled, rest assured. Safe. Seeing this, Dutin also confidently attached the concealment charm to her body. She slowly walked closer to the golden cock with an extremely confident look. However, due to being too confident, Dutin's footsteps made a loud noise. The golden cock was startled awake. Dutin panicked, her face turned pale, and she thought, I didn't apply the wrong charm. Probably a coincidence. The golden cock makes a loud noise. Being alarmed, many other birds immediately headed towards that location and swooped down. Tu Fong immediately shouted, run. Nearby, there were two people also running quickly, Mak Tui Dao and Lam Tu. While running, Mak Tui Dao blamed him, it's your fault. Just have to steal its reincarnation stone. Lam Tu clarified, who knew he would pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Yet it is a great and perfect golden elixir. Suddenly a large stone wall blocked in front of both of them. Lam Tu exclaimed, blocked. Mak Tui Dao immediately said, this area is prohibited from flying. The guy chasing them appeared. He has white hair and holds two sharp sickles in his hands. He laughed. Where do you want to run? He licked his sickle and smiled perversely. You guys also have some Sara stones on your body, right? Hand it over here, so you won't die. Lam Tu looked and signaled to Mak Tui Dao, should I take a risk? Suddenly there were many loud noises that made all three feel confused. What is that? The white-haired guy turned his head and asked, what is that? Behind him, Tu Fong and Dutin were hastily running away. Behind them was a large stream of smoke chasing them. Tu Fong exclaimed, friend. So lucky. It turns out everyone is here. The white-haired guy immediately smiled triumphantly. That's good. Can steal their reincarnation stone. Only then did he see the crowded golden chickens chasing behind them. He turned pale and asked himself, what is this? Wherever the golden chickens went, rocks and soil flew everywhere. So all 5 people ran away together. The white-haired guy shouted, worthy of death. Why are you poking at these animals? Tu Fong exclaimed, you asked me, who should I ask? Anyway, let's run. All 5 people ran at full speed. Behind him, the golden chickens were still chasing closely. The white-haired guy ran and looked back. He wondered, isn't the sensitivity of these things very poor? Why can't we leave them alone? Hearing that, Tu Fong also wondered, strange. These golden chickens seem to have been chasing us non-stop since seeing Dutin. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. Golden chicken. To Dutin. Wait, maybe that time. He immediately turned to ask Dutin, sister. About the inheritance from previous lives. If you think carefully, is there anything else besides raising your realm? Dutin immediately replied, there is also a strange method. Tu Fong immediately said, let's try that method. Dutin nodded, I know. But we need some time. Hearing that, Tu Fong turned and said to Lam Chiu and Mak Tui Dao, everyone. We have a way to chase away those yellow chickens. Please help keep those monsters at bay. Mak Tui Dao frowned in disbelief. Are you serious? Lam Chiu also threatened, if you deceive us, you know the consequences. The white-haired guy also gave a warning, it's best for you to tell the truth. He immediately turned and frowned at the group of golden chickens. Then he threw his sickle away. The sickle quickly took down one of them. The remaining 2 also used moves to take turns taking down the others. Mak Tui Dao exclaimed, Daoist Vo Tran. If there is any way, just do it. Tu Fong turned and said, Dutin? Dutin nodded. She then pointed at her forehead. Golden wings sprouted from her back. With these wings and fire-type spiritual energy, Dutin slowly flew up. Lam Tu immediately marveled. The power of the fire element is so pure. From Dutin's wings, a fiery phoenix appeared. The group of golden chickens that were chasing were suddenly startled when they saw the phoenix. They immediately stopped. Then one turned around and ran away. The other golden chickens also followed suit and ran away hastily. Seeing this, Tu Fong immediately said, indeed, those golden chickens were aimed at the original power that Dutin inherited. The white-haired man now licked his lips hungrily. The origin of the fire element. I didn't expect this woman's body to have this. He took out his weapon. Then he rushed towards Dutin and shouted, you are mine. Tu Fong panicked. I'm done. The white-haired guy has come very close to Du Tin. He swung his sickle, trying to take her life. Suddenly, a black flame appeared out of nowhere and shot straight at his hand. The white-haired man was surprised and wondered, what kind of fire is this? He struggled, tried everything but could not extinguish it. Reluctantly, he turned the sickle towards his hand. Then with one slash, he cut off his own arm. His arm slowly fell down. Even though it had been cut off, the arm was still being burned by that black fire. The white-haired man hugged his severed and bleeding arm and shouted, "Who is it? Get out." Suddenly a rope from somewhere wrapped tightly around Du Tin's body, surprising her there. "What's going on?" The rope quickly pulled her away. Tu Fong saw this and shouted, "This is not okay. Chase." The white-haired guy also exclaimed, "You bastard. I want to see what dares to hurt me." Mak Tui Dao also had the same opinion, chase and see. Lam Tu agreed, "I also have the same idea." So all four of them chased to a red area that looked quite scary. In the ground there is a deep hole with many chains coming up from it. The demons also emerged from there. However, when they climbed closer, they were struck back by lightning. In the middle of this area there is a floating citadel. At the top of the citadel, there was a red ball that continuously shot out beams of lightning. There is a stone slab with the name of this citadel nearby. On it is written Feng Du Dain. When Tu Fong saw it, he immediately said, "Looks like this is the main hall of this fairy palace." Looking at the citadel, Tu Fong thought to himself, Du Tin seemed to be led into the palace by the light from before. Why? Seeing the stone slab engraved with this word, the white-haired man quickly rushed forward as soon as he landed and said, "Stone of Reincarnation." Mak Tui Dao and Lam Tu immediately exclaimed, "Not good. He was robbed before." They were about to rush in and rob, but Tu Fong stopped them. "Don't go there." Tu Fong warned in a serious voice, "This is the main hall. The last door of the fairy palace. It's not that easy." The white-haired guy now placed his hand on the stone and smiled triumphantly. Hee hee. "This is mine." But nothing happened. He was surprised, "Huh? Why can't you take it back?" A laughing voice rang out, "Hee hee. Of course, because it already has an owner." Following that, a demon hand protruded from the stone slab. The white-haired guy immediately jumped back in surprise. Not good. But it was too late. The other hand grabbed him. A man with a scary appearance came out. He exclaimed, "It's meat." Then he opened his mouth. He slashed his sharp teeth into the white-haired man's shoulder. The white-haired guy shouted, "Help!" The white-haired man collapsed in a pool of blood. He was eaten by that monster. After the monster finished eating, he licked his lips and said, "Difficult to eat. Still, female meat tastes better." Seeing the water walking, the monster burst out laughing. "Hee hee. There are women. Haven't seen this woman in a long time." Mak Tui Dao loudly asked, "Who are you? I have never seen you among the people who come in here." The monster looked up to the sky and replied, "Me. Forgot it." He thought for a moment then said, "But this is the third time we've seen someone come here." Tu Fong immediately said, "This is probably a person who entered the fairy palace before. He stays here all the time and doesn't go out." Mak Tui Dao pulled out his weapon just in case and asked, "So why don't you go out?" The monster laughed, "Get out." "Ha! Good question. If we can go out, why don't we go out?" He roared, "No one can go out. You all can't get out." Then he turned his eyes towards Mak Tui Dao and threatened, "I'm in a good mood today. That little girl. You have two choices. Or obediently obey me and become my lotus. Or be eaten by me. Which one do you choose?" Mak Tui Dao frowned and replied, "I choose the third one." She brandished her weapon and shouted, "Kill you." The sword energies she released headed straight towards that monster. The monster just calmly stood still and held out his hand. All the sword energy had been sucked in by him. He proudly said, "Her strength is a bit weak. I don't know how it feels to touch it." Immediately, a series of demon hands emerged from the ground, attempting to grab Mak Tui Dao. Mak Tui Dao used the technique of cicadas to escape their bodies, turn into flower petals and then escape. She returned to Tu Fong and Lam Tu's side and warned, "Be careful. He is an old monster." The monster took a piece of Mak Tui Dao's shirt. He tasted a little and said, "Yes. Is the smell of the mountain slopes." He shouted triumphantly, "It's good. The women of Mean Mean Kak know how to play the best. You know a lot of good tricks." Mak Tui Dao raised his weapon and asked, "Senior, you are actually an original hero. Why can I come here?" The monster immediately laughed. "Oh. It turns out that this fairy palace is no longer accessible in the original state. That's good. He raised his hands in the air and smiled, suggesting, "Today I feel compassion. Nymph. I'll give you another chance, honestly submit to me. I can let you live." "How?" Mak Tui Dao frowned angrily. "Don't even want to." Tu Fong spoke up next to him. "No fairy. If you don't want to be his toy, then listen to me." Mak Tui Dao turned to ask, "Dois Vo Tran. Do you have any solution?" Tu Fong immediately stated his hypothesis. "That monster has not attacked us yet, but only blocked that sky ladder. Is there a possibility that if we could just go up that sky ladder it would bring trouble to him?" After listening, Lam Tu also agreed. It turned out to be like that. In these fairy palaces, there are restrictions. That sky ladder is definitely there too. But how do we get there? Tu Fong smiled and suggested, "Thanks to the two of you, use your beauty to stabilize him first." After hearing this, Lam Tu was surprised. "Am I the same?" Tu Fong hugged Lam Tu's shoulders and smiled and said, "Lam brother. Such a heroic jade tree, you must trust your own charm." Lam Tu exclaimed, "Shut up." Following Tu Fong's plan, Mak Tui Dao seductively asked the monster, "If your senior was a great power, would you keep your word? If I follow you, will you really not harm me?" The monster immediately replied, "What are these words? Why would this king lie to a little gold pill like you? As for the other person, he prepares to attack and threaten. Let the old man give you pleasure." Suddenly, a series of purple lightning appeared around the monster. He was then tied up in the 9-dragon thunder sword prison. The monster said proudly, "The sword array of Van Tien's sect? Hee hee. Keeping it until death can only trap the old man's 5 senses." Mak Tui Dao and Lam Tu both said, "Stupid. Who wants to fight with you?" Both were now at the foot of the ladder. The monster was startled and turned around and said, "You guys. Blackguard." At this moment, suddenly a green shadow glided over. "It's Lac Van." She said, "Sorry. I'm late." Mak Tui Dao frowned and asked, "Isn't it early or late? Such a coincidence? I'm afraid you're always in a corner somewhere waiting for an opportunity, right?" Lac Van was stunned when she heard Mak Tui Dao say something that touched her heart. She looked weak and said, "How could you misunderstand me like that? Mr. Lam? Do you feel the same?" Lam Tu doesn't care. He was just curious. Why hasn't fellow Dao Tran come here yet? That old man is about to escape. Tu Fong is now facing the old monster. He smiled and asked the guy, "Old man, how do you take the bait? The monster threatens brat. When I get out, I will definitely kill you." Tu Fong immediately prepared to attack and said, "Then you may have run out of chances." The monster now looked scared. "What do you want to do?" "Wait." Tu Fong bluntly pushed the monster away. The pushed monster immediately flew back up the ladder. The monster landed right on the stairs, leaving both him and the other 3 speechless. Lam Tu angrily shouted, "Bloody bastard! Why did you throw him over here? Does anyone pit others like that?" Mak Tui Dao looked around and said, "Wait. That guy doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking us." Lam Tu immediately looked puzzled. "Huh?" Tu Fong immediately explained, "Don't worry. There are restrictions everywhere on this sky ladder. Every step must be careful. If he doesn't want to die, he can't cause trouble." The monster shouted, "The old man can wait for you here. If you have the courage, you can stand there for the rest of your life." Tu Fong waved his hand, "Then it's up to you." In his heart, he thought to himself, if he goes step by step up that sky ladder, who knows how long it will take. Du Ting currently does not know what the situation is. Tu Fong then bent down and grabbed the body of the white-haired man and said, "Thank you for that ugly guy." There should have been quite a few reincarnation stones on the old king's body. He searched through his body and took out a bag of reincarnation stones. Lac Van above said, "It seems that Dao Tran doesn't want to enter the fairy palace. The young ladies are 1 step ahead." Lac Van took a step forward. She immediately stood still, unable to move anymore. Seeing this, Mak Tui Dao immediately said, "She is in an illusion. It seems that this is the challenge of the heavenly ladder. Only by overcoming the illusion can we continue to move forward." Lam Tu agrees. "We can't waste time, go to the fairy palace first." Tu Fong is currently pensive. He thought, the red light that guided the sister just now looked very familiar. Recalling the memories of his previous life, Tu Fong thought, in my previous life, I came to the fairy palace 50 years later. At that time, I saw a set of bones inside, and there was also a sword. That sword is the inheritance of the snow sword of Wuchuing power. And that lost skeleton is the previous master of Vo Nai Dying, Tan Huchan. Because of that, in my previous life, I had many inheritances. Looking up at the sky, Tu Fong thought, but this time I arrived 50 years early. True man Tan Hu is still alive. Remembering Du Tin's past life that he saw, Tu Fong thought to himself, that's right. Du Tin was led away after displaying the blood of the fire bird. The bloodline of the temple has always been dominated by the fire element's spiritual roots. Of course, Tan Hu is the same. Looks like that's all. After saying that, Tu Fong bit his finger until it bled. He pressed his bleeding finger to his forehead and shouted loudly, fire. Immediately around Tu Fong, a stream of true fire appeared. Seeing that, the monster immediately shouted, boy. Why are you suddenly using fire-type techniques? Tu Fong did not answer him. He respectfully greeted the true Tan Hu. The Van Tien Sect's disciples entered the temple to see the true Tan Hu. The disciple has an important treasure that has an effect on the true person. Please meet me. The monster laughed. Stop pretending to be a god and a ghost. No matter what you do, you won't get out of here. Suddenly, above the Wind Palace, a red light flew out. It immediately wrapped tightly around Tu Fong's body. Then it pulled Tu Fong and flew away, over this sky ladder before the monster's surprised eyes. The guy cried out in panic, what are you kidding? How can anyone go through the back door? Seeing Tu Fong being dragged straight to the Wind Capital Palace, the monster shouted, bastard. You come here for me. Inside the Wind Capital Palace at this time, a peaceful and green scene appeared. True Master Tan Hu is sitting there cultivating. Next to him is Du Tin standing there. Tu Fong was dragged there. Seeing Mr. Du Tin happily ran to Tu Fong. I've also arrived. I'm here, she quickly reminded. Tu Fong quickly bowed. This is, however, without giving his sister time to remind him, Tu Fong politely bowed. Van Tien Tong's disciple Chu Di Fong paid his respects to Master Tan Hu, introducing a great master from the temple, in his hand wearing a snow-clad sword to cut down demons and demons. Tan Hu is a true person in the temple, the previous master of the Mahayana temple. The monk is loved by his disciples. Not only is the Dharma profound, but he also devotes all his resources to the disciples. Tu Fong bowed his head respectfully. The master's name had been like a thunderclap in his junior's ears since his initiation. Mr. Tan Hu expressed curiosity. Why do you know that sitting here is a poor person? Tu Fong immediately explained. The red light that the master released before was the red spiritual energy of the sky and 9 layers that only high realms have. Tu Fong bowed his head politely. His junior usually likes to study some ancient books, and was fortunate enough to read some of his master's stories there. So dare to guess once. Hearing Tu Fong say that, Du Tin marveled, junior brother. Turns out I usually watch a lot of things like that. True man Tan Hu sighed. Back then, the poor monk relied on his profound cultivation to come to this very palace. I didn't expect to be locked here. Really ashamed of the teacher, he asked. Can you tell me a little bit, how is the power station now? Per people miss home. Right now, I'm in the palace. Palace Master Tien Dike asked. How is the situation? Have you found them yet? The eldest disciple immediately turned to heaven and replied, Master. The first group of disciples returned, but could not find the whereabouts of Du Tin and his junior brother. The second group of disciples is still investigating. Lam Tu looked sad. It's all because of me. We shouldn't let them go down the mountain. Tien Dike was next to her to reassure her. Don't worry, ma'am. Their souls are still bright. That means at least nothing has happened yet. This is the best news. Lam Tu immediately replied. However, neither divination nor the method of asking the sky can know their whereabouts. All we know is that it is not in the 3 worlds, not in the 5 elements. Where are they anyway? Suddenly, a voice spoke to heaven, Master, Master. The disciple, on the other hand, thought of something. He thoughtfully said, Actually, this hexagram appeared not long ago at our palace. Su Tien Dike also pondered. Are you talking about Master Tan Hu? Lam Tu also agreed. I remember. After Tan Hu disappeared that year, his soul light also dimmed. The hexagram is exactly the same as today, she said sadly. Moreover, after half a year, his soul lamp completely disappeared. Tien Dike ordered, You continue to arrange for your disciples to investigate. Let's go look for the sect master again to see if there are any clues. Toward the sky bowed his head, Yes, Master. Then Tien Dike looked up to the sky and prayed, Ancestor, if you are holy, please bless them both. Return to the Wind Capital. After listening to Tu Fong's story, Tan Hu laughed loudly, haha. So now that strange boy has been promoted to the position of Hall Master? He turned to Diu Tin and said, that kid was originally the most naughty guy, and even damaged my alchemy furnace. I hung him up and beat him for several days straight. Diu Tin was curious. It turns out her father still has dark history like this. She then bowed her head politely and asked, that's right. Master. The electric power has gone downhill now, and is despised by others. Do you want to come out and reveal it to us? Tan Hu immediately replied, don't worry. When the poor people get out of here, no one will dare to disrespect the temple. Tu Fong bowed his head politely, Master. I still need you for one thing. Tan Hu immediately asked, what's going on? Tu Fong immediately frowned and suggested, I still hope that the monk will forgive the senior sister and take over the disciple's house. After this statement, everyone was silent for a while. Diu Tin then wondered, Tu Fong? What are you talking about? Tu Fong still continues to propose. I hope the master will be successful. Master Tan Hu frowned and asked, how do you know? Hearing what the master said from his own mouth, Diu Tin panicked, Master. Sir. Suddenly Tu Fong pointed at Diu Tin district. He smiled and gently instructed, Sister. This is a body stabilization technique. It will not harm you. But it will make you unable to speak or act for half an hour. But very quickly you can resolve it yourself. True man Tan Hu doesn't hide it anymore. He said, it seems you have already seen it. Tu Fong coldly said, I have met the remnant soul of the Mahayana period, so I am also fortunate to know the current state of my master. If the master wants to leave this place, he must have a body. Looking at Diu Tin motionless, Tu Fong continued, and the master is the body of the fire spirit, extremely excellent. This is the reason why you lured her here. True man Tan Hu gently said, on the contrary, you also have good feelings. Knowing what I was about to do, I still proactively came here. Tu Fong bowed his head, then the master can agree. True man Tan Hu replied, but I refuse. Tu Fong worriedly asked, why? The real Tan Hu immediately explained, that girl is the immortal branch, a fire spirit body that is rare in heaven and earth. How could we be wrong? Tu Fong argued back, but after all, sister is also a woman's body. The master was a man. True man Tan Hu sighed, that also makes some sense. If I take over that girl's house, I can use the woman's body to show off in the future. He said something extremely perverted. Just thinking about it made me feel agitated. Tu Fong was frightened when he heard it. Damn it! Sir. He wondered, is he a pervert? Master Tan Hu then stood up and said, okay. Immortal cultivators must care about men and women, so why? From now on, we will have to take this girl's house. He looked at Diu Tin and warned, don't think about resisting. Your strength and mine are far apart. It's just out of respect for your father's love that I let you disappear without suffering. Tu Fong quickly spoke up, Master. What if I have a better physical condition so he can take the amnesty? Hearing that, Tan Hu stopped and asked, what are you talking about? Tu Fong pointed at his body and said, I won't lie to you. My body is even more rare than my senior sister's. Mr. Tan Hu burst out laughing, haha. Do you really think I can't see it? How can that spiritual root of yours be as meaningful as the immortal control branch? Tu Fong pointed at his forehead and said, Please, Master, take a look. He shouted loudly, Mind Dharma. Presently, immediately a series of mental dharmas of all shapes and forms appeared. True man Tan Hu was immediately surprised. The demonic path of the three systems was a fellow cultivator. How is this possible? This requires extremely strong and elastic meridians. Tu Fong immediately asked, Master, I can integrate the three systems of mind magic into my body. Is it comparable to the spirit fire area? Mr. Tan Hu immediately replied, I have to say, it is indeed more valuable than the spirit fire area. He sighed and said, but you have too many secrets on your body. I don't want any more trouble. He explained, the method of seizing the body, as long as the original body does not agree, even if your consciousness is strong, it will take a long time to strengthen the soul. Tu Fong immediately took out something and said, Master. His disciples gave him another creation. Streams of golden light emitted from his hands. He said, one thing is that after taking over the temple, there will be endless trouble, perhaps even being blatantly hunted down by Su Tianqi's body. One has no father or mother, and even his mind has basically disappeared, and his body is stronger than the fire spirit branch. Which one does the master like? Hearing these words, Tan Hu was startled. Are you trying to destroy your mind yourself? Tu Fong turned to Diu Tin and said the last words, Senior sister. Farewell. Diu Tin heard it but couldn't say or do anything. She could only burst into tears looking at Tu Fong. Immediately after that, Tu Fong pointed at his forehead. His mind then self-destructed. Tu Fong is now just a soulless body. His body was controlled to move on its own. Tu Fong's lifeless body moved closer to the real Tan Hu. Tan Hu closed his eyes and placed his hand on the corpse's forehead. He sighed and said, But it really broke the three souls. This kid is truly a cruel person. At this time, Diu Tin was completely awake again. She clenched her teeth and shouted in anger, I will kill you. Master Tan Hu immediately frowned and said, relying only on anger to break through the bondage of body concentration technique. Such a strong will is really not too good to win amnesty. He then entered Tu Fong's soulless body and said, Good. If this kid had offered his body himself, then it's a good deal for me. Tu Fong's hand immediately moved. The real Tan Hu in Tu Fong's body gave a proud smile. This flesh body indeed has extremely great potential. Then he turned and frowned at Diu Tin. Tan Lu burst into laughter. Haha. That kid is really filial. Besides this body, I also gave you to me. Also good. I can erase your memories and accept you as a companion. Diu Tin frowned and said, Master? Do you know? Before Tu Fong decided to curse me, he transmitted a sentence to me. Tan Lu immediately asked, Oh? What did he say? Diu Tin smiled. He said that when you completely take over your body, that's the time to turn our tables. Tan Lu was surprised and asked, What do these words mean? Suddenly his eyes showed confusion. Tan Lu cannot move. He cried, Wait. What is this? Why can't I control my spiritual energy? Tu Fong's soul within his body immediately spoke, Master. Is your body not bad? If you're already in, don't come out again. True man Tan Hu was surprised. Are you still not dead? Tu Fong's spirit immediately took him into his subconscious and said, Even if the master lost his body, he could still survive for so many years, so how dare his junior fall behind? How about entering the consciousness sea so we can talk a bit? So Tu Fong's body immediately became motionless. His whole body was surrounded by a golden aura. Looking at Tu Fong's body, Diu Tin clenched his fists and cheered, Tu Fong. Try your best. I believe you. At this time, inside the sea of consciousness, lightning strikes continuously. True man Tan Hu's soul was brought into such a vast sea of consciousness, and wondered, why is the sea of consciousness so vast? Where did this little guy come from? Tu Fong's spirit immediately reminded him, the master was about to face a great disaster. Now we still care about our origins. It's no wonder he was once a palace master. Master Tan Hu immediately looked disdainful. It's too early for you to be happy. No matter what we say, we are still a Mahayana. Devouring your soul is also easy. Tu Fong closed his eyes and said, I'm so scared. Return to the ferry. Wait a moment and cut him, then the soul will be divided into half for you. Tu Fong next to Tu Fong licked his lips. Sounds interesting. Seeing the immortal slayer, Tan Hu was startled. The immortal and demon sword? Are you actually a sword demon? Tram Tian immediately replied, Rarely does anyone recognize me. No wonder the old man lived so many years. Facing two enemies alone, Tan Hu himself thought to himself, this demon sword's evil voice echoes far and wide. Absolutely do not underestimate it. But I just need to hide from him, and then devour that boy. Tu Fong gave a conspiratorial smile and said, Is he trying to deal with me? Come here, Mak Tien Tan. Show your face. So Mak Tien Tan's soul immediately appeared from Tu Fong's soul. Elder Tan Hu sweated profusely and asked, Mak Tien Tan? How do you know Mak Tien Tan? So both Mak Tien Tan and the immortal decapitation sword rushed straight into the soul of true man Tan Hu. The old man cried out, Damn it! If this is the case, what else is there to fight? Both Mak Tien Tan and Tien Tien cooperated. Just one move cut the soul of old Tan Hu in half. Half of his soul ran away and said, First, the poor man will kill that girl. Let's see how the electric power treats you. Tu Fong immediately shouted, Tom Lotus sir. Please help me. Otherwise, he could really escape. So from below the water surface, A series of blue tentacles emerged, aiming straight at that old streamer. They tightly bound half of his soul, making him cry out, "What is this?" The old man shouted, "Let me out quickly." But the more he struggled, the tighter the tentacles became. They pulled him under the water and disappeared. Tu Fong immediately shouted, "Tan Lu, sir. Don't eat it all. Please leave me a little bit." So from under the water, a little bit of divine soul was released. It flew into Tu Fong's soul, making him cry out. Did he really leave just a little? Finished, Tu Fong's spirit returned to his body. His eyes slowly opened. He happily ran to Diu Tin, "Senior sister. We're back." Diu Tin raised his sword and threatened, "Stop." She frowned and asked, "How can you prove that you are Tu Fong?" Tu Fong waved his hand to reassure, "Calm down. Calm. Think about it." He took out a bit of old Tan Hu's soul and said, "Senior sister. Sister, look." In his hand appeared the form of the true Tan Hu, but a mini version. He said, "This is the remaining divine soul of the real Tan Hu. I absorbed his memories. This is what's left." Diu Tin then took back his sword and asked, "So I really won?" Tu Fong smiled and nodded, "Still thank my sister for her trust. Her previous acting was really too similar." Suddenly Diu Tin ran back and hugged Tu Fong, surprising him. "Oh," she cried, "it's not acting. I'm very worried if something really happens to you." Tu Fong hugged her to reassure her, "Rest assured. We have a lot of cards." Suddenly his eyes looked to the side. A small disturbance appeared in the peaceful scene of this place. Suddenly the two of them looked in the same direction. Tu Fong's eyes turned towards Tan Hu's corpse, which was now only a skeleton. Next to it there is also a sword. The sword then flew towards both of them. Diu Tin cried out, "This is the inheritance of the great treasure of Vo Nai Dain. Wear Snow's sword." Tu Fong took it and said, "Absorbing Taoist Tan Hu's divine soul mark, his contract has also transferred to my body." Looking at the skeleton, Tu Fong continued, "In addition, I also know that he really refined the power of the Immortal Palace. It's just because I lost my body that I can't leave here even half a step." He sighed, "Otherwise he would have gone out early." After hearing this, Diu Tin angrily said, "This guy who doesn't respect elders will die here. So now you also inherit some of the power of the fairy palace?" Tu Fong nodded, "That's right. Furthermore, we have a body. I'll take you to a place where treasure is hidden. Go and collect all the treasures of that fairy palace." Diu Tin excitedly, "Okay." At this time, inside a room in the Wind Palace, Lam Chiu and Lac Van were looking around. Lam Chiu turned and asked, "Lac Fairy? Are you sure the Son of Destiny is in that direction?" Lac Van immediately nodded. "I can feel the special aura of the heavenly treasure. The direction towards the fairy palace is the direction that can be felt most clearly." Suddenly Lam Chiu cried out, there was something ahead. Following his gaze, a scroll was placed on an ancient stone slab. Lac Van immediately exclaimed, "According to the agreement, the Book of Destiny can be given to you. But you also have to give me a part of the content inside." Lam Chiu immediately agreed, "Rest assured. I will keep my promise." After speaking, he flew straight to the Book of Destiny. Suddenly, a ray of blue light rushed forward and pierced Lam Chiu's chest. Lam Chiu, holding his painful wound, turned around and shouted, "Fairy! Miss!" Lac Van smiled cunningly. "Like Lu Nak, you men will still not arrange to defend women. On the contrary, this is a good thing." So Lam Chiu immediately fell down. His body collapsed to the ground, motionless. Suddenly, a clap sounded behind him, making Lac Van frown. Mak Tui Dao and Lam Chiu appeared. Mak Tui Dao applauded, "Fairy Luo is really clever." I said, "Why suddenly I can't see Lu Nak?" It turned out that the fairy had already killed him. She then turned to Lam Chiu with satisfaction, "You lost. I told you this woman is not a nice person." Lam Chiu dejectedly said, Yes. I'll give it to you if you lose the medicinal pill." He turned to Lac Van and said, "Lac Fairy? What I hate the most is the kind of woman who deceives people's emotions." Lac Van immediately responded, "The path of practice is like that. Why are you two pretending to be righteous?" Then suddenly Lac Van's spirit rushed forward. Mo Tui shouted, "Harsh! She wants to rob the Book of Heaven. Lam Chiu also has the same opinion, stop her quickly." At this time, Lac Van had approached the Book of Destiny. She was excited to touch it. However, a hand pushed her away and gave her a palm strike. Lac Van coughed up blood and was surprised. "It was you?" "The person who just took action was the monster from before on the sky ladder," he said. "The Book of Destiny is mine." You are mine too. The guy moved closer to Lac Van and threatened, if I kill you now and then train you into a puppet. Or make my top lottery. You choose. Lac Van immediately bowed his head and said, I volunteer to be my senior's furnace. I just need my seniors to spare my life. The monster immediately agreed, yes. Hand over your jade pendant here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lac Van had no choice but to hand it over. The monster then said, very good. Remember carefully. From now on, without me, you will not be allowed to leave the fairy palace on your own. Mac Tui Dao saw this and frowned in disdain. I thought the fairy was a character, good or bad. I didn't expect her to be such a hunched-over toy. Lac Van immediately shouted in response. The one who is aware of the times is the one who is the most handsome. This senior is not someone we can resist. I advise you to surrender together. Mac Tui Dao immediately replied, She thinks everyone is like her. Even if the old lady died, she wouldn't let him have what he wanted. Lam Tu agreed. Fairy Amos said it very well. Let's leave the matter of risking our lives to the grave. Hearing these two people's loud voices, the monster laughed. Very good. So the old man will turn you into puppets. Suddenly, the Book of Destiny suddenly glowed, making the monster surprised. What is this? It then broke the ceiling and flew out of that place. At this time, in another place, Diu Tin was holding a pile of treasures and excitedly, Hi. Tu Fong. This time we're talking big. There are indeed many treasures in this fairy palace. Tu Fong frowned and said the most precious thing is the Book of Destiny that has not been found yet. Let's take you somewhere else to see what happens. Suddenly a ray of light flashed, and fell straight to the position of the two people. That is the Book of Destiny. It voluntarily flew straight to Tu Fong. He was surprised. This is a Book of Destiny. Diu Tin is also curious. Why did it fly here? Suddenly from Tu Fong's body, reincarnation stones flew out and headed straight for the Book of Destiny. They continuously rotate around the precious book. The book also opens each page on its own. Seeing this, Tu Fong immediately understood. It seems that the reincarnation stone steel is the key to obtaining the Book of Destiny. And our place of reincarnation stone steel is probably the most numerous. That's why this book flew here directly. Diu Tin suggested. Then let's quickly take the Book of Destiny and run away. Wait a moment, someone else will come here or there. Tu Fong immediately replied, this book has not yet completely condensed. We have to stop everyone else. Tu Fong sat down and said, Sister, help me protect the law. We need to do a little preparation. Diu Tin nodded in agreement. At this time, the monster was also in the room. He said, the Book of Destiny flew in that direction. Looks like it's in the main hall. He landed in front of the main hall door. His face was filled with murderous intent. He said, this time no one can stop me. He took a step closer to the main hall. Suddenly a large phoenix rushed out and hit him directly. The monster was pushed back a few meters. Diu Tin stood there blocking the way and said, if you want to get the Book of Destiny, then step over my body first. The monster laughed out loud. At this time, Mac Tui Dao and Lam Chiu also arrived behind the monster. Lam Tu spoke up and suggested, Mississippi. The three of us work together to defeat this guy. What do you think? Diu Tin smiled. Just what I wanted. As for Tu Fong, right now he is in the main hall practicing. He looked worried. He was thinking that the strange man, along with the other Golden Dan men, had stolen the Book of Destiny. With basic strength, it is absolutely impossible. Tu Fong took out a medicinal pill and thought to himself, Cold Yuan pill, the lowest level breakthrough medicinal pill. The quality of the resulting needles is the 10th worst. Just has a high success rate, but it's enough. After saying that, he put the pill into his mouth. On this side in the outside room, the monster was alone surrounded by the other three people. He said, originally wanted to capture you alive, but you guys are wasting too much of my time. He began to perform the clone technique, dividing into three people to confront Diu Tin, Lam Chiu and Mac Tui Dao. Lam Tu immediately shouted a warning, be careful. This is his original incarnation. A clone immediately attacked Diu Tin. Surprised, Diu Tin was beaten back. A clone is causing Lam Tu quite a bit of trouble. Lam Tu had to ask for help, damn it. Completely oppressed. Can Fairy Mo help? But Mac Tui Dao is also having a hard time dealing with his remaining clone. She said, I am also very dangerous alone. She was having a hard time avoiding that clone's moves. While avoiding, she plotted. she couldn't continue like this. Just have to think of a way. Suddenly her face turned pale. Due to distraction, her hand was grabbed by the clone. The monster's clone said proudly, He got you. He bound Mak Tui Dao with his true energy and said, what a waste of my effort. But this beautiful body cannot be wasted. After that, he began to torture Mak Tui Dao's body. Mak Tui Dao angrily flashed a look of hatred. I will risk it with you. Mak Tui Dao struggled with all his might, making the monster surprised. Why? I have already sealed your golden pill. Suddenly, from behind, a sword energy slashed. The monster quickly let go of Mak Tui Dao and dodged the move. Taking that opportunity, Mak Tui Dao immediately escaped his control. On this side, Tu Fong stood to shield Diu Tin and asked, Sister, how are you? Diu Tin tiredly replied, I can still stand. Wait, Tu Fong. Why have you finished knitting? She asked curiously. This is the worst 9th grade golden pill. There is not even a heavenly tribulation. How could you do that? Tu Fong smiled and replied, Rest assured. Calculated order. Seeing Tu Fong, Lam Tu immediately suggested, Brother Vo Tran, you came at the right time. Let's rush together and kill that guy. Tu Fong nodded and replied, That's right. But facing the Nguyen period, you two should still not hide your ignorance. Is there any secret technique that can be used at any time? Lam Tu immediately smiled and replied, Looks like it's time to risk my life. Mak Tui Dao agreed, even if he had to lie in bed for several years, I would still have to kill him today. Mak Tui Dao then performed the great blood magic. Lam Tu also performed meridian reversal. Both Tu Fong, Lam Tu and Mak Tui Dao used their powerful secret techniques. Their bodies were all covered with powerful true energy. The monster laughed complacently. Huh? Do you think you can deal with me using the great blood magic? Tu Fong raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, Return to the heavenly sect's secret method. Do not flinch in the face of danger. Tu Fong's whole body lit up. Light and true energy radiate extremely strongly. Tu Fong shouted loudly, Formless word secret method. Murderer becomes a murderer. The Holy Temple's secret blood magic. All three were filled with enthusiasm, ready to fight the old monster. Mak Tui Dao with red true energy. Lam Tu with green energy. Tu Fong is in the middle with golden true energy. All three are ready. Lam Tu saw Tu Fong using so much true energy and worriedly asked, Vo Tran brother, is that a risk? Tu Fong smiled, okay. Don't you dare follow? Lam Tu immediately shouted, Are you kidding? Who wouldn't dare? Don't think I only have one secret technique. Mak Tui Dao also shouted, Worldless. You look down on us too much. So the remaining two people also performed the secret technique. The aura they radiate is on par with Tu Fong. The monster still looked disdainful. Huh. By activating so many secret techniques, your cultivation base will inevitably decline. Moreover, do you think that you can confront me like that? Tu Fong shouted, It's not over yet. Then he continued to perform, Broken Pill. Tu Fong's aura exploded strongly. It flew straight into the sky. Seeing that, Lam Tu whispered, Vo Tran brother. We really can't follow this. Tu Fong exclaimed, Don't waste words. Having said that, he immediately took momentum and rushed towards the monster. The monster laughed. Even if you broke the needle, you still wouldn't be the same. For Nguyen, teleportation can easily avoid your attacks. However, an announcement rang out. Teleportation was forbidden here. This surprised the monster. Reluctantly, he had to stand still and raise his hand to block Tu Fong's attack. His arms had turned to stone for defense. He asked in surprise, What weapon is this? Furthermore, why can you control the rules here? Suddenly another slash knocked the monster away. He flew straight to a pillar and lay there. Mak Tui Dao approached with a series of daggers around and threatened, I have already remembered the debt from before. The monster cried out, Despicable thing. Today we definitely will. However, before he could finish speaking, he was startled by something coming behind him. He looked up and saw a giant rock rushing towards him. Lam Tu stood above the rock and said, Try this. The rock fell, crushing the monster below. Seeing that the rock was still standing still, Mak Tui Dao immediately asked, Is it resolved? Tu Fong frowned. Apparently not. Indeed, after a moment of silence, the rock was broken by an explosion. The monster stood up and shouted, You guys. Those insects deserve to die. He turned to ask Lac Van, Why are you still standing there? Don't come and help me yet. Only then did Lac Van jump out. Seeing that, Mak Tui Dao frowned and asked, Lac Van? Does she really want to risk her life with that guy? However, Lac Van aimed for the Book of Destiny. The monster roared, "You dare to steal my Book of Destiny? Damn it! Damn!" Mac Tui Dao exclaimed, "He wants to destroy the Book of Destiny." Tu Fong shouted, "Stop him." The monster approached Lac Van and the Book of Destiny and laughed. "Haha. If I can't get it, then no one else can get it either." But just as he was able to strike, he was stabbed through the chest by 3 swords from Lam Tu, Tu Fong and Mac Tui Dao at the same time. Lac Van was now very close to the Book of Destiny. However, the book was destroyed by the monster's moves. Lac Van screamed helplessly, "No." She screamed in pain, "No. How could the Book of Destiny be broken like that?" Looking at the debris floating around, she was stunned. There were still fragments. "That's right, there are fragments." She rushed to a broken piece of book and shouted, "The Book of Destiny is mine." Tu Fong turned to Diu Tin and said, "Sister, collect those fragments." Lam Tu also quickly chased after and collected the fragments. The same goes for Mac Tui Dao. She shouted, "Old monster. Death is not peaceful." The old monster still laughed, and said, "Ha? Go after it. Anyway, you will never get the complete Book of Destiny again." Saying that, he fell to the ground dead. Diu Tin swung his sword and quickly took out a piece of reincarnation stone. Luckily this piece of reincarnation stone is still intact. Diu Tin was happy. "I got it." Holding another stone in his hand, Tu Fong reminded, "Don't relax. The other two are still watching." Seeing the other 2 people staring, Diu Tin asked, "Do you guys want to rob us?" Lam Tu immediately shook his head. "If it's not necessary, I don't want it either. But I think I'll wait for the effects of Taoist Vo Tran's broken mobility pill to end. Even if I don't rob you, I will let the fairy take action." Mac Tui Dao frowned threateningly. "Taoist no world. The big fish eats the small fish. I think there's no need for me to say more." Tu Fong, still holding the weapon firmly in his hand, said, "That's it. Looks like we definitely have to fight each other." Suddenly a loud noise distracted everyone. Lam Tu shouted a warning, "It's not over. The palace is about to close. We have to get out now." Mac Tui Dao glared at Tu Fong and said, "Taoist Vo Thin? Looks like we still have to say goodbye. But I believe there will definitely be a chance to meet you again in the future." So both of these guys left together. Diu Tin also said, "Tu Fong, we also have to go out quickly." Tu Fong nodded, "We will meet outside." Having said that, Diu Tin quickly left the fairy palace. Tu Fong raised his head and asked, "How long until the reincarnation fairy palace completely closes?" The announcement voice rang out. "1 moment." Tu Fong coldly said, "The plan is correct. After inheriting the immortal palace, I indeed have quite a bit of ability to manipulate the immortal palace." He ordered, "Samsara immortal palace except me. There is also someone from outside here. Bring the mobile teleportation permit to her place." The announcement voice rang out. Teleportation had begun. Tu Fong smiled, indeed useful. At this time, somewhere nearby, Lac Van held a reincarnation stone in his hand and was trying to find a way out of here. She looked at the stone and said sadly, "The fairy palace is about to close." Tu Fong teleported in. He told her, "Fairy Lac Van, still hand over the Book of Destiny." Lac Van immediately said, "You can indeed find me." She proposed, "This fragment of the Book of Destiny, as well as the remaining reincarnation stone steel, can be given to you. But I have one condition." Tu Fong was surprised. "Oh?" Lac Van set a condition, "You take me out. Moreover, I also want to see the content in the Book of Destiny." Tu Fong took out his weapon and threatened, "Fairy." It seemed like she was still unclear about the current situation. Lac Van cried out in fear, "Wait. I can make your lotto. Can swear with blood." Then she wrote an oath with her blood. After writing, she said, "This is a blood contract." Lac Van vowed to swear with his life. "All I need is Dao Tran to be willing to take Lac Van out of the fairy palace. I vowed to hand over the Book of Destiny and the stone steel of reincarnation, and also willingly become your furnace." She gave the blood contract to Tu Fong and said, "In exchange, I invite you to also take a blood contract to pledge." She also threatened, "If not, she will destroy this fragment of the Book of Destiny." Tu Fong smiled and agreed, "Good. I swear with my life in vain. I will definitely take the fairy out." After speaking, he touched the blood contract. After the contract was signed, they split up and flew towards both of them. Tu Fong said, "Fairy, this blood contract has been made. Should I have delivered the items already?" Lac Van looked at the Book of Destiny, and the reincarnation stone for a while. Then she threw everything to Tu Fong and said, "This is the fragment and reincarnation stone steel of the Book of Destiny in my hand. It's yours now." Tu Fong took it all and said yes. "The item is no problem." Lac Van then approached and solicited, "Mr. Vo Tran. From now on, we will be in a life and death relationship, right?" Tu Fong immediately moved away and waved his hand. "No way, fairy. I'm not interested in people with too much ambition." Lac Van was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" A gate opened behind Tu Fong. He said, "What I mean is that I have no faith in fairies. As for the matter of getting the fairy out of here, we can calculate it slowly." Hearing that, Lac Van was startled. "Wait a minute. Are you not afraid of the blood contract betraying you?" Tu Fong just left here through the gate and replied, "Sincerely advise the fairy. Next time you sign a blood contract with someone else, it's best to confirm the other person's true identity first." Lac Van took out his weapon and shouted, "Bastard! Stand back." She continuously threw moves in that direction, but Tu Fong had already disappeared behind the gate. He also reminded, "Fairy. Take care." Lac Van collapsed in pain. She collapsed to the ground helplessly. Then she gritted her teeth full of hatred. "Worldless. Worldless. I pinned you." Outside, Dieu Tin looked at the gate and worried. Why hasn't she gone out yet? The fairy palace is about to completely close. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Fong calmly jumped out, making Dieu Tin happy. Tu Fong. He hugged the wound caused by Lac Van when she tried to attack and said, "That woman was really not light in the end." Dieu Tin worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's also your aura." Descended to the bamboo structure. Tu Fong waved his hand to reassure him. "It was just the effect of the broken pill. Otherwise, you won't be hurt by that final attack. But it's okay. The quality of the knitting needles is so bad. It was originally meant to be broken." Dieu Tin sternly reminded, "Speak clearly. Reknit the knitting math. This is serious fundamental damage. I think knitting is not that simple. Impossible. Waiting for me to return to the sect, I have to ask my parents if there is any way." Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "No need to ask them anymore." Dieu Tin was startled and asked, "Who?" Dieu Tin and Tu Fong looked up towards the source of the voice. Landing from above is Han Yen. Dieu Tin was surprised and asked, "Master Quang Han? Why are you?" Han Yen immediately explained, "Entrusted by the master of the Vo Nai Palace, Van Tien Tong is doing its best to search for the missing daughter of the Vo Nai Palace master." She turned to look at Tu Fong and continued, "With his lover, Tu Di Fong." Tu Fong cleared his throat, cough cough. "Causing such a ruckus?" Dieu Tin curiously asked, "But what happened?" "Why parents?" Han Yen interrupted, "I don't know about the rest. You can ask your father." Han Yen summoned an orb and said, "Get on the boat. This potion will take you back to the sect." Dieu Tin turned to ask, "What about Tu Fong?" Han Yen smiled, "I still have something to ask him. You go first. If I'm here, I won't let anything happen to him." Tu Fong turned to reassure his sister, Sister, go ahead. We'll be back soon." Dieu Tin was a bit worried but still agreed, "I know. So take care." After that, she got on the plane and left. As for the remaining two people, Tu Fong scratched his head and was about to say, Han Yen. Han Yen immediately asked, "Who beat you like that?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "It's really okay. The person who injured me has been sealed in a relic, isolated from the outside world." Han Yen immediately held out his hand and frowned and said, You don't say it clearly, I'll look it up myself." The small doll inside Tu Fong immediately jumped into Han Yen's hand. Seeing this, Tu Fong exclaimed, "Is that a puppet?" Han Yen held the doll in his hand and said, "I don't understand the art of tigers. But through direct contact it is still possible to know what the puppet has experienced before." Seeing that Tu Fong knew how to look, Han Yen angrily shouted, "Is there anything you're afraid I'll see?" Tu Fong waved his hand to explain, "Just kidding. The tree is not afraid of dying. There's nothing to be afraid of." Tu Fong then voiced his question, "But I clearly remember, my lady, can't you use this puppet to temporarily overshadow your consciousness?" Han Yen sighed and replied, "I try every day. But we can't contact where everyone is." Tu Fong heard that and smiled. "It seems that the lady cares about me very much." After interacting with the puppet, Han Yen became angry. She shouted angrily, "Lost books, endless books. Looks like our Van Tien sect no longer has anyone going." Seeing Han Yen angry, Tu Fong restrained himself, Calm down. Han Yen turned to blame. There's still you. Truck Ko Kai is not in the new village fighting monsters, so why run to poke Kim Dan Kai? Tu Fong hesitantly replied, this. Level up and fight monsters with high experience. Han Yen then lowered his voice and ordered, close your eyes. Enter Samadhi. Tu Fong immediately listened, closed his eyes and asked, okay. But my lady. This is her. Suddenly Han Yen hugged Tu Fong from behind, startling him. She said, don't think too much. I must use the innate cold and cold blood to arrange your foundation. You were forced to break through but blindly broke the pill, causing great damage to your foundation. She blushed and added, on the other hand. Don't call it that. I am not your lady. Repeat again. Tu Fong smiled, hee. I know. That's right. The sect really sent 9 great halls to come find us. Han Yen replied, not yet. But very quickly, entering the temple, he summoned all the temple owners to gather. I just happened to sense your breath and came straight to you. Tu Fong happily replied, Han Yen. Seeing Han Yen let go of him, Tu Fong wondered, huh? Is it over? Han Yen replied, quite a bit. Next is another problem. Tu Fong felt confused. What's the problem? Seeing Han Yen with him, Tu Fong curiously asked, isn't there a problem with Quang Han Palace? Han Yen immediately replied, no problem. I left behind a puppet. This time it's an improved version. You can hide for a while. At this time at Van Tien Tong Quang Han Palace, a female disciple stood in front of the room and announced, Master. Are you there? The master of the palace came into the palace to invite him over to discuss the matter. Inside, Han Yen's voice came out, I'm in retreat. It's okay, don't bother. The female disciple felt strange and asked, yes. But didn't you tell me before to pay attention to the electricity problem? This is what he himself advised. Suddenly inside, Han Yen's voice said very strangely, is there something wrong? What should I do here? Not there yet. Wait. This made the female disciple outside feel extremely strange. She wondered, Tu Fong and Han Yen went to a small town in the coastal country. An old man who looked quite tattered came forward and begged, this gentleman, please give me some food. Tu Fong immediately gave him a piece of silver and said, old man, we have nothing else here. Give you a piece of silver. The old man bowed his head to receive the silver and asked, this. Can this be used? Tu Fong smiled and replied, just take it. Just answer me a few questions. The old man bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness. Tu Fong started asking, old man. How did the coastal country become the way it is now? I remember the last time I came here, people here could still live normally. The old man replied sadly, Your Grace has not been to the coastal country for many years. The world has changed. We are at war here. Tu Fong looked surprised. War? Who and whom? This Yuan High country should have no outside enemies, right? The old man replied, thank you. 2 years ago the crown prince plotted treason. Hearing that, Tu Fong was startled and asked again, huh? Is that crown prince Dai Van plotting treason? The old man began to tell, there are things you don't know about your kindness. 2 years ago, I don't know which god brought the story of the crown prince and the royal concubine's adultery to everyone. The emperor was angry and the crown prince also rebelled. 2 years of fighting. Just as the prince was about to be arrested, several female fairies suddenly appeared in the sky to help the prince. That army was beaten to a pulp by some female fairies. Basically not a competitor. Then the crown prince became the current emperor. The old man sighed and continued, after the crown prince became emperor. Compared to the previous emperor, he was even more tyrannical. Almost all food is collected. Taxes collected from each house increased several times. Everyone who could run fled. But I'm old and can't walk. After hearing this, Tu Fong sadly exclaimed, unimaginable. Before, keeping the crown prince alive was such a big trouble. The old man was surprised. Huh? Tu Fong then left with Han Yen and did not forget to reply, it's okay. I still have work to do first. You take care of your body. The old man bowed his head and replied, nothing. With this silver bar, my old man can last for a long time. And Song walked leisurely. Tu Fong turned to Han Yen and said, Princess? It seems that the demon girls from before are now in the same place as that prince. Han Yen frowned and replied, just right. Go see. In the inner palace, Crown Prince Dai Van was sitting next to the endless beauties and asked, Beauties, Are you saying I am powerful, or that old man is powerful? The other princess replied, Of course your majesty is powerful. I have never seen a man as masculine as your majesty until now. Another woman turned and asked, Dai Van. You are now the emperor. Why don't you kill that old man? What's the point of keeping the queen locked up? He angrily replied, Do you think I don't want it? Mainly, the queen and Tu Fong of Van Tien's sect have some relationship. We are afraid of many things happening. The other woman smiled reassuringly. Your majesty, rest assured. If that brat still dares to come, he will definitely not be able to return. As soon as I spoke, Tu Fong arrived. He raised his voice. Several years no see. You two remember me like that. Tu Emma was really touched. The girl with the surname Vong saw Tu Fong and screamed in fear. Ah! Dai Van angrily shouted, It's you Tu Fong again. But now you must surely die. Lam Fai. Report to the 3 elders. Lam Fai immediately shouted, The 3 elders will come immediately. Tu Dat Fong. I advise you to obediently surrender. The other 3 are not people you can compete with. Tu Fong calmly replied, Oh, is that so? Then they must come quickly. I have some old stories to tell them. Just as he said this, the 3 elders of the mean pagoda appeared. The girl in blue spoke up, So it's you. Before, you killed one of our sisters. And flaunting his prestige deceived the 3 of us. This time you got yourself caught in the net again. The 3 elders immediately separated and surrounded Tu Fong. The woman in orange raised her voice. This time we absolutely won't let you escape. Yet Tu Fong remained calm and did not move at all. Dai Van was surprised and asked, Why don't you 3 elders take action yet? The girl in the pink shirt was surprised. Why? I can't move? A voice rang out from behind. It's you guys. Before he almost made him fall down, Han Yen appeared right at the door. The crowd wondered, Who is this person? When does it appear? The orange-shirted elder angrily shouted, Where did that guy come from? Dare to disturb us from working. Cannot tolerate. The girl in the blue shirt quickly shouted, Shut up quickly. This makes the woman in orange shirt extremely surprised. The green-shirt girl stammered in fear and asked, Senior is the master of Quang Han Palace of Van Tien Tong? When the girl in pink heard the name, she cried out in fear. Wait, you see? What are you talking about? She is the hall master of Wenshenzong? The woman in the orange shirt also cried out, Are you crazy? So isn't he a great man of the Mahayana period? Don't threaten me. Han Yen asked in surprise, Do you know me? The girl in blue immediately bowed her head and replied, My junior's master was once seriously injured by you. So I know your appearance. Han Yen immediately replied, Is that so? I don't remember. The woman in the pink shirt then lowered her voice and said, Yes, Senior is a great man of great inheritance. Surely it won't make things difficult for our Jingdan period juniors, right? Han Yen immediately said in a serious voice, I am bullying you. If you have the skills, call your master here. The girl in blue immediately asked in fear, Seniors want to kill us because we demand justice for Wenshenzong? Han Yen turned his head away and replied, Don't worry. You are not worthy of me taking action myself. When did Tu Fong approach Crown Prince Dai Van and smile threateningly, Your Highness Crown Prince. Oh no, it's your majesty now? Tell me, will anyone come to save you this time? Crown Prince Dai Van was scared and begged, Forgive me. The coastal country is all yours. But before he could continue speaking, Tu Fong broke his neck with one hand and finished him off. After killing the Crown Prince, Tu Fong said, What a boring way to ask for forgiveness. Then he turned around and asked the princess, Are you right, Lam Finiang? Lam Fai was scared and begged, Mr. Chu, please forgive me. I'm willing to do anything. Tu Fong immediately asked again, Oh. Do anything? Really? Hearing that, Lam Fai secretly thought, maybe it wouldn't be bad to be able to take advantage of this trash a little. Lam Fai winked and agreed, Of course. I would like to be your urn. As long as you agree I can. But before he finished speaking, a sword pierced Lam Fai's chest. Tu Fong asked with a serious face, Are you worthy? Lam Fai was fatally stabbed and collapsed. Glancing at Han Yen behind him, Tu Fong thought a little confused, You demon girl. If you're looking for death yourself, don't take me with you. My wife is still by my side. Don't you fucking look at the situation. Then Tu Fong turned around and scratched his head and said to Han Yen, She has had a hard time. Han Yen nodded yes. Listening to the two's conversation, The three elders wondered in surprise. What is their relationship? After dealing with the other two guys, Tu Fong turned to the three girls and said, "The three seniors have been waiting for a long time." The woman in orange frowned and said, "I didn't expect you to have the protection of the Mahayana period. If you want to kill or cut, it's up to you." The woman in the pink shirt is provocative. "Dying in the hands of a clingy guy is because our fate is not good." Tu Fong then smiled cunningly and said, "The three seniors look very heartless, don't they? Like that. I can give you three a chance. I will give the three of you time and a stick of incense. If you can defeat me, you can leave here alive." "How?" The girl in the pink shirt immediately turned to ask Han Yen, "Senior, is what he said true?" Han Yen was also a bit confused. She turned to look at Tu Fong. Then she left, and said, "It's up to him." As soon as Han Yen left, those elders were able to move again. All three jumped up and immediately rushed towards Tu Fong. The girl in the blue shirt plotted. She had to think of a way to capture him alive. At that time, use him to threaten Palace Master Kwang Han. It is our only chance to live. Tu Fong on this side summoned 2 streams of black smoke from his hand and said, "Good. Use your method to test the secret technique I learned in the Book of Destiny." Tu Fong smiled slightly. "My destiny." And then the whole room was covered by Tu Fong's black smoke. The girl in blue immediately looked confused. What is this black mist? The others don't feel it at all. Suddenly Tu Fong's figure appeared right behind her. The girl in blue shirt was startled and cried out, "Where to hide?" She immediately performed the 10,000 bamboo forest technique. A series of sharp bamboo poles emerged from the ground surrounding her, and then a loud scream rang out that startled her. This sound. Her attack hit her sisters. The orange shirt woman held her wound with one hand and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Why suddenly attack me?" The girl in the blue shirt felt confused. I had clearly just beaten her. Tu Fong's voice rang out again from behind the orange shirt woman. "It seems you are very dangerous." The woman in orange shirt was startled, swung her sword and slashed backwards and shouted, "Pretending to be a god and pretending to be a devil." A cry rang out again, startling her. "Huh?" The girl in the pink shirt frowned and asked her sisters, "Little Daisy, are you crazy?" The girl in the blue shirt saw that something was wrong and immediately told her sisters to stand around and take stances from all directions. "Don't get emotional. It seems like a trick caused by this mist. It's best that we don't take our eyes off each other." Above, Tu Fong smiled and said, "The reaction is not bad." He swung his sword and said, "So what about this move?" And then a series of sword energy was summoned and launched down on the 3 women. That is Tu Fong's 1,000 sword technique. Not only summoned once, Tu Fong's move can also be summoned 3 more times. That was the effect that Tu Fong received before. He also seemed surprised. It launched again 4 times. Is this the effect of heaven's destiny on me? It is possible to concentrate the enemy's luck on yourself for a certain period of time. Seeing Tu Fong's dangerous move, the blue shirt woman shouted a warning. It was the opponent's killer move. "We fight together." So all 3 of them began to perform magic formations together. A protective circle was created around all 3. The orange-clad woman proudly said, "With the combined efforts of the 3 of us, we can definitely deal with him." But for some unknown reason, the protective layer around them suddenly began to crack. They cried out in panic, "What's going on? Why is our aura suddenly out of control?" The woman in orange cried out, "I don't know. It seems like the formation has gone wrong." The girl in pink shirt was scared and said, "Wait. If attacked at this time." At this moment, 4,000 sword techniques were summoned and rushed down simultaneously. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Outside, Han Yen frowned and wondered, "Is it over?" After destroying the 3 women, Tu Fong flew to meet Han Yen and said, "I didn't expect heaven to forbid such heaven-defying magic." They were so unlucky that their magic circle had holes. Han Yen frowned and replied, "Forbidden magic has a price to pay. This type of forbidden magic to control luck is probably even more dangerous. You best still be careful." Tu Fong smiled and said, "Rest assured. We know in our hearts." That's the story here. Next I'll take you to see a girl whose physique is similar to yours, this time in Tanyin coastal country. Princess Ngusie was standing in the wind as if waiting for someone. She let out a sigh. Her brother, Crown Prince Tianchi, came out and asked, "Ngusie, what are you sighing about?" Princess Ngusie replied sadly, "Not long ago, on the other side of the royal palace, a fire appeared. We worry that something unexpected will happen." Tianchi immediately replied, the coastal country currently only has the power of Crown Prince Dai Van. We have no way to intervene. Behind him is too powerful. There are also a few Golden Dan elders. We don't have any countermeasures. Observing them above, Han Yen asked, "Are those two people you mentioned?" Tu Fong nodded, "Not wrong. Before I passed on the heart ice to that woman. Below," Princess Ngusie sadly said, "the man who gave me the technique said he wanted me to be his furnace. Now calculate the time and he's probably almost there." Hearing what Ngusie said while his wife was around, Tu Fong was startled and his face changed. Han Yen asked in a serious voice, "Do you want to accept her as a lot?" Tu Fong confusedly replied, "My lady. To be honest, I did absolutely nothing to her. I just wanted to hide my identity, and let her know that nothing good happened by accident." Han Yen looked a bit annoyed. "I don't care if you do anything to her." Below, Tianqi said to Ngusie, "Ngusie. Maybe we can still ask that mysterious senior a little, let you." Ngusie interrupted his brother, "It's okay. Such a fate is already very good. After all, people who really like it can't choose me." Tianqi was annoyed and loudly said, Do you like Tu Dat Fong like that?" The senior sister next to him clearly had an unusual relationship with him. "Your sister." However, before they could finish speaking, a strong gust of wind appeared, causing the two of them to quickly cover their faces. Why was there such a strong wind? A cough rang out, cough cough. Ngusie immediately recognized, this sound is. Looking at the man in front of him, Ngusie softly called out, "Master." Tu Fong in a ghost mask spoke up, "You two have cultivated very well." Both immediately bowed their heads respectfully, to pay their respects to the master. Tu Fong gave 2 other secret books and said, "I am very satisfied with your cultivation level. This is your next exercise. There is a new mission for you." After saying that, he threw 2 exercise books to Tianqi and Ngusie. Tianqi received the exercise book and replied, "Yes." Tu Fong continued, "Besides, I just heard you guys mention Tu Dat Fong?" Ngusie immediately wondered, "Yes. May I ask what problem Tu Dat Fong has?" Tu Fong immediately crossed his arms and warned him, "This deity has some problems with him. I advise you to avoid mentioning this name in the future." Having said that, he flew away and did not forget the last words. On the other hand, this deity also left you a great gift. You can wait a little longer. Ngusie watched his benefactor leave and said, "He looked like he was in a hurry." Tianqi turned to ask, "He said he had a gift for us." "Don't know." Suddenly a servant came running to report, "Sir, please report." Tianqi saw his flustered appearance, as if something big had happened, and immediately ordered, "Speak." The servant bowed his head and reported. The spy reported back. The emperor and the monks of the Mean Pagoda were killed by a mysterious great power. Tianqi was extremely surprised. "What did you say?" He quickly asked again, "Are all the constant monks dead?" The servant nodded. "Absolutely correct." Ngusie immediately spoke up. "It seems that is the gift he told us about. Ca. Our last obstacle to controlling the coastal country has disappeared." Tianqi immediately happily replied, "I will immediately go find King Qi. We should also let that guy we trained appear." Ngusie. "We have hope to restore the country." Ngusie replied, "Congratulations, Ngusie." She raised her head and asked herself, "Mr. Chu, I wonder if you are okay?" Above, Han Yen carefully observed Ngusie. She told Tu Fong, "People will never forget you. Do you just leave like that?" Tu Fong took off his mask and said, "My lady, I really never had anything happen to her." Han Yen turned away and raised her voice, "I want to take a walk in the city." Tu Fong smiled and replied, "Okay. Lady, I will take her away." Han Yen scolded, "How many times have I said it? I am not your lady." Tu Fong scratched his head, "Okay. No problem, lady." At the same time at Quang Han Palace, Han Yen's disciples are calling her, "Master. Master." The female disciple quickly knocked on the door and announced, "Master. The master of the palace came to the palace to find you urgently." Suddenly the door opened. The female disciple poked her head in and called out, "Master." Her eyes flashed with surprise. In front of the female disciple's eyes was a doll of Han Yen sitting there. This made the female disciple cry out in surprise, "Huh?" In the coastal country at this time, a group of soldiers on horseback were rushing away. They were in such a hurry that they knocked down the goods of people on both sides. "Don't bother stopping." They just kept going straight. The toy store owner tiredly rearranged her spilled goods. Tu Fong picked up a toy pig and asked, "Old man, this little pig is so adorable." He asked, "How much money?" "We buy." After buying, he and Han Yen went to the stream to rest. Tu Fong's expression was extremely happy. Han Yen was curious. "Why did you buy this?" Tu Fong gave it to Han Yen and said, "Is this a gift for you? Don't you think you're a lot like him? Especially when sleeping like that." Han Yen looked a bit angry. "Are you making fun of me for being a pig?" Tu Fong confusedly clarified, "No. Why mockery? Don't you think it's very adorable?" Hearing that, Han Yen immediately stared at the pig. Then she angrily shouted, "I am not a pig. I am human." Tu Fong immediately stood up and said, "Okay. So let's return this." Han Yen quickly said, "No need." She turned away, blushed and said, "I just feel it's rare for you to give me something. Returning is a bit inappropriate." She snatched the pig from Tu Fong's hand and said, "Give it to me anyway." Tu Fong looked at the city and continued, "Unfortunately, this city is not good for walking today. That stupid crown prince caused chaos among the Coast Guard and national troops. Hopefully Ngusie and her brother can resolve this place in the future." Han Yen also agreed, "Princess Ngusie is a good seedling. In the future, perhaps I can advance to Kwang Han Electric. There's still something going on." Hearing that, Tu Fong was startled and turned around and asked, "Huh?" Han Yen said seriously, "I am the master of Kwang Han Palace." Tu Fong was surprised and asked again, "I knew that." "So what?" Han Yen replied, "Therefore, I need to shoulder important responsibilities. When you are in danger, I cannot always be here." Tu Fong frowned and said, "You also look down on me too much. This time true martial arts competition, you wait to see my performance." Han Yen reminded, "Don't participate in the martial arts competition this time. The situation this time has some differences. You may be in danger." Tu Fong smiled and asked, "Princess? Are you concerned about me?" Han Yen blushed and faltered, "I'm just..." Suddenly Tu Fong came forward and hugged Han Yen. Han Yen blushed and confused. "What are you doing?" "I'm not." Tu Fong looked her straight in the face and said, "You are not my wife." "Of course I know. But I'm still me." He put on a serious face and firmly affirmed, "This time the true martial arts competition is a mandatory situation for me. This is the key to being able to be with you in the future." Han Yen leaned her head on Tu Fong's chest and said, "Next time it won't be like that again." Suddenly a red shooting star flew towards me. Tu Fong was surprised. "Huh? Why is the meteor heading towards this place?" Han Yen immediately said, "It seems my time is up." She reached out her hand to catch the shooting star. Tu Fong curiously looked at the scroll in Han Yen's hand and asked, "What is this?" Han Yen replied, "Kwang Han Electric urgently transmits sound talisman. Must return." She also took out a small box and gave it to Tu Fong. "That's right. This is for you." Tu Fong received it and asked, "What is this?" Han Yen replied, "A first-grade golden pill. An ice-yellow talisman made with my blood essence. Can unleash a virtual training attack. If you must participate in the true martial arts competition. Having these things is at least a little safe," she added confusedly. "Is that like thanking you for the pig just now?" Returning to the power source, the chief disciple of Hung Tien Vo Nai Palace stood in the middle of the fighting hall and loudly announced, "Junior brothers and sisters. Today, the entrance exam will be held in the hall of the martial arts competition. As a rule, those who participate in true martial arts competitions are all true disciples. But everyone can gain position through the true warrior shield disciple." Seeing Dutin standing below, joining the stream of people watching, the crowd whispered, "Look! Dutin is back." Some people said to each other, "I heard that Kwang Han's real person from Kwang Han Dain found it." Since when? A long time ago. Everyone was looking for her for a long time. Above, Hung Tien continued to announce, "Currently one true disciple is missing, Tu Dat Fong. He will return today." Everyone wait a moment. Some people started to get upset. "Huh? Because of waiting for that bag of grass, everyone in the palace had to listen. This price is also too big." Others say, "You are a true disciple. When we have a good relationship, what do we compare to others?" Others spoke up, "What is a true disciple? Just a training period. Wait until he comes back to see if I don't hit him until his teeth are all over the ground." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Chu Van Dao." "Don't talk like that, sir. That's Tu Noyet's voice." Chu Van Dao immediately replied, "Miss Tu Noyet. I know you are very close because he said. You can rest assured. I will definitely take you from him. Tu Noyet gritted her teeth and responded, How many times have I told you? I was not forced by him to become a maid. More. I have no interest in you. Chu Van Dao still proudly said, Hey Tu Noyet. So shy, I know you have me in your heart. It's just that I can't help but bow my head under the eaves. He stretched out his arms to show strength and pride. Look. I am currently on the 6th level of my foundation. It's just that Tu Dat Fong just appeared. Just as he said this, a loud sound rang out. He was scared and quickly ran out to hide behind Tu Noyet. It turned out to be the sound of a spaceship. This is a master-level spaceship. Looking at it, Chu Van Dao was surprised. A palace master-level flying boat? Whose is this? From the spaceship, Tu Fong jumped down and landed right in front of Chu Van Dao. He majestically stood there, radiating a brilliant aura. Then Tu Fong bowed to his master. 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 The disciple has returned. Lam Tu smiled and replied, It's good to be back. Diu Tin told me about your story. It's been hard. Do you want to rest a bit? Tu Fong shook his head and replied, The disciple was resting on the way back. Still, don't delay everyone in the competition hall. Tu Tien Dike nodded good. Another story later. First, start competing in the palace. So Hung Tien immediately announced, Vo Nai Diang's true martial arts competition in the audition hall begins. He rang the bell signaling the start of the competition. While beating him, he announced the rules. Do not hit the opponent to cause fatal injuries. Other things are also unlimited. Before the drumming ends, if there is no challenger, you will be considered as giving up. A guy below said to the guy next to him, Hey? Who do you think is easiest to challenge? This guy immediately replied, Of course it's Tu Dat Fong. He just practiced Qi 2 years ago. How good can the present be? The other guy wondered, but didn't Su Diutin also practice Qi 2 years ago? Hearing him say that, the guy next to him was startled. Are you crazy? You dare to provoke the daughter of the palace master? You want to find a way to die a little far away from me. I'm afraid of being splashed with blood. At this time, Chu Van Dao jumped onto the ring. He pointed his finger at Tu Fong and declared, Disciple Chu Van Dao asks for guidance from disciple Tu Dat Fong. Tu Fong did not refuse and went to the ring. He clasped his hands politely and greeted, Senior Brother Chu. Please advise. Third Senior Sister Cuo-san turned to ask Second Senior Brother, Second Brother. Why can't I see the current level of my junior brother's cultivation level? So Chu Van Dao is the 6th level of the foundation. Is he okay? The second senior brother immediately replied, I guess there is some magic weapon to cover it. As for whether there is a problem or not, you have to play to know. So the competition begins. After hearing the command, Chu Van Dao rushed towards Tu Fong. He threw a bunch at Tu Fong, but he jumped up to avoid it. Tu Fong then threw a kick in response, but Chu Van Dao raised his hand to block. Chu Van Dao proudly said, Not bad. This force has at least a 5th level structure. But if you want to win, don't dream. After saying that, he continued to rush to punch Tu Fong but missed. After Tu Fong dodged, he turned around and kicked him, but he blocked it. Observing the battle, senior brother Hung Tien praised a bit. Very good. Looks like the little junior brother has at least a 5th level foundation strength. It doesn't seem like it's been in ruins for the past few years. Because Diutin already knows Tu Fong's strength, he is a bit confused. She wondered, what is this guy pretending to be? In the ring, Tu Fong held the initiative as he continuously threw punches at Chu Van Dao. Chu Van Dao retreated a few meters. He stroked his cheek smugly and said, Unexpectedly, this weakest true heir still has some ability. You can fight with me for so long. Then he pointed his finger at Tu Fong and asked, They are dead. Do you dare to bet with me? Tu Fong asked again, Oh, what bet? Chu Van Dao proposed, If you lose this match, give Miss Tu Noyet to me. Tu Fong scratched his head, looking puzzled. Tu Noyet? What do you mean? Chu Van Dao angrily shouted, Are you still pretending? Who doesn't know that you occupy Miss Tu Noyet like a flower like a jade in your palace? I must save Tu Noyet from your hands. Below, the crowd shouted, Save Tu Noyet. Defeat Tu Di Fong. Chu Van Dao, try harder. Give him some color to see. Tu Fong glanced at the crowd below. Then he looked Chu Van Dao straight in the face and affirmed, Tu Noyet is not an item. Whoever she follows is her freedom. Angry at his words, Tu Fong said in a serious tone, he originally wanted to save some face for you. But your personality is too colorful. Saying that, he pointed 2 fingers in the air and summoned, Vermilion Bird. Immediately following Tu Fong's command, a fiery phoenix appeared. Tu Fong launched the Vermilion Bird towards Chu Van Dao and shouted loudly, Tian Tian. Chu Van Dao's face turned pale. However, he still had time to summon his sword and cast it in 4 directions. A shield appeared around him to block the Vermilion Monkey's attack. However, Chu Van Dao's strength is no match for Tu Fong. A loud explosion occurred on the stage. Chu Van Dao was thrown into the air by the explosion. He fell to the ring with a thud. Win or lose is clear. Observing the outcome of the battle, Cuo-san curiously asked, what level of cultivation is the little junior brother? Above, Hung Tian announced, Chu Van Dao lost. Tu Dat Fong won. Next, which disciple is willing to challenge? The crowd below was frightened by Tu Fong's power. They were talking, what a joke. This is the weakest true transmission? Originally it was said that this year there will be a soft persimmon. What else is this? Since no one challenged, the referee rang the bell. He announced, time's up, Tu Fong won. Below, Tu Noyet was delighted, you are so good. After the competition ended, Hung Tian went up and reported to Tien Dike, Master. The list of contestants for true martial arts candidates has been selected. The 18 people who participated in the almsgiving were all true disciples. Tien Dike stood up and said yes. You can arrange your time. Tu Dat Fong. Please come and inquire at the temple. Tu Fong bowed his head and obeyed. A moment later at the Chin Tam Palace, looking at the picture of the previous master of the palace on the wall, Tien Dike sighed. He did not expect his master to do such a shameless thing. He said to Tu Fong, Dear Tin told me about your story. Lucky to have you. If not, the consequences are unimaginable. Tu Fong replied, protecting senior sister is part of a disciple's duty. Tien Dike turned around and asked, Diu Tin said that the magical weapon inherited from the temple is in the sand, the snow-white sword is in your hand? Tu Fong heard that, and immediately raised his hand to summon something. He summoned the snow-clad sword and gave it to Tien Dike, Master. Please see. Seeing the sword, Tien Dike was excited. God truly blessed Tien Nak Dain. He asked Tu Fong, Tu Dat Fong. In this snow-covered sword there is the inheritance of many years of power and strength. Are you willing to return it? He looked straight at Tu Fong and asked again, Tu Dat Fong. Are you willing to return the sword to the snow? Tu Fong immediately replied, if the disciple has brought the snow sword back, the main idea is to bring it back to the master's door. Is there anything you are dissatisfied with, master? Tien Dike continued asking, oh, this is the sacred weapon that it has accepted you as its owner. Do you really dare? Tu Fong seriously replied, what about the divine weapon? A great man has things to do and things not to do. Because my grandmother worked hard, I lost my original mind. How to follow that path of practice in the future? Having said that, Tu Fong is thinking in his heart, of course it's because I have something better. Isn't it a big deal to use this thing to gain sympathy? Tien Dike smiled, very good. You released the magic hidden in the snow-covered sword. Tu Fong immediately obeyed and released. A series of letters appeared surrounding the snow-covered sword. Tien Dike summoned a scroll. The scroll automatically unrolled and flew towards the sword. The letters surrounding the sword flew back into the scroll. All the letters were then lined up to cover the scroll. Then the scroll flew back into Tien Dike's hand. Tu Fong then said, Master, the inherited techniques of the snow-white sword are all here. Please take this sword back too. Tien Dike immediately replied, you keep this sword first. Tu Fong looked surprised, huh? Seeing Tu Fong's surprised look, Tien Dike said, the great sacrifice of true martial arts is right before your eyes. If this bar accepts you as its owner, so you can increase your chances of winning. Having said that, Tien Dike turned his head to look at the master's painting and instructed Tu Fong, you go home. Rest well. Don't embarrass me in the next few days. Tu Fong bowed his head and said, thank you, master. I will definitely not disappoint you. Tu Fong then left, leaving Tien Dike standing and looking at the painting. After being alone in the room, Tien Dike immediately talked to someone, the elders. How do you feel? An elder appeared and said, this person has great energy. Facing the divine weapon, it still did not move. I respect him. Another elder also said, but I still think we shouldn't just hand over the sword to him in the snow. He added, don't forget our electricity regulations. Whoever has the snow-covered sword will be the next generation's palace master. Another elder appeared and warned, before, it was because you did not have a sword to wear snow that the other elders did not obey you. To Tian Dike thoughtfully replied, my mind is made up. This time, we must get the best results in the true martial arts competition. No mistakes allowed. The three elders immediately looked puzzled. Why is this? It's not like I've never been last before. Think about it later. That's right. Does it have to be this time? To Tian Dike immediately said, this time the official of Lac Thursday Fook is Lam Thursday Tuet. The three elders heard that and immediately understood. It turned out to be the lady's family coming. No wonder if they saw it, they would definitely feel that the lady married to the wrong place. Absolutely not. Reasonable. This is related to our reputation. What a big deal. An elder continued to ask. But little boy to Tian Dike. Do you respect him that much? Don't forget your daughter. This time I got the immortal bloodline sculpture. But Tu Dat Fong is just a mixed spirit. To Tian Dike smiled and affirmed, although wonderful love has opportunities, it lacks fighting spirit. But this kid Tu Dat Fong hides it very deeply. 3 days later. A spaceship is flying towards Van Tien Tong. That's the spaceship of the Lac Thursday Palace. A fairy from Lac Thursday Palace asked, Master, is the great arms of true martial arts of Van Tien's sect meaningful? Her master replied from behind, after all, Van Tien's sect is the #1 sect in the world. It's full of talented people there. But you must not embarrass the Li Shu Palace. The female disciple smiled and then pointed forward, Master. You look ahead. In front of the boat, a circular yin and yang trigram appeared. It slowly split apart to reveal a grand staircase. The female disciple of the Lac Thursday Palace marveled, worthy of being a giant in the righteous path. How much does it cost to protect this great mountain? Her master smiled and said, haven't seen her in decades. I also don't know if it's good for my junior sister to marry into the palace and live her life. At Van Tien Tong at this time, it is extremely crowded. The welcoming voices continuously appeared. The reason is because a few other sects also came to attend and watch. The first is the imageless analogy with the representative of the Universal Wisdom Master. The second sect is Huan Noyet Kung, represented by the Master of the Palace. Seeing Master Universal Wisdom, Palace Master Che greeted him. Master has also arrived. Grandmaster Fo Tri nodded and replied, the Van Tien Sect's festival is held once every 10 years. Why didn't the poor monk come? Lac Thursday Fu then also arrived. The leader is Lam Thursday Tuet, and his disciples. Palace Master Lan smiled and greeted, so it's Fairy Lam. Master Fo Tri also greeted, Fairy. Do you want to go to the Taiji Palace with us? Lam Thursday Tuet immediately replied, so it's you guys. Many years no see. I plan to go to the temple to meet my junior sister first. You two can go one step ahead. Looking at the surrounding atmosphere, Lam Thursday Tuet said, haven't come for many years. It feels like Van Tien Tong is more bustling now. Following Lam Thursday Tuet's gaze, the crowd was buzzing. Look. As long as the courage is big enough, the needle will be kicked under your feet. Mixed into this crowd is Tu Fong. I'm curious as to what this is. The host in front still spoke loudly, the most complete information about the disciples participating in the latest competition. If you want to buy, come quickly. Feeling strange, Tu Fong pulled someone's shoulder and asked, dare to ask this senior brother. What are you doing here? This person immediately replied, I don't know about this either. This is the betting table. He pointed and explained, see that side? Everyone is guessing who will lead the true martial arts charity this time. The proud ancestors and the outstanding ancestors both opened tables. Brother, do you want to try? Tu Fong approached the person opening the betting table and asked, how big can you bet on the table? The host immediately replied, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the Supreme Elder personally opening the table. No matter how big, you will receive it. Tu Fong immediately expressed joy. So that's it. We know. We'll be there soon. The host crossed his arms and shook his head sarcastically. No money, no money. What are you pretending to be? At this time in the palace, Lam Thursday Tuet was talking to Tian Dike. Hey, you really haven't bullied my junior sister in these past few years? Tian Dike immediately replied, what are you saying, Fairy Lam? Van Tien Nai is one of the 10 heavenly sections. Why let my fate be wronged? Lam Thursday Tuet sarcastically said. But why do I hear that you and I are always at the bottom of Van Tien's sect? Tu Tien Dyke banged the table loudly, talking nonsense. This is a fake rumor. At that moment, Tu Fong came and called, Master. Tu Tien Dyke immediately said to Lam Thursday Tuet, It seems my disciple has something to look for me. Lam Thursday Tuet waved her hand. It's okay. You just go. Tu Tien Dyke pulled Tu Fong aside and asked softly, What are you doing here? Tu Fong immediately replied, Master. Borrow some spirit stones. Tu Tien Dyke was surprised. Borrowed spirit stone? What do you want to do? Tu Fong immediately explained, Master. That's it. The disciples on the square saw an elder opening a betting table. Tu Tien Dyke looked doubtful. Are you sure you have a chance of winning? Tu Fong affirmed, Everything is fine. So Tu Tien Dyke agreed and threw the bag of spirit stones to Tu Fong, not forgetting to tell him, Take it. Remember to borrow 9 and pay 13. Tu Fong was happy. Yes, Master. Seeing Tu Fong a bit strange, Lam Thursday Tuet asked, Who is that disciple? Why have we never met before? Tu Tien Dyke immediately smiled and replied, He is our secret weapon. Fairy Lam. This time, you should watch the true martial arts, this time at Quang Han Dain. Han Yen is meditating next to the waterfall. Seeing someone coming, Han Yen opened her eyes to look. She asked Tu Fong, Why are you looking for me? Tu Fong then scratched his head in confusion and asked, That lady. Can you lend me some spirit stone? Han Yen immediately asked, How much do you want? Tu Fong replied, The more the better. So without asking further, Han Yen threw a bag of spirit stones to Tu Fong. Feeling strange, Tu Fong asked, You didn't ask me what it was used for? Han Yen turned and replied, If you come to find me, there must be a place to use. Why should I ask too much? Tu Fong clenched his hands and asserted, Rest assured. This time I will definitely let you make a big profit. After saying that, Tu Fong immediately flew away. Looking at Tu Fong's shadow, Han Yen sighed. Who cares? Returning to Van Tien Tong Square, the crowd was still excitedly betting, Come and see a little. As long as you have great courage, the needle will be trampled under your feet. Get rich today. Tu Fong pushed through the crowd and approached the betting table. Senior brother. I brought the spirit stone back. The host asked again, Did you really bring the spirit stone back? Don't know how much to bring. Tu Fong held out a spirit stone and asked, How much do you charge for this? Seeing the spirit stone, the person in charge of the betting table was surprised. The best spirit stone. I didn't expect you could find this. From the base stage, this is not easy to find. He pointed at the betting table and said, Okay. If you want to bet on someone, just write his name on these cards. I'm very busy. Tu Fong immediately added, Wait. I didn't say there was only one pill. The host asked curiously, Huh? How many spirit stones do you have? Tu Fong immediately threw out his bag of top-quality spirit stones. At the same time at Tai Chi Palace. The old man is lying down and resting. The furnace master of Quang Lang Palace walked over. He said to the Supreme Elder, Uncle. The hall masters have all arrived. Are you planning to appear? The Supreme Elder calmly replied, What am I doing? I'm just a very old man. There is no fun other than opening the bets. There's nothing to say to you juniors either. The master of Quang Lang Palace was a little confused and said that every time a true martial arts conference opens double bets, people earn a lot of money from the junior disciples. This is not very good. The old man placed the teacup firmly on the table. He said seriously, Bad influence. Are we forcing them to bet? He stood up and said this old man is just looking for a job to take care of his old age, not stealing or robbing. They lost to the spirit stone because of incompetence. Why do you blame me? If they really don't like it, just let me lose money. If we lose money, we naturally won't do it anymore. Why do you talk so much? Suddenly there was a scream, A disciple ran over and reported, Elder. Not good. Seeing the master of Quang Lang Palace here, this person respectfully greeted him, to meet the sect master. The Supreme Elder immediately said, Why do you bow to him? If you have something to say, say it. This person immediately reported, Senior brother reported that there was a disciple in the casino outside the square. The number of spirit stones he brought out was quite a lot. He didn't dare to accept it, so he wanted to ask for your opinion. The Grand Elder picked up his cup of tea. He took a sip and calmly asked, What did he bring that I, the Supreme Elder, did not dare to bet on? How many spirit stones does he have? The disciple immediately replied, 6,000 top-quality spirit stones. Hearing this number of spirit stones, the elder was startled and spat out the tea from his mouth. He stood up and asked again, how much to bet? The disciple immediately said, senior brother has checked. There are actually 6,000 top-grade spirit stones. Elder Tai Thuong turned to ask the master of Quang Lang Palace, how could one junior disciple have so many? This little through the mausoleum. Are you participating yourself? Gwyn Lang immediately smiled and replied, what did you say? We never bet. But perhaps this is some Mahayana Dharma friend who wants to test his strength with you. Seeing the confused look on His Majesty's face, Quang Lang said, is it possible that my uncle doesn't dare to admit it? No problem. Let me go announce it. This year, betting is no longer open. Elder Tai Thuong shouted, who said I don't dare to accept? Even if you bring a few palace masters to participate, am I afraid of you? He ordered Nan Dao. Go tell Kim Dao to accept the bet. No matter how big the bet is, we will accept it. Disciple Nan Dao immediately obeyed. However, before he could leave, the elder called back, wait. He stroked his beard and asked, that one? That disciple brought out 6,000 top-grade spirit stones to bet on who would win. Is it the legendary fluid of little Quang Lang's house? Nan Dao immediately replied, Your Majesty, elder. That disciple bet on Wu Yai Dian's disciple Tu Dat Fong. The disciple who investigated was a disciple with mixed spiritual roots. Hearing that, the elder was surprised. Ha! No electricity? He turned to Quang Lang and said, Chu Quang Lang? This time at the True Martial Arts Conference, I must personally come and see what kind of person this Tu Dat Fong is. At this time in the square, Kim Dao was on fire because he had not seen any news. Tu Fong asked, Senior brother? Did you finally accept the bet? Kim Dao immediately replied, Junior brother, wait a little longer. Coming soon. At this moment, suddenly something passed by. It was a letter from the elder. Kim Dao happily shouted, the elder has sent a message. After reading the letter, Kim Dao announced, Junior brother. Elder grandfather has accepted your bet. He also said absolutely not to go back on his word. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the rules. Tu Fong of course agreed. He wrote his name on the betting order. The crowd whispered nearby, this was indeed a big gamble. Looking at the token with his name on it, Tu Fong silently thought, however, there is one issue that needs to be considered. It's a matter of odds. He thought to himself, if I show off too much, it will surely make many people bet on me. That will greatly affect the odds. Thinking of that, he immediately hatched a plan. It seemed like he had to think of a way to pretend to be weak and outwit his opponent, taking advantage of the opportunity to win. Suddenly there was a loud drum sound. Tu Fong and everyone looked up towards the place where the drum sound came from. He muttered, looks like the martial arts competition is about to start. From above, a large sword appeared. Seeing it, Tu Fong said, every time I see Van Tien's Sect's Fa Tien's sword, it shocks people's hearts like before. Fa Tien's sword stabbed hard into the ground. At the top of the hilt, the master of Quang Lang Palace was standing there. Everyone immediately said in unison, see the sect master. Quang Lang began to speak, everyone. This is the martial arts competition conference of Van Tien's sect every 10 years. According to custom, it is still divided into the group of geniuses with cultivation level from golden core and above, and the group of talented people with cultivation level below golden core. Tu Fong looked up at Quang Lang and heard him give the next rule. The rules were still extremely simple. There are only 3 things. First, do not harm your life. Second, do not use evil tricks. Third, in the entire martial arts conference, each person only has 3 talismans. Tu Fong immediately smiled when he realized the opportunity. That's right. This is also one way. After announcing, Quang Lang waved his hand. Above Fa Tien's sword appears the competition list. Quang Lang Chan explained, the inscriptions on the Fa Tien's sword are each person's opponent and the position of the arena. The martial arts conference is divided into many arenas, and so on until the final, held on the main stage. After speaking, he loudly announced, then the martial arts conference begins. Fa Tien's sword immediately radiated bright light. Tu Fong looked up at it, and found his position. He saw the words engraved on it. Tu Dat Fong vs. Thatch Fa Tien et In Tu Thunder. At this moment, a voice called out from behind, Tu Fong. That turned out to be Deep Q Tuesday. Deep Q2 patted his shoulder and smiled. I see you are also in Din Tu Loi. Do you want to go together? Tu Fong looked surprised. Oh, you're here too? Deep Q2 excitedly replied, yes. I see you're here too. But we don't fight each other. What a pity. Let me tell you first, I won't hold back. Tu Fong also replied, me too. So at Din Tu Thunder, Deep Q2 was fighting with another disciple. He summoned the heavenly sword. With just one stab he pushed his opponent away. Deep Q2's opponent fell out of the ring. The shout announcing Deep Q2's victory rang out. Observing the battle, Tu Fong thought to himself, this kid Deep Q2 is an opponent of the 6th level of the Earth Vein realm. Yet with just one stroke of the sword he won. The host's voice rang out, in the next match, Thach Fa Tien of the Longevity Palace will fight Tu Dat Fong of the Vo Nai Palace. Deep Q2 encouraged, Tu Fong. Don't let me down. Tu Fong cleared his throat. Try your best. Try your best. On the stage, Thach Fa Tien politely greeted, Junior brother. Please advise. This person is thinking in his heart, I heard that this guy is a true disciple. I'm afraid I have to pay careful attention. Tu Fong also thought to himself, for money he must act well. He told his opponent, brother, please pay attention. And then the sound announced the start of the battle. Tu Fong rushed forward with a very humorous gesture. Haha, look at the sword. Seeing this gesture, Deep Q2 was discouraged and wondered. His legs were not steady at all. Where did this temporary kid come from? Thach Fa Tien raised his sword and gently blocked the attack. Thach Fa Tien was surprised by Tu Fong's sword strike. No power at all. He swung his sword and cast Wind and Thunder Sword. An arcing sword slashed towards Tu Fong. Seeing Tu Fong awkwardly dodging the move, Thach Fa Tien was secretly happy. Looks like I'm really lucky. Met an incompetent guy. Tu Fong pretended to be scared and turned to run away. Senior brother, show mercy. Thach Fa Tien excitedly chased after him. Don't run. The battle was like a cat chasing a mouse, making Thach Fa Tien so angry that his face turned black. Thach Fa Tien immediately swung his sword and slashed at Tu Fong. Tu Fong pretended to be panicked and quickly dodged the move and cried out, Oh my god, I almost missed it. He stopped and raised his sword to the sky and said, If you can endure this, then what can you not endure? See search here. Then Tu Fong slashed a sword energy towards Thach Fa Tien. However, Tu Fong's sword was extremely weak and could not touch Thach Fa Tien. Thach Fa Tien calmly stood there without bothering to dodge. Tu Fong pretended to be panicked. He turned around and ran away, crying, Brother, please forgive me. Behind, Thach Fa Tien continued to chase, Mother. Don't run. Below, Deep Q2 was depressed. This Tu Dat Fong was not good at both swordsmanship and Taoism. Only have the courage to run away. On the ring, Thach Fa Tien shouted loudly, This kid. If it's good, fight me directly. Don't run. The crowd below shouted, Who is this? Why do you only know how to run? That's right. Since when did Van Tien's sect have such cowardly people? Hurry up and go. Do any of you know that guy jumping around? It's a shame for our Van Tien sect. Deep Q2 thought dejectedly, what has Tu Fong learned these past few years? After running close to the ring, Tu Fong stopped and pretended to be scared. Stop it. Fa Tien said proudly, Run away? You keep running. Tu Fong immediately threw out a talisman and shouted, Look at this talisman. Thach Fa Tien subjectively said proudly, With your level, what spells can you use? Tu Fong's talisman was thrown and hit Fa Tien's sword right away. Thach Fa Tien was a bit surprised. Huh? Then suddenly a series of sword energy appeared from nowhere. They appeared right above Thach Fa Tien's head, making him panic. What is this? These sword energies continuously rushed down, making it extremely difficult for him to avoid them. Due to losing momentum, Thach Fa Tien fell down from the ring. Turning his head to look, Thach Fa Tien angrily gritted his teeth. You attack secretly. Tu Fong smiled proudly on the stage. Haha, senior brother has given in. Thach Fa Tien angrily pointed at Tu Fong's face. You. The host immediately announced, Okay. The battle ends here. He reminded Tu Fong, Tu Dat Fong. This match you win. But remember, spells are ultimately pagan. Take care of yourself well. Stepping down into the ring with the mindset of a winner, Tu Fong happily asked Deep Q2, Deep Q Tuesday. We won. How? Not worse than you. Deep Q2 smiled shyly. Tu Fong. I believe you not only have this ability. Are you? Tu Fong came closer and whispered, don't ask too much. But you can come to the betting table and bet on me. I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. This statement made Deep Q2 surprised and confused. Tu Fong then turned to greet everyone around. Thank you everyone for your support. The palace masters were also far away observing their disciples battle. True man Bok Van turned to mock to Tien Dike, senior brother to Tien Dike. Your true disciple's way of doing things is truly a difficult word to describe. Han Yen thinks differently? She said, but I see that this disciple's way of doing things is not bad. It can even be said to be extremely excellent. Hearing her sister say that, Bok Van looked surprised. Senior sister Kwang Han? Han Yen continued, in case one's own ability does not prevail. Make the opponent relax his guard and win with just one move. So what's the problem? Bok Van replied. But winning with tricks and the dignity of our Van Tien sect. Han Yen immediately interrupted. The rules allow the use of 3 talismans. He never broke the rules. Second, if you survive in the battle of life and death, that will be the most glorious honor. To Tien Dike turned to agree. He. Sister said the right thing. The real man Quang Lang spoke up at this time. Oh, to Tien Dike. Everyone look over there. From Quang Lang's perspective, Diu Tin was summoning a surrounding fire. Quang Lang expressed admiration. Fire element talent at this level is really rare and hard to find. Diu Tin is confronting his opponent in the Love Tu Loi. Below, seeing Diu Tin's power, a female disciple admired. Such magical powers have already surpassed the scope of the basic stage, right? Above the ring, Diu Tin's opponent knelt down and begged for mercy. Wait, junior sister. I surrender. I surrender. Diu Tin was surprised. No? Why don't you fight anymore? This person immediately smiled shyly. Junior sister. I came to participate in the competition to feel a little. Why play with life? With this ability of my junior sister, this time I will definitely win first place. Diu Tin was more surprised. Oh. Am I first class? Her opponent scratched his head and said, Junior sister. Or we can exchange communication talismans with each other. Diu Tin did not answer but asked again, then follow me. Between me and Tu Fong, who is better? Now he is sure to get into the next round. The other person was surprised. Tu Fong. Who is that? This time at the nail ring. Tu Fong is confronting another disciple. The cheers below rang out cheering for Tu Fong's opponent. Hit him. Teach him a lesson. I support you. Tu Fong's opponent is No Fong of the Red Cloud Palace. He had reached the 8th level of the earth veins. He spoke up, Junior brother. Your reputation is nothing. Tu Fong immediately replied, people with very famous names will be like that. No Fong then took out a few talismans from his pocket. He proudly said, Junior brother? I understand you clearly. But we are well prepared. Look, I also have the Golden Pill Period Talisman. Tu Fong asked in surprise. Yes. A person who is not a true disciple still has a Golden Pill Period Talisman. Inside the Tai Chi Palace, the elder chuckled. These are just talismans. Let me see how you compete this time? Turns out this was his game. He told his disciples, Kim Dao. You did well this time. Later, go get a medicinal pill yourself. Kim Dao was happy. Thank you, elder. On the stage, No Fong proposed. Hey, junior brother. Or we don't use charms anymore. After all, these talismans are extremely expensive. If only we could use our true abilities to practice. What do you think? No Fong said as he remembered the time before stepping onto the ring. A masked person appeared and said, No Fong. This is a talisman specially given to you by the elder. Be sure to perform well. No Fong took it and thought to himself, luckily, a while ago a monk suddenly gave me 2 talismans. Otherwise I don't know how to deal with you. On the opposite side, Tu Fong pulled out a talisman from his shirt. He held it up and said, Oh. But your talisman is not as good as mine. Seeing Tu Fong's talisman, No Fong was startled. Blood Essence Talisman? Why do you have this? In the main hall, Bok Van angrily pounded the table. He angrily exclaimed, It's too much. Then he turned to Tien Dike and said this type of talisman needs a Mahayana monk to make with fresh blood, which takes time and effort. I'm so pleased. Tien Dike looked puzzled. I don't know what you are talking about. Bok Van replied, You're still pretending. Looking at the talisman, Tien Dike also looked puzzled. In his heart he thought, Isn't this the talisman that I gave to Diu Tin? Why are you at Tu Fong's place? On the ring, Tu Fong threw out the blood essence talisman. A fiery phoenix appeared. No Fong also responded by throwing out 2 talismans. The talisman has the ice and lightning attribute, which opposes the fire attribute of the Tu Fong talisman. The 2 talismans collided with each other. It created a huge explosion that appeared right on the ring. The crowd below attentively observed the outcome of the match. After the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Tu Fong and No Fong were still standing there without any injuries. No Fong looked down at his body and was happy. I'm okay. These 2 talismans can indeed eliminate the blood essence talisman. He pointed towards Tu Fong and challenged, Kid, my talisman is used up. Let me see how you fight me next? Tu Fong calmly replied, Have you forgotten? In the martial arts festival, each person can use 3 talismans. Tu Fong calmly took out another talisman and said, Sorry. Being rich means being able to do whatever you want. After that, the outcome of the battle must have been clear to everyone. That night in the living room of Tien Na Palace, the fairies of the Lack Thursday Palace are chatting. Haha, this martial arts conference is really interesting. That's right. I don't know how cool that person named Huyn Dyke is. They are sitting around the dining table having a meal. Lam Thursday Tuet asked, Come on. You guys say it. What have you learned lately? Have you discovered any outstanding disciples of Wenshenzong? A pink-shirt disciple said, Master, I want to talk. Lam Thursday Tuet nodded. Nu Swang. You say it. Nu Swang stood up and said, My cultivation level is not high. Therefore, during this time, we mainly look at the team of talented people in the realm under the Golden Pill stage. But it is true that there are some people who stand out from the crowd. She excitedly said, The first person I want to talk about is the daughter of the head of the palace where we live. To Dutin, Nu Swang said with admiration, Heavenly Dao structure level 7. Highly cultivated. Appearance is also very beautiful. The key is that she also has an extremely powerful fire. Whoever gets caught in this fire cannot put it out no matter what. Recalling the image of the afternoon battle when Dutin summoned the Phoenix Flames, the fire easily defeated Dutin's opponent. After hearing this, Lam Thursday Tuet immediately said, Dutin is also my family member. Before, we thought that the power of the powerless power was weak. I'm worried that my junior sister will be resentful. Now it seems like I'm thinking too much. Nu Swang excitedly continued, It's not just senior sister Dutin. There is another extremely powerful sister named Somak. She was extremely excited. That was a true disciple of Kwang Han Dying. I heard that he was a true disciple of Kwang Han Chan. I specialize in watching her compete. Sister Mak is Han Yen's disciple. During the battle, she used her sword to summon countless ice arrows. Nu Swang excitedly said, Especially she possesses ice magic. Almost instantaneous attack, and at the same time extremely powerful. Everyone said that they were personally taught by Kwang Han Chan. Another female disciple stood up and said, Master. The disciple also saw a disciple who was not at all ordinary. Perhaps a strong competitor of our Lack Thursday Palace in the future. Lam Thursday Tuet immediately asked, Who do you say it is? This female disciple immediately replied, Tai Chi Temple Xian Liquid. Lam Thursday Tuet immediately replied, A true disciple of the real Kwang Lang. The future will certainly be bright. Another female disciple stood up and spoke up. Actually, there was still another disciple who was also very outstanding. Although the reputation is not very good. Have you heard about Tu Dat Fong? Also a member of the electricity industry. Nu Swang immediately replied, Tu Dat Fong? I think I've seen that disciple before. I remember because he won thanks to spells, so many people looked down on him. But haven't his 3 talismans been used up already? Haven't been eliminated yet? The other female disciple replied, Yes. Not yet. Especially the last match today. There are many people who think that without the charm, he will definitely lose. As a result, let's go back to Tu Fong's afternoon match at the Kantu Arena. The crowd below shouted, Kid. Let me see what tricks you can pull off this time. Are you out of talismans? Even if it was still there, the rules wouldn't allow it to be used. Senior brother Lai. Teach him a lesson. Above, Tu Fong's opponent is a disciple named Lai, junior brother Chu. I won't hold back. Tu Fong raised his sword and proudly replied, Rest assured. Brother. This time I don't plan to use charms either. Saying that, he threw the sword towards his opponent. The Lai family member looked disdainful. Huh? Small flying sword. When the flying sword was about to approach, Tu Fong shouted, "Explosion!" Immediately the flying sword exploded. Luckily that guy was still able to avoid it. He asked Tu Fong in surprise, "It was just a competition. Yet you blew up your sword? Could it be that you won't take the exam again in the future?" Tu Fong immediately replied, "It's okay. I have many Dharma protections." So a series of Dharma weapons appeared around them, taking the name Lai. He cursed angrily, but then these magic weapons exploded, bringing victory back to Tu Fong. Returning to the present, Lam Thursday Tuet was surprised after hearing the story. "Is that okay?" The female disciple nodded. There were many disciples who also made a fuss about this, telling Tu Dat Fong to violate the regulations. But the elders of the Van Tien sect repeated the rules over and over again, but still did not discover that he had violated any rules. Nu Swang immediately said, "No wonder the competition suddenly stopped today," saying that the rules of the martial arts conference had to be adjusted. Could it be because of him? So how to handle it in the end? The female disciple immediately said, "Say he won." But then forbade him from using the method of exploding magical weapons. Nu Swang immediately smiled and said, "I don't believe he will be obedient. Tu Dat Fong, right? I definitely have to go watch his next match." At Van Tien Tong Square, the host loudly announced, "Fellow students, seniors, Wenshenzong's martial arts competition has entered its final stage. Every match from now on will take place at the Heavenly Temple in front of Fa Tien's sword. Today, the top 10 geniuses and heroes of the martial arts conference, a total of 20 disciples, will kill each other for the last time here. Thank you to all the sects for raising the issue of our heavenly sect. Believing that this competition can definitely demonstrate the style of Van Tien's sect, promoting the martial spirit of the righteous path." Seeing that this leading disciple spoke so cleverly, the true man Kuang Lang asked, "Disciple, where did that come from?" "Well said," Bak Van immediately replied, "Master, senior brother. This is the disciple under you. He was eliminated in the first round, but in the field of speaking, he is extremely talented." The leading disciple outside continued, "In this battle, the two sides will fight. Among them, one side is a disciple of the Tai Chi Temple, sweeping away his opponents with brutal, destructive power." The crowd below cheered, "Senior brother Tu fighting. Act on behalf of heaven." The host continued, "The other side is the disciple of Vo Nai Dayin who reached the top 10 strongest people by using no means, Tu Dat Fong." Tu Fong heard that and sighed. It seems like he has to show his true bravery. The crowd below sneered, "You speak as if you have real bravery." "That's right. You don't think you're a master, do you?" Kuang Vai immediately turned to Titian Dike and asked, trying to pretend, "Junior brother Titian Dike, do you think this disciple really has a chance to win?" Titian Dike turned and asked again, "Does senior brother Kuang Vai think that my disciple has no chance of winning?" Kuang Vai immediately sarcastically said, "Ha! This disciple of mine has already used all 3 talismans. The trick of exploding magical weapons has also been banned. Does he have any sinister tricks?" Titian Dike heard that and immediately suggested, "Senior brother Kuang Vai said it makes sense. If only we could bet on one game. What do you think?" Kuang Vai immediately asked again, "Oh, how do you want to bet?" Titian Dike immediately suggested, "It's simple. If my disciple wins, you will teach him the moves. If my disciple loses, I will teach your disciple a secret technique of Wu Chai Electric." "How?" After hearing this, Kuang Vai hesitated a bit. This. Next to her, Nu Swan curiously asked her master, "Lam Di, can Tu Dat Fong win this match?" Lam Thursday Tuat coldly replied, 2 years ago it was still the refining period. Getting to this round is the limit." Hearing that, Kuang Vai turned around and agreed, "Okay. I bet with you." So the two exchanged high fives. Then both Kuang Vai and Titian Dike said in unison, "Let's close it like that." Nu Swang looked at the two of them and burst out laughing. Lam Thursday Tuet was curious. "What are you laughing at?" Nu Swang immediately replied, "I think this guy Tu Dat Fong can definitely win. Because he is very similar to you." On the stage right now, the two are initially observing each other. Tu Fong swung his sword forward and said, "Senior brother, just move." Tu K smiled sarcastically. "I don't know how much strength I have." He swung his sword high. Then a sword slashed down, creating blue sword energy. Tu Fong smiled slightly and said, "It's just the right time." His whole body emitted red aura. The aura gradually transformed into a large dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and roared. Then it rushed towards the cinnamon pepper's sword. Both then disappeared, annihilating each other. Quang Vai, who was observing at the representative, immediately looked surprised. How is this possible? Even the old man was a little surprised about Tu Feng. Over here, Tu K smiled and said, this kid turns out to have real skills. This rivalry game is finally interesting. Tu Feng raised his sword high and threatened, Brother Chu, I'll block your next sword strike for sure. Then he performed the heavenly sword technique. A series of sword energy appeared from above.